Chapter 1047. Just as the six clones were about to be entangled by the branches that had suddenly appeared, the bald, tall man among the six clones, who looked very much like the Sand Nation, suddenly jumped up from the tree branch together with the other six clones. He extended both his hands and aimed at the branches that were growing crazily below him, shooting out two rockets. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, the branches that were growing on the trees were immediately blasted into smithereens, and all the trees within the range of the explosion were cleared. Judging from the other party's attack style through his senses, Ito could guess that the clone was Azura Dao of the six clones. Immediately after, the other male clone with a long ponytail who was among the six clones in the sky pressed one hand in the void, and a large number of tadpole-like pitch-black runes instantly spread out rapidly in all directions with his palm as the center. Then, with a soft puff sound, a huge flying bird suddenly appeared in midair, catching the six clones that were about to fall to the ground. This time, the one who made a move was Azura Dao of the six clones, who specialized in psychic summoning techniques. The huge bird that caught the six clones flapped its wings, bringing about a strong gust of wind as it flew towards Ito's location. The huge bird's flying speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for it to reach Ito's sky. At this moment, Azura Dao was the first to jump down from the bird's back. At the same time, he extended both his hands and aimed at the ground below. Once again, he suddenly opened his wrists and shot out two rocket-like objects that fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ito immediately leaped onto the tree trunk behind him, turning into a tree and disappearing into the forest. Boom! At the next moment, a violent explosion immediately rang out in the forest, razing the place where Ito had been standing to the ground. After completing this attack, Azura Dao immediately released the huge bird summon. Then, apart from Tian Dao, the other four clones jumped to the ground, forming a small circle with Azura Dao back to back. Their eyes darted left and right, searching for the enemy who was hiding somewhere. At this moment, the void flashed, and Ito's figure suddenly appeared in the small circle formed by five of the six clones. His body turned into a spinning top, and he launched an attack at the five clones. However, Tiandao's clone looked down from above. Ito's sudden appearance was immediately discovered. At the same time, he shared his vision with the other six clones. Therefore, apart from the first two attacks, the other attacks didn't land on the six clones, and they dodged the attacks with the body blink technique. At the moment when the other five clones fled, Tian Dao directly stretched out his arm and aimed at Ito below, cast 10,000 statues of heavenly attraction. Under the sudden appearance of a powerful suction force, Li Yundong was stunned. Ito's body to the sky. Midway, Ito's mind moved, and he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to escape from the suction of 10,000 statues of heavenly attraction and appeared in the midst of the sudden attack just now. He quickly marked the back of one of the two clones of the Six Paths, who was behind him with the positioning tactic. Due to Tiandao's attack, he viciously punched the back of Tiandao's back with the extraordinary strength fist, which was slightly exposed in the blind spot of Tiandao's vision. Boom! Accompanied by a loud boom, Tiandao's body, which was hit by the extraordinary strength fist, exploded with a huge wound on his back and chest. A large amount of blood instantly gushed out from the wound on Tiandao's body, splashing onto the ground. Even with the Six Paths clones' vitality, they immediately lost their ability to move after receiving such a degree of damage, and turned into broken corpses. Just as the other six clones' gazes fell on Ito, who had killed Tian Dao, a palm suddenly stretched out from under Gakudeo's feet. Before he could react, it quickly grabbed Gakudeo's ankle and pulled him into the ground. Then, another Ito quickly appeared in front of Gakudeo's head. He bent down and stuck a dozen explosive talismans on Gakudeo's head. Seeing this, the other clones who were about to charge at Ito, who had killed Tian Dao, immediately split into two. Shura Dao stretched out his right arm and aimed at Ito and his 5 fingers suddenly shot out like 5 small missiles from his fingertips. They rapidly flew towards Sei Ito's body and moved along with him. On the other hand, Naraka Dao held a strange weapon in his hand and charged at Sei Ito, who had completed his mission of attacking Gakudeo. As for Chikishodo, he bent down and pressed his hands on the ground at the same time as the other 2 clones attacked, activating a psychic technique. In an instant, accompanied by a soft boom, a huge crab that was more than 10 meters tall and more than 20 meters wide, as well as a huge pitch-black dog appeared beside Chikishodo. The psychic crab immediately opened its mouth and spat out a lot of white foam, covering the ground around Chikishodo and Shirado. After the hellhound sniffed like a dog, it chased after one of the Ito's Seiho. Boom! At this moment, after a period of burning, the explosive talisman on Gakudeo's head finally exploded. After the smoke dispersed, although Gakudeo's appearance was somewhat miserable, he did not completely die in the explosion. He still broke free from the ground intact. On the other side, the 2 Sei Ito who were being attacked by Shuradao and Naraka Dao respectively used teleportation and lightning to enter the forest created by Mokutan. In the blink of an eye, they completely disappeared into the forest, causing the 5-finger missiles launched by Shuradao to hit the air and blow up a useless forest, causing the hellhounds summoned by Naraka Dao and Chikishodo to lose their target. The 5 eyes of Tiandao, Chikishodo, Shuradao, Naraka Dao, and Gakudeo quickly turned, searching for Sei Ito's figure in all directions. At this time, Sei Ito, who was being searched by the 6 clones, appeared in the forest. He squatted down and placed his hands on the ground, closing his eyes to sense the aura of the ley line. After a while, Sei Ito opened his eyes and immediately used his own energy to trigger the ley line under his feet, launching an attack in the way of the dragon ley alchemy technique. In the next moment, in the center of the ground that the 6 clones had vaguely vacated, dozens of thick and sharp icicles broke out of the ground one after another, attacking Shura Dao, Naraka Dao, and Gakudeo. Under the attack of the icicles, the Path of Azura, Path of Beast, and Path of Hell first dodged to the sides. On the other hand, the Path of Hungry Ghoul directly extended its hands to grab the icicles. It activated the special absorption ability of the Path of Hungry Ghoul to absorb the energy within the icicles and block the attack. After the icicles' attack was over, Sei Ito, who discovered that the 6 clones had been temporarily separated, activated the Flying Thunder God technique again and appeared behind Shuradao, one of the 2 clones that he had marked. He waved the sword of celestial clouds in his hand and cut it in half from top to bottom. After that, Sei Ito, who had completed his attack, did not stop. He immediately activated teleportation before Sorcerous rushed over, disappearing from the ground and appearing in midair. Then, when Tiandao looked over, he used teleportation again and directly appeared behind Tiandao's clone, slashing down with his sword. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, a huge repulsive force spread out with Tiandao as the center. While blocking Sei Ito's attack, it fiercely pushed him away. Then, Sei Ito's mind moved, activating the Flying Thunder God technique and returning to the forest on the ground. It really King hurts, Sei Ito cursed softly as he rubbed his chest. For more, he put down his hand, straightened up, and said to the 2 clones that had emerged from the trees. The 2 clones nodded and merged into the trees again. Then, Sei Ito did not stay in the same place for long. He activated teleportation again and directly appeared next to Hungry Ghost Dao. He waved the celestial clouds and slashed at him. Hungry Ghost Dao's reaction was very direct. He immediately stretched out his hands and grabbed the celestial clouds in Sei Ito's hand, activating his unique suction ability. Celestial clouds destroy the heretics. Sei Ito, who sensed Hungry Ghost Dao's actions, sneered. As soon as he said that, a strange power immediately erupted from the celestial clouds. Then, the same devouring power as Hungry Ghost Dao surged out from the blade, devouring Hungry Ghost Dao's unique devouring ability. As a result, Under the stalemate between the two devouring powers, Hungry Ghost Dao's advantage instantly disappeared. Fortunately, there were still 3 other Daos around. Animal Dao's Hellhound and Naraka Dao's clone immediately rushed towards Sei Ito, who had his blade grabbed. At that moment, a shadow clone rushed out of the forest and leaped in front of Animal Dao in the blink of an eye. It swung its fist toward Animal Dao's face. Although Animal Dao was psychic, it still had some physical skills. Therefore, under Sei Ito's attack, it immediately raised its arm and blocked Sei Ito's attack. However, at that moment, another Sei Ito rushed out of the forest. The moment it attracted Tian Dao's attention, it formed a seal with both hands and shouted in a low voice, "Dark stealth technique." As soon as the words fell, an environment like a black curtain appeared on the battlefield in an instant, shrouding Chikashoto, Jigakudo, Gakido, and the 3 Itosei. Seeing the appearance of the black curtain, Sei Ito's shadow clone, who was rushing toward Animal Dao, immediately took advantage of the moment when Animal Dao was stunned to turn around and kick Animal Dao's face, sending her flying out of the foam. With a sound, it exploded into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Ito-sei, who was besieged by Jigakudo, Gakido, and Sorcerous, quickly launched a few attacks to force Jigakudo and Sorcerous back. Then, he activated instant transmission and disappeared from Gakido's sight. He chased after Chikashoto and created another shadow clone halfway, attacking Chikashoto from both sides. Under the pincer attack of Sei Ito and the shadow clone, Animal Dao was immediately dismembered by Celestial Clouds' slash, losing all mobility. Chapter 1048. P.S. Thank you to Shirley and Nickfany for your precious monthly votes. With the death of Chushido, the giant crab and hellhound that were summoned by Chushido turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared with a poof. At this point, only Tiandao, who was flying in the sky, and Purgatory, who was running on the ground, were left of the 6 clones. Disperse. At this moment, Sei Ito, who had completed his attack on Chushido, shouted in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, 1 true body and 2 shadow clones moved together. One of the true bodies immediately teleported to the sky and attacked Tiandao with his saber. The 2 shadow clones cooperated and rushed to the front of Purgatory and Hungry Gusto. They relied on each other to fight Purgatory and Hungry Gusto. Under the cooperation of the 2 shadow doppelgangers, the Purgatory realm quickly paid the price of one of the shadow doppelgangers being destroyed by the Hungry Ghost realm. The Purgatory realm had its body pierced through by the other shadow doppelgangers, following in the footsteps of the other shadow doppelgangers and losing its ability to move. Then, Sei Ito, who had been entangled with Tiandao in the sky, suddenly flashed and appeared behind Hungry Gusto, who was entangled with the remaining shadow clones. He swung his saber and cut Hungry Gusto into 2. I didn't expect that I would be forced to this extent by you. Tiandao, who was the only surviving clone of the 6 clones, looked down at Sei Ito, who had removed his shadow clones and left only his true body standing on the ground, and said indifferently, "Thank you for your compliment." Sei Ito smiled as he extended his leg and used the tip of his foot to pick up Hungry Gusto's corpse on the ground in front of him. He then used teleportation to send it over Tiandao's head. Bang! As soon as the corpse of Hungry Gusto that suddenly appeared got close, it was immediately sent flying by the Shinra Tensei that Tiandao had cast. Sei Ito smiled when he saw this. He used teleportation again and sent the corpses of Hungry Gusto and Purgatory to the top of Tiandao's head, smashing them over Tiandao's head. This time, Tiandao did not use Shinra Tensei to bounce the corpse away. Instead, he controlled his body to quickly move to the side and avoid the corpse's smashing attack. Sei Ito, who used teleportation to appear beside Human Path's corpse, once again sent Human Path's corpse to the top of Tiandao's head. Tiandao still did not use Shinra Tensei and continued to move to avoid the corpse's smashing attack. "Your actions are useless," Tiandao said expressionlessly. "Really, Ito-sei, who suddenly appeared beside Chikishoto's corpse, chuckled. With that said, he disappeared, and Tiandao's disappeared from the ground. He Tensei Ito, with his left hand, Tensei Ito's. At the same time, Ito-sei's figure flashed again and appeared behind Tendo. He stabbed Tendo's back with his sword. Under the joint attack of the corpse and the stab, Tiandao finally stopped dodging sideways. He used Shinra Tensei to form a strong repulsive force around his body and hit Sei Ito and Chikishoto's corpses. He pushed one corpse and one corpse far away. Sei Ito, who retreated like a cannonball, endured the pain in his body and quickly used teleportation to reappear in front of Tiandao. He waved his sword and slashed at Tiandao. When Tiandao used Shinra Tensei or Bansho Tensei, the greater the repulsive force and gravitational force created, the longer the interval between using it again. Therefore, Tiandao, who was in the cooldown period of the skill, had to use Taijutsu to avoid Sei Ito's attack. But when it comes to Taijutsu, no one in the entire Naruto world can be compared with Sei Ito, let alone Tiandao, whose Taijutsu is not strong. So, after a few moves, Sei Ito, who used the cheating skill of teleportation, cut his neck. In the slash, the head that was separated from the body rolled and fell to the ground with the corpse that lost the support of Tiandao's power. Plop! Tiandao's headless corpse fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and drowning it. Sei Ito, who finished dealing with Rikudo's doppelganger, flashed. He appeared next to Tiandao's corpse and put away Tiandao's corpse and the head that fell to the side. At the same time, he also flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. Let me see where your hiding place is. With one hand holding the head of Tiandao's doppelganger, Sei Ito used the Yamanaka family's secret jutsu to read the residual memory information in Tiandao's doppelganger's brain with his eyes closed. Is it there? After a while, Sei Ito, who finished reading the information he wanted, said. Then, Sei Ito put the head of Tiandao's doppelganger back next to the corpse and flashed back to the Rain Village in Naruto World. He moved at high speed toward the hiding place of Tiandao's doppelganger, which was searched from the memory of Tiandao's doppelganger. 10 seconds later, Sei Ito successfully arrived outside the location of Pain's doppelganger. At the same time, a woman with a height of about 1.7 meters appeared in front of Sei Ito, looking at him blankly. She was wearing a black coat with red clouds on a black base, so her figure couldn't be seen. She had light blue and purple hair and a light purple paper flower on the right side of her head. Conan, looking at the woman who appeared in front of him, Sei Ito thought in his heart, "Hand over the corpse you took away." Conan didn't make any move, but a large number of papers flew out of her body one after another, like a whirlpool surrounding herself and Ito Seiji. She said expressionlessly, "You want the corpse? Let me see Nagato first," Sei Ito said lightly. Hearing Nagato's name being called out by Sei Ito, Conan's pupils shrank immediately, and at the same time, the papers surrounding the two of them also changed into countless slender senbon, aiming at Sei Ito's body. For the last time, hand over the corpse. Conan, who ignored Sei Ito's words, said again, "So, there's nothing to talk about? Then I have to do it myself." Sei Ito looked at Conan and chuckled. After saying that, his figure flashed, and he directly disappeared from the encirclement of the 1,000 paper tomes that Xiao Nan had released. He appeared not far behind Xiao Nan, in a metal hole surrounded by countless huge pipes that looked like organ vents. His body turned into a flash of lightning and rushed straight inside. Seeing Sei Ito's action, Conan's expression changed sharply, and her body instantly scattered into countless fine paper fragments, like a torrent of paper rushing into the tunnel behind Sei Ito. However, Ito-Sei's speed was too fast. By the time Conan's paper torrent reached the core position, Ito-Sei had already used instant transmission to take Nagato, who had a pile of black pipes of different lengths inserted behind him, and his body was as thin as a match. His lower body was buried in a huge machine, and he disappeared from the pipe cave. They appeared in the Amage Cure forest created by him using Mo-Katan, Tree World Descent. "Nagato, Conan, who had just changed her body, looked at the empty cave and whispered with an ugly expression. Then her body scattered again. It turned into countless fine paper fragments and flew out of the cave, divided into several streams, and flew out in all directions, and began to search the rain village for the whereabouts of Nagato and Seito. On the other side, Seito, who appeared in the forest, didn't dare to talk nonsense, and immediately used instant transmission on his hands. In an instant, Seito's hands from the middle of his forearms were cut off by a space section with a bright blue magnificent circle on the outside, and the inside was like a starry night sky. Then at the same time, Seito's disappearing front arm instantly drilled through the space section that suddenly appeared in front of Uzumaki Nagato, and the thumb, index finger, and middle finger of both hands were put together into a hook, piercing straight into Uzumaki Nagato's eyes, and forcefully dug out his Rinnegan. Uzumaki Nagato, who had his eyes dug out, immediately let out a miserable howl. Seito, who had used instant transmission to retract his hands, didn't look at the Rinnegan in his hands, and directly put it away, and directly held the Celestial Cloud's sword in his hand. With the help of his instant transmission ability, he directly pierced the sword into the heart of the screaming Uzumaki Nagato. The pain from his heart immediately made Uzumaki Nagato, whose eyes were full of blood, forget to scream, and with a stunned and unwilling look, he looked at his heart with empty eyes. At the same time, Nagato's mind began to replay his life, childhood, war orphan, meeting Conan and Yahiko, becoming a ranged shinobi, participating in the Third World War, meeting Jiraiya, learning ninjutsu from him, separating, forming the original Akatsuki, being deceived by Hanzo the Salamander, taking Conan and Yahiko's initiative to face the Kunai, killing Hanzo's ranged shinobi for revenge, meeting Uchihamadara, and now his death. Yahiko, I'm sorry I've failed. After a while, Nagato murmured. After saying this sentence, Nagato, who didn't have much vitality left, immediately lost his last breath of life, and his head hung low, ending his magnificent life. After confirming Nagato's death, Ito-sei slowly walked to Nagato's body and sent it into the Rubik's Cube, placing it side by side with Yahiko's Tendo avatar. Then Ito's body flashed and disappeared from the forest and appeared in a place with a wide field of vision in the Rain Village, and there were no buildings around to block him. He waited quietly. In less than half a minute, Conan's figure once again appeared in Ito-sei's line of sight, along with the countless fragments that swarmed in. Where's Nagato? Conan stared at Ito murderously and coldly asked. I've already killed him, Ito said lightly. At the same time, he turned his hand and took out the Rinnegan, which still had blood on it, to make Conan believe him. Nagato. Seeing the Rinnegan, Conan murmured emotionally. Taking advantage of this gap, Ito once again put away the Rinnegan. Hand over Nagato's body and the Rinnegan. Seeing the Rinnegan disappear, Conan's murderous aura surged, and she controlled the pieces of paper that were hovering up and down around her body to shoot at Seito. Seito's body jumped back. In an instant, he disappeared into the void and appeared in another position some distance away from the paper, and his hands formed a seal to release the fire dragon flame ball. The fire dragon's body was completely composed of flames, and it hovered to meet Conan's paper fragments. Boom! In an instant, a loud explosion was heard at the intersection of the fire dragon and the paper. Under the burning of the flames, the fire dragon and the paper were burned. More than half of the paper fragments released by Conan were burned in an instant. But Conan, who has the paper Godjutsu, can almost make paper with chakra. So after this batch of paper fragments was burned, Conan's body once again shot out a long line of paper fragments from 4 directions towards Seito. When Ito-sei saw this, he took the initiative to step forward and gave up his original position. At the same time, his body melted into the void again and appeared behind Conan. He opened his mouth and spat out a huge fireball at Conan. Boom! Conan's body, which was hit by the fireball, immediately burned violently. But in the next moment, A new Xiao Nin emerged from the paper ball formed by the collision of the 4 pieces of paper. Fire release, head engraving. Seito knew that a single fire release ninjutsu couldn't cause any damage to Conan, so he changed his hand seal and released another fire release ninjutsu that was powerful enough to burn a forest. In an instant, several large fireballs appeared in front of Seito and rushed towards Conan. Conan's body scattered, and once again turned into countless pieces of paper fragments that flew in all directions. But even so, a large number of paper fragments were burned to ashes under the attack of fire release, head engraving, but it didn't hurt Conan's body too much. It just made her consume some chakra. Conan's paper jutsu is too flexible. It seems that I have to change my strategy, Seito thought. Then he ignored Conan, who was chasing after him, and used instant transmission to return to Amage Cure, which was protected by the tree world. Then Seito, who fell back to the ground, made a hand seal with one hand, and with a soft sound, a shadow clone of Seito appeared beside him. The shadow clone, which was connected to Seito's mind, nodded slightly, and took the initiative to reveal a little of its own whereabouts, attracting Conan's attention. Seito, who stayed in place, leaned over and pressed his hands on the ground, mobilizing the surrounding ley lines to transform the nearby ground. Seito's strange jutsu, which was similar to Earth Release Ninjutsu, but also not Earth Release Ninjutsu, was like Rimyako Alchemy Jutsu, but also not Rimyako Alchemy Jutsu. Under the control of Seito's strange jutsu, the ground gradually caved in with Seito standing as the center. At the same time, at the edge of the depression, which was more than 1 kilometer in diameter, the ground rose upward, forming an artificial volcanic crater with the center of the depression. However, this change was too obvious. Before the volcanic crater was half completed, Conan had already discovered the change in the landscape of Amage Cure. She separated a paper clone to continue to chase Seito's shadow clone, while she landed on the ground, releasing countless paper fragments to search for Seito's trace. Seito, who discovered Conan's action, frowned and decisively gave up the volcanic crater that was only half completed. He used Taoist 5 elements release jutsu to disappear from the ground and sneaked into the ground. Chapter 1049. Of course, Seito, who had dived underground, didn't stop there. Instead, he stopped about 10 meters away from the surface and reformed his body to start again. First, Seito used the Rubik's Cube world to collect the surrounding soil. While using alchemy to reinforce the surface above his head, he also created a flat space 10 meters underground that was slightly smaller than the half-finished volcanic crater that he had created above. Then, after the space was opened, he leaned over and pressed his hands on the ground again. He used his mental power to connect with the ley line energy under his feet and guided the ley line energy to move according to his will. Under Seito's guidance, a huge red lotus array that just happened to fill the entire underground space appeared on the ground. But Seito still didn't stop there. He continued to mobilize the surrounding ground energy to fill the already drawn array, increasing the energy accumulation in the array. After all, if the energy was too little, let alone achieving the desired effect of Seito's plan, the red lotus flames produced might not even be able to fill the underground space. In this way, more than 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, while Conan's paper doppelganger was entangled with the shadow doppelganger above, and Conan's main body was searching everywhere. At this time, the red lotus array drawn by ley line energy on the ground of the underground space had already reached a saturated stage. It was suffused with a reddish-yellow light. It looked like it would erupt with destructive power as long as it was ignited. If you want to play, let's play big. With a sneer, Seito flipped his hand and took out the sage stone that he had refined in the dark holy scripture world using Reika Katami's bisexual body and demonic will. He used his teleportation ability to send it to the center of the array. Then, Seito didn't dare to hesitate for a second and quickly flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. In an instant, the entire array burst out with an extremely dazzling red light. The berserk ley line energy was instantly attracted by the aura of the sage stone and completely exploded. Boom! In the next second, with a loud bang, a large amount of high-temperature flames instantly filled the entire underground space, quickly melting the surrounding soil into reddish-yellow magma. Then, under the impact of the ley line's energy, it broke through the soil barrier of less than 10 meters, forming a volcanic eruption. It erupted from the ground like a pillar of fire, covering most of the Rain Village. Under the cover of this attack range, Conan's body, Paper Doppelganger, and Idosei's Shadow Doppelganger were all wrapped in flames that rose into the sky. Wow! Outside the area covered by the pillar of fire, pieces of paper quickly gathered from other places to form a paper sky. Missing an arm, Conan's figure appeared in the forest of the tree world. Her clothes were tattered, and her hair was disheveled. She held onto a tree trunk with her remaining arm and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Conan, whose face was filled with resentment and sadness, turned her head with difficulty and looked in the direction of the pillar of fire that was gradually falling. Then, she resolutely retracted her gaze and dragged her embarrassed body that seemed like it was going to fall at any time and staggered out of the forest step by step. And because of her chakra consumption, she couldn't even use her own chakra. She couldn't even do something as simple as using paper to seal her wounds to stop the bleeding. Fortunately, the wounds on her body were mostly charred by the fire pillars, so she didn't have to worry too much about the problem of blood loss. After more than a minute, as the ley line's energy calmed down, the pillar of fire that rose into the sky fell back into the pit created by Sei Ito and completely disappeared. Only the pillar of fire was left. The Rain Village was still burning, and the scorched earth on the ground exuded blazing heat. Needless to say, under the attack of this pillar of fire, the Rain Village, which was basically eliminated by the tree world, was completely destroyed and disappeared from the ninja world. After about 2 or 3 minutes, with a splash sound, heavy rain fell from the sky above Amage Cure. Then, after another 1 or 2 minutes, Sei Ito's figure appeared on the ground again. What an exaggerated battle. At this moment, with a sudden distortion of space, a figure wearing a black robe with red clouds and a wooden vortex-shaped mask on his face, only revealing a scarlet Sharingan, suddenly appeared not far away from Idosei and said in a joking tone, "What? Want to take advantage of me?" Sei Ito glanced at the guy who used Hoodlum's name, pretending to be Uchiha Madara, but was actually Uchiha Obito. According to normal logic, first he used a large-scale tree world, then he fought with Pain Rakudo, and finally, he fought with Conan for such a long time and created a powerful ninjutsu that can destroy a village. Unless Ito Chung is a tailed beast, he shouldn't have much chakra left at this time. But it's a pity. Obito didn't know that Idosei's energy is still not exhausted, and even if it is, he can use the power of the world to quickly recover, so he can't take advantage of this situation. If you're willing to hand over the Rinnegan, it's not impossible for me to let you go, Obito said with a smile. I'm sorry, but that's my loot. I'm not interested in giving it to a stranger, Sei Ito replied calmly. It seems that I have to do it myself, Obito said. As soon as his words fell, Sei Ito immediately felt the distortion of space covering his body. Sei Ito knew that Obito was going to catch him and put him in his own space, so he directly opened the space node he occupied and put himself in between space and space, disconnecting himself from the surface of Naruto's world, making Obito's attack ineffective. Seeing Idosei's space ninjutsu, which was obviously similar to his ethereal form, Obito's eyes moved. It's not that easy to take advantage of me. In the next moment, Sei Ito, who got out of the space, sneered and used instant transmission to appear on top of Obito's head. Imitating Ghana Red Leaf, he used instant transmission to gather the surrounding space nodes to create a space reinforcement effect. Then he slapped Obito's body. Obito, who was still instinctively using the incorporeal form, immediately felt a heavy weight on his body, and his body flew backward at high speed. Then halfway back, Obito's body suddenly twisted, and he was about to hide in his own space. Seeing this, Ito-sei quickly turned his hand and took out a piece of iron with the flying thunder god jutsu. He used instant transmission to send it to Obito's physical body at this time, and entered Obito's different space with him. Then he threw the same piece of iron on the ground, launched the flying thunder god jutsu, and followed Uchiha Obito, who had not yet completely closed the space passage, into his different space. At the moment when Obito's body stabilized, Seito's figure appeared beside Obito and stabbed him in the chest. While squeezing Obito's heart, Seito released lightning energy to paralyze his nerves. Obito's pupils shrank as he couldn't believe that he was hit by such a fatal attack. While using his life-saving ninjutsu, Itoki's body returned to its original state and kicked Itoki's body in front of him. At this time, the scarlet color in Obito's eyes quickly disappeared, and even his eyelids were forcibly closed. However, in the next moment, Ito-sei, who used the special space sense of instant transmission to quickly adapt to Obito's different space, once again used instant transmission to appear behind Obito. With the same hand knife, he stabbed Obito in the chest, and then with the help of the accompanying kick, Ito-sei pulled Obito's heart out of his chest at the same time. How? Obito, who was lying on the ground and struggling to get up, murmured in disbelief, "Why, Rin?" Then Obito, who gave up struggling, raised his hand and said as if he saw something, "Rin, well, it seems that this is not the end." Seito, who threw Obito's heart aside, looked at the space that was beginning to distort and collapse because Obito was about to die, and whispered to himself. Then, without hesitation, he quickly rushed in front of Obito, who was in a trance and was about to take his last breath, and put him into the cube world. Then he summoned the divine sword, celestial clouds, injected the force of space into the sword, and waved the celestial clouds in front of him. In an instant, a dark space crack appeared silently in front of Ito-sei's eyes. At the same time, the looming connection with the flying thunder god that was left in the outside world became clear in an instant. Seito used the flying thunder god jutsu and disappeared from the space that was rapidly shrinking and collapsing, and returned to the Amage cure that had turned into a scorched land. As long as I find Black Zetsu, then kill Konan. Then I can deal with the last two Bijou, Seito thought to himself. After thinking about it, Seito didn't stay in the same place for long, and quickly moved away, and then flashed into the cube world in an open space not far from the Amage cure. He appeared next to Nagato, who was placed with Yahiko's body, and Obito, who was completely dead. Using the Yamanaka clan's secret jutsu, he searched the memories of the two one by one, and recorded some of the powerful ninjutsu that only they knew, and sent it to the library. An hour later, Ito-sei ended the exploration of the memories in the two people's minds. Chapter 1050. Seito finished searching the memories of Obito and Uzumaki Nagato. First, he found a piece of cloth and used alchemy to make it look like the organization's costume. Then he found a pair of contact lenses and covered his right eye to disguise it as a Sharingan. Finally, he made a mask that looked exactly like Obito's. After that, he returned to Naruto's world and used the method he found in Obito's mind to contact Zetsu. Then, Seito changed his technique again, and according to the method he found in Uzumaki Nagato's mind, he locked onto the ring worn by Konan. Over there, Seito turned his head to the southeast and whispered to himself. Then, Seito released his hand seals and rushed in the direction of Konan's location. Using instant transmission, Seito arrived at Konan's hiding place in less than a minute. In an instant, a dilapidated wooden house with moss on the outside appeared in Seito's sight. This house. It seems to be the house where Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko lived together when they were young. Looking at the image of the house in front of him, Seito couldn't help but recall the memory fragments in Nagato's mind. Ito-sei, who extinguished this useless thought, immediately launched instant transmission to invade the wooden house. At this time, in the wooden house, the pale-faced Konan was lying flat on the only bed in the wooden house. Her brows were wrinkled, and her eyes were closed in pain. She was trying to rest and recover. He didn't know if it was because of the injury or some other reason, but as soon as Sei Ito appeared in the house, Conan opened her eyes and looked sharply at Sei Ito. "It's you." Conan sat up and said with a blank expression, "What are you doing here?" Obviously, because of the injury, Conan didn't notice that this Uchiha Bito wasn't the original Uchiha Bito. But whether he was Uchiha Bito or not, it didn't change the fact that this guy was an enemy in her mind, and she needed to be on guard. Sei Ito obviously felt Conan's vigilant posture, but he didn't bother to answer. He directly moved to Conan's front. He grabbed Conan's arm with one hand and used his other hand as a knife and pierced Conan's throat. Puff! With a muffled sound, blood instantly gushed out of Conan's throat. Sei Ito didn't want to fight after this fatal blow. He used instant transmission and retreated from Conan. He stood in front of the wall on the side of the wooden house. Conan's face was filled with pain, with unwillingness, sadness, and relief, covered her throat with blood with one hand, and fell heavily on the beds of her throat. And gradually Conan, and gradually died. After more than a minute, when Conan was completely dead, Sei Ito slowly walked back to Conan's side and put her body in the cube world, burying her with Uzumaki Nagato and Yahiko. Then Sei Ito walked out of the wooden house and waved his hand to summon a fireball and threw it on the wooden house. Whoosh! The wood of the wooden house was a bit bad, so when it came in contact with the fireball, it immediately burned, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely wrapped in red and yellow flames. After doing all this, Sei Ito's figure flashed, and he disappeared from the place, rushing to the place where he agreed to meet with Sei. Sei Ito and Zetsu agreed to meet at the outside of the white Zetsu manufacturing base, which he learned from Obito's mind. It wasn't very far from the Rain Village. Sei Ito, who used instant transmission, arrived at the agreed place in a short time. The moment Sei Ito appeared, a huge Nepenthes grew from the ground as if they were given a time acceleration effect, and Zetsu's distinctive black and white face appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. "Didn't you ask me to track Conan's whereabouts? Why did you suddenly call me back here?" Half of Zetsu's body was exposed above the ground, and the other half was still under the ground like a plant. "My plan has been affected, and I need to make changes." Sei Ito slowly released his spiritual force, wrapping the black and white bodies, and created Jinjutsu to control them while imitating Obito's tone. "Didn't you get rid of that guy?" Black Zetsu asked. "Yes, that guy's attainment in space-time ninjutsu is very high, and he escaped from my hands," Sei Ito replied. "In other words, the Rinnegan was taken away?" Black Zetsu said with dissatisfaction. "Then what should we do?" White Zetsu asked. "So I decided to change my strategy." Just as Black and White Zetsu's attention was attracted by Sei Ito's words, Sei Ito activated his spiritual force and invaded their minds, causing their consciousness to fall into a temporary blank state, and then opened the Rubik's Cube world to send them in, and imprison them in the void with the power of the Rubik's Cube. Finally, it's done. Sei Ito, who closed the Rubik's Cube world, breathed a sigh of relief. For Sei Ito, White Zetsu was the most difficult to catch in the entire Akatsuki. There's no other way. White Zetsu is a strange life form made by combining Hashirama cells with Outer Tao's force. It can naturally fuse with plants, and it usually hides under the ground like a plant. In the Akatsuki, except for Uchiha Bito, almost no one is in contact with him, or even when he is in contact with them, he uses a fake body similar to a clone. It's too difficult to catch him from the front, so he can only use a trick to lure him out. Fortunately, Sei Ito's disguise was thorough enough, and the place he chose was the white Zetsu manufacturing base that only Zetsu and Uchiha Bito knew about, so he was able to deceive White Zetsu and successfully catch him. Sei Ito slightly converged his mind, turned around, and entered the white Zetsu manufacturing base along the path. In an instant, a large number of white Zetsu were standing together like soldiers and horses, and a large number of them were standing together in a messy manner. Seito saw a large number of white zetsu. In the center of the white zetsu, there was a tall tree that connected the ground and the ceiling of the cave, and a wooden white zetsu's body was protruding from it. Looking at the large number of white zetsu in the cave, Seito immediately made a hand seal in front of him and sent a fire release, Tokiku, to the white zetsu army below. In an instant, several huge high-temperature fireballs suddenly appeared in front of Seito, and under his command, they fell on the white zetsu army below, forming a sea of fire and burning fiercely. The white zetsu army, who didn't understand why Uchiha Obito attacked them, screamed in pain and was burned to ashes by the high-temperature flames. A few minutes later, all the white zetsu in the cave were cleaned up, and Seito, who obtained a large amount of world force, turned around and walked out of the cave, and then launched Earth Release Ninjutsu to destroy the secret cave in front of him and completely fill the white zetsu manufacturing base. At this point, Seito, who no longer needed Uchiha Obito's disguise, raised his hand and took off the mask on his face and destroyed the Sharingan-shaped contact lens in his right eye. He then took out the Rinnegan-shaped contact lens and put it in both eyes, and used transformation jutsu to change into Yahiko's appearance in Rakudo's gift of the Six Paths. He used Genjutsu to contact Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Deidara, and Sasori, the four existing members of the organization, and ordered them to capture the Bijou in the name of Zero. Among them, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame were responsible for capturing the Ichibi Shikaku in the Sand Village, while Deidara and Sasori used the Akatsuki's intelligence network to explore the whereabouts of Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya, and waited for the next step. After issuing the order, Seito immediately recalled the information obtained from Uzumaki Nagato and set off for the secret stronghold of the organization where the huge Nine-Dragon Seal statue was located. He arranged it according to the original appearance, and then waited for Uchiha Itachi and Kisame to come here with the Ichibi Shikaku. Among them, Konin, Haiden, Kazu, Hoodlum, and Zetsu were represented by Seito's Kage and Kaze body. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, who received the order, immediately set off for the Sand Village in the Land of Wind, and arrived at the gate of the Sand Village smoothly a few days later. With Uchiha Itachi, a Genjutsu master with Manjikyu Sharingan, the guards at the gate of the Sand Village were naturally not worth mentioning. As if they didn't notice the existence of the two, they swaggered into the Sand Village, crossed the street to find the Kazekage Gaara, and started to capture him. Under the joint action of Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, in just a few rounds, Gaara was completely defeated by Kisame's water release ninjutsu. He was carried on Kisame's shoulder like a cargo, and Uchiha Itachi, who used Genjutsu to knock down several sand ninjas, quickly left the Sand Village and rushed to the secret stronghold where Seito was located. The Land of Wind was not far from the organization's secret stronghold, so in less than 2 days, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame arrived at the secret stronghold and threw Gaara on the center of the huge stone statue formed by Genryukyuden. Seito, who was disguised as Zero, did not hesitate to join Kisame, Uchiha Itachi, Deidara, Sasori, and his shadow clone to launch the Genryukyuden Jutsu and began to extract the Ichibi Shikaku from Gaara's body. As shown in the original work, the Sand Village, which found that the Kazekage was robbed, immediately sent a request for support to Konoha, an ally. After asking about the specific situation, Steel Hand found that things gradually began to resemble the information Seito had told her before, and she immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. She immediately led Kakashi, Asuma, and Mackay, the 3 Jonin, to lead the new medical ninja, the Inoshikacho squad, and Mackay's squad to support. Chapter 1051. P.S. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. Finally, it's the last step. On the huge nine-eyed half-body statue with a height of more than 50 or 60 meters, and the whole body is made of wood and stone materials, Ito-sei, disguised as Uzumaki Nagato, stood on the end of the handcuffed hands of the statue. He looked at the blue light belt that appeared when the huge chakra was constantly sucked out of Gaara's body and swallowed into the body of the Colossus, and said faintly, "This is the third day after Gaara was captured by Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. In these 3 days, the rescue team formed by Sand Ninja and Konoha Ninja was the same as the original. They were intercepted by the personnel sent out by Ito, but the order was changed. First, Sasori and Deidara used the elephant release jutsu to delay the time. Because Sasori and Deidara were not responsible for capturing Gaara as in the original, Chiyo, who should have appeared, did not follow the rescue team. In addition, the time was not more than 2 years after the beginning of the plot. In addition, Sakura learned medical ninjutsu and did not learn Monster Fist and medical ninja's fighting style. So the combination of Deidara and Sasori delayed the rescue team for a long time. However, because Steel Squall learned from Sei Ito about the danger of the Akatsuki organization in advance, the rescue team did not divide into 2 batches as in the original, but directly joined the teams sent by Sand Ninja Village to attack together. Therefore, even without the help of Sakura's Monster Fist and Chiyo's puppet dolls, but with Shikamaru's clever mind and Mike's Steel Whirlwind, they made up for the lack of combat conditions and finally defeated Sasori's clone smoothly. As for Deidara himself, he was still like the original. Under the power of Mangekyo Sharingan awakened by Tsukuyami, his hands were broken, and then he was defeated by the joint efforts of Tien, Niji, Ino, Akimichi, and Choji. At this time, the rescue team of Konoha and Sand Ninja was fighting with the clones made by the 5 Seals barrier. "Let's begin," Seito said. After that, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Sasori, and Deidara, who really belonged to the Akatsuki organization, didn't talk nonsense. They stimulated their chakra and began to extract the last bit of Bijuu's chakra from Gaara's body. That was it. After more than 20 minutes of continuous drawing, the remaining chakra in Gaara's body also completely separated from him, following the tail of the blue light that flew into the mouth of the Colossus. Plop! Without the chakra coat, I love Luo's body, which is about to completely lose the last bit of life, fell heavily to the ground like a broken bag, stirring up a small piece of dust. "Let's disperse." Sei Ito, who was dispersing his hand seals, said faintly. Hearing Sei Ito's order, the members of Akatsuki didn't hesitate. All of them canceled their avatars one after another. It disappeared from the top of the 10 fingers of the Colossus. "Skunk, Kisame, you two take the body out, and by the way, get rid of those Konoha ninjas." Sei Ito, who turned and made a leaving gesture, ordered Itachi and Kisame, who were walking out of the secret stronghold. "Got it," said Kismet Ghost Shark carelessly. Just as Kisame was about to pick up Gaara's body that had completely lost its breath of life, Gaara's body suddenly disappeared from his sight, making Kisame's action fall into the air. "Ah!" The Kismet Ghost Shark let out a low moan. "Space-time ninjutsu," Itachi said with a blank face. "Don't worry about it. Go and get rid of the enemy outside," Sei Ito said again, looking deeply at the place where Gaara's body disappeared. Itachi and Kisame had no meaning to this. They turned and walked out of the secret stronghold, heading towards the direction of the joint team of Konoha and Sand Ninja. It's really troublesome for one person to play 2 roles. Shortly after Itachi and Kisame left, Sei Ito sighed abruptly in a low voice. On the ground at his feet, Gaara's body was left there. Then he squatted down, reached out, and pressed on Gaara's chest, mobilized the energy in his body to transform into life energy, and injected it into Gaara's body that had just died, learning the original method of Chiyo to save Gaara. Sei Ito, who has Mokutan, telekinesis, the power of the god of life, the water, and with dual spiritual energy in the magic cube world, the power of the world, and many other means at his disposal, naturally doesn't need to use the means of sharing his own life energy to treat Gaara. What's more, Even without these means, Seito can also use the 7 stars of soul summoning, Inyang Jutsu's reverse soul summoning, Ninjutsu's Edo Tensei, Inyang Jutsu's soul extraction, soul possession, and other methods to save Gaara. In other words, as long as he falls into Seito's hands, even if Gaara wants to die, it won't be easy. In this way, it can be considered as an explanation to Temari. Seito, who was treating Gaara, whispered to himself. This time, he saved Gaara for his own reasons, but he also took into account Temari's feelings. What's more, the day after Gaara was intercepted, Temari contacted Seito through the little black ball that she had previously left with her, asking him to save Gaara. So, whether it's for public or private reasons, Seito will save Gaara afterwards. Not to mention that this is a piece of cake for Seito, who has the ability to teleport and can steal people directly under the eyes of others. So naturally, he won't let Temari down. After about half an hour, Gaara's erratic life, aura, finally stabilized completely. Seeing this, Seito stopped injecting life energy into Gaara's body and pointed at Gaara's sleeping acupoint to keep him in a coma. After that, he took out the little black ball and sent the message, "He has been saved, he is still alive," to Temari. Then Seito put away the little black ball again, reached out and grabbed Gaara's collar, and lifted him from the ground. He stood up and turned to face the huge Mirage Dragon Cube Colossus behind him and opened the magic cube world to devour it. A little more than 10 seconds passed. The huge Mirage Dragon Cube Colossus disappeared from the secret stronghold, leaving only an empty cave space. "There's only one left," Seito said in his heart. Immediately, he launched the transformation jutsu and turned into a sand ninja Umbu, then used teleportation to escape from the empty cave and rushed towards Temari's location. In less than a minute, Seito arrived near Temari's location. At this time, Temari was cooperating with Asuma and Tion, Niji, and Lee of the Mackay team to attack Kisame. Kakashi and Mackay were fighting with Uchiha Itachi, who had Sharingan. As for Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji of the Ino Shikacho team, and Haruno Sakura of the medical ninja team, they were standing aside, watching the battle quietly. Seeing this, Seito's mind immediately moved, and then he sent the unconscious Gaara into the magic cube world. He focused his attention on the battle between Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi, and Mackay. He didn't know if it was because he used Kimyui on Deidara before. At this time, Kakashi was in a bad mood, and he looked like he was about to die from excessive indulgence. On the other hand, although Might Guy's appearance wasn't any better, he was still fighting with Itachi with full spirit. He took most of the pressure, not to put Kakashi in danger. Now, just as Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi and Mackay crossed each other again, Seito, who had been observing from the side, immediately launched teleportation and appeared behind Uchiha Itachi, who was still in midair, and pierced Uchiha Itachi's body with his palm covered with lightning. Puff! The next second, Itachi's body, which was penetrated by the thunder palm, suddenly burst into a ball. At the same time, a wooden stake appeared in front of Ito's sei, and under the penetration of the thunder palm, it burst into several pieces and splashed everywhere. "Kisame, let's withdraw." Uchiha Itachi, who appeared directly in the distance, said loudly while staring at Seito, who suddenly appeared in the sand ninja costume. "Got it," Kisame responded. After that, he waved his hand a few times, forcing Asuma, Tion, Niji, Lee, and Temari to retreat, and launched the body flicker jutsu to appear next to Uchiha Itachi. Although Seito, who suddenly appeared, gave Uchiha Itachi a blow, and was dressed as an Umbu, Kakashi and Mackay were still wary of him, and quietly put on a defensive mode. Seito ignored the two's defense, and directly used his palm covered with lightning to the ground, and a large number of black iron sand swarmed out of the soil under his feet in an instant, and Seito held it in his palm. Iron Sand Ninjutsu. Seeing Seito suddenly show this skill, Kakashi, Asuma, and Temari were shocked at the same time. Seito, who held the iron sand in his hand, immediately rushed out of the straight ground between him and Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Kisame, and a dark iron sand whip whipped towards Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Kisame. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Kisame did not resist, and both launched the body flicker jutsu to leave from the place, and disappeared in the blink of an eye from the eyes of Sei Ito and Konoha's joint rescue team. Kacha! The iron sand whip, which missed the attack, slammed on the side of the rock wall, leaving a long and narrow mark about 20 or 30 li deep and 2 or 3 meters long on the surface of the rock wall. Kazekage-sama has been rescued. Sei Ito, who gathered the iron sand in front of him, turned around and spoke first without looking at Temari. Temari was stunned before hearing the words of the strange sand ninja Umbu, and then immediately understood that the sand ninja Umbu was Sei Ito's disguise, and her face flashed with excitement and said, "Where is Gaara?" Before, because of the sneak attack on the enemy, I temporarily hid Kazekage-sama in a safe position. Please wait a moment. I will go and pick up Kazekage-sama. Sei Ito replied, and then launched the body flicker jutsu to leave the place and return to a secret place. Only then did he summon Gaara to his side and appear in front of everyone again. It's not that Sei Ito wants to waste the second time. The main reason is that space-time ninjutsu is too rare. If he uses it in front of Kakashi and Asuma, they will inevitably report it to Steel Hand when they return to Konoha. At that time, Steel Hand will know that the Umbu who used the Iron Sand ninjutsu that only Sandaime Kazekage can use is Sei Ito's disguise. So in order to reduce unnecessary trouble, Sei Ito had to do again. Gaara, seeing Gaara being put on the ground by Sei Ito, Temari immediately rushed to him and shouted anxiously, "Kazekage-sama is fine. He just fainted," Sei Ito reminded her from the side. "In that case, let's go back quickly. After all, this is not a place to stay for a long time." Asuma on the side lit a cigarette and took a puff. Okay. Temari also understood that this was not the place to talk and nodded in agreement. Just as Temari was about to carry Gaara on her back, Kakashi on the side finally couldn't bear the emptiness in his body and fainted. "Kakashi-sensei," Sakura shouted. I can't do it anymore." Immediately afterward, after muttering twice, Mike Kai also fell to the ground with dark circles under his eyes. However, compared to Kakashi, who no one paid any attention to, Michael Kai was much better off. Xiao Li, who was very similar to him in terms of clothing, appearance, and even actions, immediately rushed to Michael Kai's side and acted out a melodramatic drama of a master and apprentice. Seeing this, Asuma looked at the situation on his side and decided to carry Kakashi on his back and Leon McKay. They left this place and rushed to the Sand Village. "I'll take my leave first." Just as everyone was about to leave, Sei Ito said. Knowing that Sei Ito couldn't show up, Temari didn't say anything and nodded in agreement. Konoha's people didn't speak and watched Sei Ito disappear from their eyes using body flicker jutsu. After Sei Ito left, there was nothing else to do in the team, and the group rushed back to Sand Village at a gentle speed. However, halfway through, they met the Sand Ninja who came to rescue Kazekage Gaara. After a brief description, they reunited and set off on the journey back to the village. Thank you. More than a day later, Sei Ito once again received a message from Temari through the small black ball. Looking at the fluorescent green font displayed on the small black ball, Sei Ito smiled slightly and replied, "It's my pleasure." After that, he put away the small black ball again and continued to move toward the location of Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya that he had obtained from Sasori. But before he left, he issued an order to Sasori and Deidara to capture Kyubi. "I hope everything goes well." On the way, Sei Ito couldn't help but think. Chapter 1052. This was a small canyon in the middle of a forest. There were hills, waterfalls, clear streams, green trees, and an open area that wasn't too big, but was just big enough for the two of them to use. High-quality update is here come out. At this moment, one of the two people in the field was wearing gray pants and a gray short jacket. His waist was tied tightly with a black cloth belt, and his jacket was a red vest. He had long white hair, and on his forehead was an iron forehead protector with the word oil written on it. His cheeks were flushed, and he was leaning on a piece of broken wood with drunken eyes. He was lazily looking at the fire with a small wine gourd in his hand. "What? Come out, lascivious sage." On the other side of the bonfire, a 13 or 14-year-old boy with short blonde hair looked at the lecherous immortal in confusion. He was wearing orange pants and a white short-sleeve hoodie with a spiral pattern on the chest and back. He had a round face, blue eyes, and 3 slender strands of cat-like whiskers on both sides of his cheeks. These 2 people were lascivious sage, Jiraiya, and Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, who left Konoha to travel and train. As Uzumaki Naruto's voice fell, a tall and a short figure gradually walked out of the forest and stood on the edge of the open space. These 2 were ordered by Sei Ito, disguised as Uzumaki Nagato, to capture Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, Sasori, and Deidara. "That old man is Jiraiya," one of the Sannin. Deidara looked at Jiraiya with some disdain. "Ah, it's the guy from the same organization as Itachi." Seeing the sudden appearance of Sasori and Deidara, and the style of clothes they wore, Naruto jumped up from the ground. Uzumaki Naruto immediately jumped up from the ground with excitement. He clenched his fist on his waist and pointed at Sasori and Deidara with the other hand. "Is it a different person this time?" "High-quality update." Jiraiya, who sat up slightly, said, "Our purpose is to capture Kyuubi. Leave on your own." Sasori looked at Jiraiya and said coldly, "And if I don't?" Jiraiya put the wine gourd on his knee with one hand and put the other hand on his thigh. He leaned forward slightly and asked with a serious expression, "Then I'll let you, old man, experience the art of my explosion," Deidara said. "Kids nowadays don't know how to respect their elders and love their friends." Jiraiya sighed and shook his head. As soon as his voice fell, the momentum on Jiraiya's body suddenly changed. He threw the wine gourd in his hand to Sasori and Deidara. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands. He opened his mouth and spat out a violent reddish-yellow flame. Boom! The flame from Jiraiya's mouth hit the wine gourd he threw in advance in the blink of an eye. Under the blazing heat, the fragile wine gourd immediately exploded, spraying the wine inside. Wine was a fuel for combustion. What's more, the flame that ignited it was a powerful flame released by ninjutsu. Therefore, the spilled wine instantly became the path for the flames to spread. The flames spread over a wide range towards Sasori and Deidara. Sasori and Deidara moved and instantly jumped away from the flames and rushed toward Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto from left and right. Halfway there, Sasori tore off his black robe with red clouds, exposing his puppet body, activated the mechanism, and launched an attack on Jiraiya. On the other side, Deidara clasped his hands in front of him, and a lump of clay immediately turned into a bird and flew out of his palm, flying toward Jiraiya's body. Looking at the dense hidden weapons Senbonzai shot from Sasori, Jiraiya quickly used body flicker jutsu to escape from the place and appeared in front of Deidara, who was rushing toward Uzumaki Naruto. He waved his hand and pressed the blue chakra ball, Rasengan, that suddenly appeared in his hand toward Deidara's abdomen. High-quality update with this blow. Deidara's body immediately spun and flew backward. But halfway through, Deidara's body turned into a clay puppet and fell to the ground. Naruto, retreat to the side. Jiraiya, who sent Deidara's clay puppet flying, said sternly to Uzumaki Naruto, who was in a daze behind him. Oh. Uzumaki Naruto nodded subconsciously, then turned and ran away. Where do you think you're going? On the side, Sasori, who completed his first attack, shouted. The seemingly huge puppet body rushed toward Uzumaki Naruto and stretched out his mechanical arm to grab Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing this, Jiraiya didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately used body flicker jutsu to rush in front of Sasori and raise his hand to block Sasori's mechanical arm. But since it's called a mechanical arm, it's naturally not that simple. The moment Jiraiya raised his hand, a row of sharp serrated blades appeared on both sides of the mechanical arm, stabbing toward Jiraiya's arm. Boom! At the moment when Jiraiya's arm was about to touch Hiryu's mechanical hand, Sasori's body was thrown into the sky, and at the same time, as if a key part of his body had fallen, it directly exploded in midair and fell to the ground like rain. In the rain of parts, another Jiraiya appeared under Haruto's body from the hole in the ground. The Rasengan in his hand flashed and hit Hiruto's hard shell, scattering it. At this time, the other Jiraiya didn't hesitate. He immediately reached out and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's body and ran toward the forest. Boom, 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 boom. But before Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto could run 2 steps, a series of small explosions came from the two of them one after another. Jiraiya, who couldn't stand the continuous explosion attack, instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Uzumaki Naruto fell heavily to the ground with his legs bleeding. It turned out that when Deidara was hit by Jiraiya's shadow clone with Rasengan, Deidara's real body had already hidden under the ground with Earth Release, Earth Dragon Concealment Jutsu, and secretly observed the situation above. The moment he found Uzumaki Naruto, he made a hand seal to create a small C1 spider, a small clay bomb with moderate explosive power, and sent it to Uzumaki Naruto's feet. It got into his pants along his shoes, ready to be used at the right time. Sure enough, Jiraiya soon got together with Uzumaki Naruto. Taking this opportunity, after letting the small spider climb along Uzumaki Naruto's body, Deidara, who was still hiding underground, immediately detonated the small spider bomb, destroying Jiraiya's shadow clone. Ha ha! Art is really explosive. The next moment, in a triumphant laughter, Deidara's figure suddenly appeared beside Uzumaki Naruto, who fell to the ground and looked at everything with pain, leaned over and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto. Rasengan! But before Deidara's action was finished, with a roar, Uzumaki Naruto on the ground suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared from Deidara's eyes. At the same time, another Uzumaki Naruto holding a Rasengan jumped out of the pit on the ground and hit Deidara's abdomen, sending him flying. This time, because he was careless and didn't rush to make a substitute, Deidara really took Uzumaki Naruto's Rasengan. On the other side, Sasori, who was hit out of his body, moved his arm, and a scroll immediately appeared in his palm, which was opened by Sasori at the fastest speed. In an instant, with a sudden burst of smoke, a new puppet in the shape of a black-haired young man appeared beside Sasori and fell to the ground with Sasori. That's Sandaime Kazekage? Jiraiya, who fell back to the ground, frowned and said, "In your appearance, Sasori of the Red Sand? I didn't expect that the genius puppet master of Sand Village would now join the Akatsuki. I didn't expect that, as a Sannin, you would still remember my appearance. It's really an honor." The teenage Sasori said expressionlessly, and then his fingers moved slightly, spreading the right arm of the Sandaime Kazekage puppet, and said, "Yes, in order to get this collection, I spent a lot of effort to succeed." At the same time, Deidara, who was hit out, finally fell to the ground heavily. After rolling quickly to remove a certain external force, he half knelt on the ground. "It hurts." Deidara's right hand gently stroked his abdomen that was destroyed by the Rasengan and was full of scars. "Wow." As soon as he finished speaking, Deidara suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it." Deidara, who raised his hand to touch the blood, glared at Uzumaki Naruto, who was also looking at him with murderous intent. He urged Chakra to spit out large clumps of clay from his mouth and made a huge clay dragon. He jumped on the dragon's back and flew into the sky with the dragon. "Uncle Sasori, don't die," Deidara, who was flying in the air, said to Sasori, who was confronting Jiraiya below. As Deidara's partner, Sasori, who understood what he was going to do, immediately stopped talking nonsense and controlled the Sandaime Kazekage's puppet to spit out a large amount of black iron sand to wrap around him, forming a spherical passport to protect himself. Seeing this, although he didn't understand Deidara's attack, Jiraiya didn't dare to neglect and immediately started running towards Uzumaki Naruto. But as soon as he moved, Sasori, who was wrapped in iron sand to protect himself, once again controlled the Sandame Kazakage's puppet to release several iron sand attacks, stopping Jiraiya. At this time, Deidara, who was in the sky, didn't care about what Sasori would do. He directly urged Chakra to let the dragon under him open its mouth and spit out a large number of small spider bombs with induction attributes, flying towards Jiraiya, who was entangled by Sasori's iron sand on the ground, and Uzumaki Naruto, who didn't know what was going on. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a large number of explosions echoed in the canyon, creating a large cloud of smoke, completely enveloping the entire canyon. Chapter 1053. After the smoke dissipated, in the canyon plain on the ground and the surrounding environment, a huge object like an animal's intestine appeared where Sasori, Jiraiya, and Uzumaki Naruto were, slowly wriggling. This was the intestine of Mount Miyaboku's rock doll that Jiraiya summoned with summoning jutsu, Toad's mouth bondage jutsu. It was used to resist Vidara's C2 explosion, and it was used to imprison Sasori here alone so that he could defeat or capture the two Akatsuki members one by one. At the same time, it was also used to protect Uzumaki Naruto from being captured by the Akatsuki while he was concentrating on the battle. Now, there is no one else to disturb us. Jiraiya looked at Sasori, who scattered the iron sand and looked around. Sasori didn't answer and directly controlled Sandame Kazakage's puppet to direct the iron sand to form a dark sword and slash the inner wall of the intestine. Puff! Under the attack of the third wind shadow puppet's iron sand sword, which could cut mountains and split rocks, only a deep wound appeared on the inner wall of the intestine. It did not directly cut through the inner wall to the outside, as Sasori had expected. On the way back, the soft flesh on the arm of the intestine slowly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. You don't have to waste your effort. You can't break the wall of the rock toad's intestine, Jiraiya said with confidence. Sasori still didn't answer, but directly controlled Sandame Kazakage's puppet to spit out a large amount of black iron sand from the left chest, controlling them to change into a huge barrier covering the entire intestine channel of the toad, guarding against Jiraiya's possible attack, and a cone with one end and the other end pierced the intestine wall that was cut out before and was still completely healed, making it like a brick rotating at high speed to drill out. At the same time, in the sky outside, although Deidara didn't understand what was on the ground, he knew that it must be related to Jiraiya, so he threw a flying bird bomb to the outer wall of the intestine on the ground. Boom! The next moment, a clear explosion sounded immediately, but the outer wall of the intestine attacked by the flying bird bomb didn't even have a scar except for a scorched mark. Seeing this, the unhappy Deidara once again made a more powerful bomb and threw it at the toad intestines on the ground. Boom! After the explosion, the result in Deidara's eyes was still the same as before. The angry Deidara directly created several of them of different sizes and shapes. The clay bombs were thrown at the intestines of the toads, each more powerful than the last. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of explosions reverberated in the sky one after another. Although there were some results this time, causing a certain degree of damage to the outer wall of the toad's intestines, it was completely different from the huge damage that Deidara had expected. Therefore, the stubborn Deidara immediately skipped the useless probing and directly summoned his most powerful single-element attack, C3, and threw it at the toad's intestines on the ground. Boom! Amidst a deafening boom, a massive explosion that was powerful enough to destroy a village erupted. The powerful flame damage and shockwave immediately blasted out a large sunken wound in the toad's intestines. The soil, rocks, and trees around the intestines were blown away, once again leaving behind a mess in the canyon plains. Although the attack achieved good results this time, Deidara still felt dissatisfied. But Deidara still felt dissatisfied in his heart. Just as he was thinking about whether to use other methods to make a new bomb to break the disgusting thing below, a tool completely made of black iron sand burst out of the huge wound created by Deidara's explosion and pierced through his intestines. Then Sasori, who was operating the Sandame Kazakage puppet, flew out of the broken intestines. Puff! Seeing the enemy coming out of the intestines, Jiraiya no longer spent chakra to maintain the existence of the toad's intestines. He released the summon and appeared alone in the messy canyon plains. As for Uzumaki Naruto, who was the target of Deadale and Sasori, before he released the summon, he sent Uzumaki Naruto to Mount Mayaboku with reverse summoning. Let's go. Looking at Jiraiya, who appeared alone, Sasori, who didn't intend to spend much effort except for the target, flew to Dedale's wyvern with wings made of iron sand and shouted, "I haven't played enough yet." Dedale muttered and operated the wyvern to turn around and fly away, and it didn't take long for them to completely disappear from Jiraiya's sight. Jiraiya didn't want to waste his strength, and he knew that it wouldn't be easy to take them down if they really fought. So, he didn't chase after them. After watching the two leave, he immediately left the forest where he couldn't stay. He rushed to the nearby town. Shortly after Jiraiya left, with a ripple in space, Seito's figure appeared on the scene. After sizing up his surroundings, his figure flashed again. He disappeared from the place. In the town closest to the forest, Jiraiya stayed alone in a hotel. After carefully sensing the surroundings and confirming that there was nothing wrong, Jiraiya opened his mouth and bit the thumb in front of his mouth, cut it horizontally on his upper right palm, and pressed his blood-stained palm on the ground, and launched the summon. Puff! With a soft sound, Uzumaki Naruto's figure suddenly appeared in the room. At this time, except for some dirt on his body, Uzumaki Naruto didn't look injured at all. Obviously, during his stay in Mount Mayaboku, Uzumaki Naruto received very good treatment. Huh, where's this place? Uzumaki Naruto asked while looking at the strange environment around him. Naturally, it's in the town. Jiraiya, who was too lazy to pay attention to Uzumaki Naruto, sat down on the bed and said, "What about those guys?" Uzumaki Naruto asked again. "I've already beaten them away." Jiraiya replied. "Oh," Uzumaki Naruto whispered, then turned and walked to the other bed in the room and sat down. He lowered his head and said in a low mood, "Lascivious sage, am I useless? I've been training with you for so long, but I still can't help you at all. You've done a good job today, especially that Rasengan, which caused a lot of damage to the enemy." Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said slowly, "And the enemy is not an ordinary person. Being able to hurt the enemy in that situation is enough to show that you're very good." Just when Uzumaki Naruto felt a little excited because of his words, Jiraiya's expression suddenly changed, and he said very frivolously, "But your performance is far worse than I expected. You still need to work harder." "Umph," Uzumaki Naruto said unhappily. Guru. At this moment, a low buzzing sound came from Uzumaki Naruto's abdomen. "Let's go down and eat something." Jiraiya got up and said. Uzumaki Naruto, who had been hungry for a long time, heard the words and cheered. He followed Jiraiya out of the room, left the hotel, and walked to the nearby tavern. Just when Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto were halfway to the tavern, Uzumaki Naruto's figure suddenly disappeared from Jiraiya's side. Seeing this strange situation, Jiraiya's face changed. He immediately stopped and stood in place to cast ninjutsu, barrier dome formation. In an instant, a spherical perception field with Jiraiya as the center spread rapidly around. It's just that Jiraiya's action was fast enough, but Seito, who took Uzumaki Naruto hostage, was even faster. In the next second, after using instant transmission to transfer the unsuspecting Uzumaki Naruto to his side, Seito immediately knocked Uzumaki Naruto out and launched instant transmission with him, disappearing from the place, quickly leaving the distance, giving Jiraiya no chance to explore the perception field. Then, after moving a certain distance, Seito took Uzumaki Naruto into the Rubik's Cube world, cutting off the last possibility of summoning with reverse summoning jutsu. Seito, who appeared in the desolate northern area of the Rubik's Cube continent, summoned Uchiha Yoshiko to his side. At this time, after a period of practice, Uchiha Yoshiko has been able to use the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai, Sharingan, to release various kinds of Jinjutsu. Now, she just needs to master one of the Sharingan's ultimate Jinjutsu, Tsukuyomi. As for the other eye, Uchiha Yoshiko also chose to develop the Black Flame, Amaterasu, after considering her own attributes and situation. Sama, Uchiha Yoshiko called with scarlet eyes. Have you mastered the method of controlling the bijou recorded in the secret scroll? Seito asked softly. I have mastered it, but I haven't practiced it. I don't know if I can succeed in one try, Uchiha Yoshiko replied. It doesn't matter if you can or not, as long as you can release the bijou, Seito smiled. That's fine, Uchiha Yoshiko nodded. In that case, let's release the kyubi. Seito looked down at the unconscious Uzumaki Naruto at his feet and said. Then, squatting beside Uzumaki Naruto, Seito opened his shirt, exposing his navel, and said, First, use the ability of the Sharingan to invade his sea of consciousness and try to control the kyubi. Okay. Uchiha Yoshiko nodded and leaned over to open Uzumaki Naruto's eyelids, letting his pupils meet hers. In the next moment, the environment around Uchiha Yoshiko changed, and she appeared in a damp and dark place, giving the feeling of an underground prison where important prisoners are imprisoned. She slowly walked forward. Soon, a huge, somewhat shabby iron cage with a large seal spell stuck on the outside appeared in front of her eyes. Chapter 1054. Is that the kyubi? What an evil chakra! Walking closer to the prison, Uchiha Yoshiko looked at the giant fox exuding an extremely evil aura and thought to herself. At this moment, the kyubi, who had been curled up on the ground, seemed to feel the presence of an outsider's spiritual sense. He opened his eyes and looked at Uchiha Yoshiko, who was standing outside the prison. I didn't expect to see these cursed eyes again after so many years. When he saw Yoshiko's eyes, the kyubi straightened his body and said sarcastically, What? Are you going to control this old man again? The kyubi released a violent, murderous aura towards Yoshiko and asked in a deep voice. In the past, Uchiha Yoshiko, who had never experienced such a big battle, might have been intimidated by Kyubi's murderous aura. But now, after the unknown journey to the Dark Continent in the Hunter's World, Yoshiko, who often fought with sea beasts and magical beasts, had already honed a good mentality and was completely unaffected by Kyubi's murderous aura. She just looked at him expressionlessly. Just as Uchiha Yoshiko was about to use her Sharingan to control the kyubi, Idosei's figure gradually came out of the dark corridor and came to Uchiha Yoshiko's side. Senpai, Yoshiko whispered. Who are you? The kyubi asked in a doubtful tone. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I can release you from here, Seito said while patting Yoshiko's shoulder and walking slowly towards the prison. I don't believe that you humans are so kind, especially when you have a descendant of that clan around you. The kyubi replied with a sneer. That's right. I will use some methods to control you in the future, but that's only after you get out of this prison. Although it still can't be considered true freedom, it's still better than being bound here for the rest of your life. Seito, who had already arrived in front of the prison, stretched out his hand and slowly placed the seal on the door. Oomph. Seeing Seito's action, Kyubi coldly snorted and didn't say anything. Crackle, crackle. Just as Seito's palm landed on the seal talisman, a strange sound rang out. A bolt of lightning surged out from the sealing talisman and traveled along Seito's palm to strike his body. Seito, who had long gotten used to being struck by lightning and had a strong resistance to magic, didn't stop moving. He pinched the sealing talisman with his fingers and was about to tear it off. I need an assistant. Just as Seito tore off half of the talisman, a gentle male voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Seito paused and turned to look in the direction of the voice. The next one was about 7 meters tall. A well-proportioned young man, wearing Konoha's standard ninja uniform with a white-haired Haori that only Hokage can wear, wearing a Konoha's shinobi headband, came into Idosei's sight. Namake's Minato, Seito said. Someone still remembers me. That's great. Minato heard this and smiled brightly. Then, he put on a serious expression and said, Please don't open that seal. Take that girl and leave this place. I'm sorry, but but your request goes against my purpose. Forgive me for not being able to agree to your request, Seito said softly. At the same time, he moved his arm again and forcefully removed the seal on the prison door. In that case, I have no choice but to expel you here. Minato's aura changed, and he raised his hands to seal. Seeing Namikaze's Minato's action, Uchiha Yoshiko instantly came to Seito's side, and the six-pointed star pattern in her eyes rotated at high speed to look at Minato. She used her new secret Jinjutsu to attack him. Even though he was on guard against Yoshiko's Sharingan, Minato was still pulled into the Tsukuyomi space by Yoshiko's not-so-skillful Jinjutsu. Minato, who was in the middle of the Jinjutsu, immediately stopped his hand seals and stood there sluggishly. Minato, in the next moment, accompanied by a somewhat heroic female voice, a woman wearing a blue sleeveless inner shirt and a khaki-colored dress with a long belt appeared. A woman with waist-length red hair suddenly appeared in the sealed space and punched Uchiha Yoshiko, sending her body flying. Then she quickly made several hand seals with both hands and shouted, "Hachiko seal, inner seal." Along with the voice of this newly appeared female, the 8 corners of the huge red prison that had just had the seal rune removed suddenly lit up with a majestic light. At the same time, seal runes appeared on the surface of the prison in the majestic light and arranged themselves in a specific pattern to form a seal array. Once again, the prison was locked up. You despicable woman. Kyubi, who thought that he could sneak out during the battle between the two sides, immediately shouted fiercely, "Shut up, you damn fox!" The red-haired woman retorted loudly, "Well, I'm sorry, Kushina." Minato, who came out of the Tsukuyomi space, shook his head and smiled. "You finally came out." Seito turned his hand and summoned a flame to burn the seal in his hand to ashes. He turned around and looked at Kushina, who was maintaining the seal with the Kyubi's Jinchuriki. Uzumaki, Kushina, and Minato looked at each other. A bad feeling appeared in the bottom of their hearts. Yoshiko helped suppress the Kyubi. Seito, who didn't pay attention to Kushina, said to Uchiha Yoshiko, who walked to his side. "Yes." Yoshiko agreed. Then, without looking at Minato and Kushina, she looked up at the Kyubi, who was being suppressed by the seal, and used Jinjutsu to affect his consciousness. Under the influence of Jinjutsu launched by Yoshiko's eternal Sharingan, the Kyubi's mood gradually calmed down. With this help, Kushina's body, which had been constantly changing, finally stabilized from the whirlpool that seemed like it could dissipate at any time. At this time, Seito smiled at Minato and Kushina, and the index and middle fingers of his right hand formed a sword in front of the void, and his arm quickly drew a cloud seal. In an instant, a golden light flashed from Seito's fingers, and a large golden cloud seal appeared in the void, and like a meteor, it flew towards Kushina, who couldn't move because of maintaining the seal, and Minato, who couldn't attack because of protecting her. Rasengan, seeing the golden seal flying towards him, Minato summoned a Rasengan to meet it. At the moment when the Rasengan was about to touch the golden seal, which had already flown close to the two, burst out a bright golden light. The whirlpool enveloped Kushina and Namikaze Minato. In an instant, the two felt their bodies sink, and an invisible pressure shrouded them, and Minato couldn't help but stop his attack. Taking this opportunity, the golden seal smoothly flew past the edge of the Rasengan to the top of the two's heads, and then suddenly burst into countless golden starlight, falling on the two's spiritual bodies like rain. It blended into their bodies. "What is this?" Kushina asked. "The Taoist cloud seal is specially used to seal ghosts and evil spirits. As souls, you are exactly the kind of people who are restrained and suppressed," Itose explained with a chuckle. Speaking of understanding of souls and resisting spirits, he was born in the Demon Swordsman clan and knew how to use Yin-Yang Jutsu. Seito, who also practiced Taoist magic, claimed to be the second in the entire Naruto world, and no one would dare to claim to be the first. Therefore, in Naruto's sealed space, It was simply wishful thinking for Kushina and Minato to resist Seito with their spiritual bodies. Well, it's time to release the Kyuubi. Seito smiled as he compressed the two. Please, don't release the Kyuubi. Naruto will die. Kushina, who found that she couldn't resist at all, begged anxiously. Don't worry, Uzumaki Naruto won't die. Seito replied with a light voice. As soon as his words fell, Kushina and Minato were also compressed into two mothball-sized golden light balls by the scatter cloud seal and flew back to Seito's hand. Without Kushina's support, the seal on the outside of the prison instantly burst into countless energy particles and quickly disappeared into the sealed space. Then, with a bang, the Kyuubi, who was guided and controlled by Uchiha Yoshiko's Sharingan Jinjutsu, quickly ran out of the cage and disappeared completely in the dark space in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoshiko and Seito didn't stay in the sealed space for long, and quickly dissipated their spiritual bodies and returned to the outside world in their own ways. Outside, the Kyuubi was wantonly destroying the ground. Seeing this, Seito slightly frowned and pointed his finger to the void, and once again wrote a large golden rune. In an instant, the golden rune quickly flew from Seito's finger to the head of the raging Kyuubi. It grew into a three-dimensional hill and suppressed the Kyuubi below. Under the suppression of the cloud seal, the Kyuubi's limbs curled up on the ground as if he was carrying a big mountain on his back. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Of course, this wasn't all because of the power of the cloud seal, but also because of the power of the rules of the Rubik's Cube world. Otherwise, such a simple cloud seal could suppress the Kyuubi. Even if there was a targeted restraint, the Kyuubi's performance was too weak. After suppressing the Kyuubi with the cloud seal formation, Seito focused his attention on Uzumaki Naruto, who was still alive by virtue of the strong physique of the Uzumaki clan. Then, using the method he used to treat Gaara some time ago, he transformed the energy into life energy and injected it into Uzumaki Naruto's body, completely stabilizing his life energy. And in order to show his sincerity, Seito lifted half of the suppression of the cloud seal and let Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato watch him treat Uzumaki Naruto until he was sure that there was no problem with him. You left the two of us here for a reason, right? Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto's life was not in danger, Namikaze Minato slightly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Seito. Indeed, Seito nodded and admitted without any pretense. Then, with a thought, he summoned Karen to his side. Looking at the sudden appearance of Karen, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina's expressions changed, and they thought of a possibility. They didn't know if it was because of the attraction between the souls of the same clan, but as soon as Karen appeared, her gaze fell on Uzumaki Kushina in her spiritual state. She raised her hand and gently pushed the black-rimmed glasses on her face, showing a thoughtful expression. This is Karen, like Kushina from the Uzumaki clan. What I need Kushina to do is to teach her the Uzumaki clan sealing jutsu she mastered. Seito pointed to Karen and said to Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, "What about me?" Namikaze Minato asked again in a flat tone. "You're just an accessory to me. It doesn't matter if I have you or not. But since I brought you out, I won't leave you alone. So, I will use you as a primer to release the other half of the Kyuubi's chakra that you sealed." Seito said straightforwardly with a shrug. "That half of the chakra has been sealed in the Shinigami's body by me. You can't get that half of the chakra back." Namikaze Minato's eyes fluctuated as he replied. "Really?" Seito, who suddenly had a devil mask in his hand, looked at Namikaze Minato with a smile on his face. Namikaze Minato's eyes narrowed, and he didn't answer. Seito, who put away the devil mask, smiled slightly, and a Leia stone crystal appeared in his hand. After using his spiritual force to lay a seal based on Yin-Yang Jutsu and Taoist theory, he sealed Uzumaki Kushina's soul in the Leia stone crystal and threw it to Karen on the side. Although the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu won't have any effect on you, it's still the inheritance of your clan. You should learn it if you have nothing to do. I know. Karen, who took the crystal, nodded. The way to use it is still the same. Just input your energy into it. Seito continued. Then Seito once again made a hand seal, shrinking Namikaze's Minato's soul into a small ball of light, and sealed it in a Taoist soul-catching charm. Then Seito talked with Uchiha Yoshiko and Karen for a while, and sent them back to their respective homes, letting them arrange their next training schedule. Then, he picked up the unconscious Uzumaki Naruto on the ground and left the Rubik's Cube world and sent him back to the previous town. However, at this time, Jiraiya was no longer in the town, and no one knew where he went to investigate the whereabouts of Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 1055. Leaving Uzumaki Naruto behind, Seito once again embarked on his journey to the land of rice. This time, Seito intends to cooperate with Orochimaru. After all, if he wants to use Kyubi-Zen chakra, he will inevitably release Orochimaru's hands that were sealed by Sandaime. Instead of letting him get benefits for nothing, it's better to take this opportunity to trick him. After traveling slowly for more than 2 days, Seito successfully arrived at the land of rice, and then summoned Karen to help him search for Orochimaru's whereabouts. After all, as a former subordinate of Orochimaru, Karen is still very familiar with Orochimaru's In Chakra attribute, and it's much faster than searching aimlessly. Understanding Seito's meaning, Karen nodded, closed her eyes, and concentrated on sensing. After a while, Karen, who opened her eyes, looked at Seito and said, "There is no one around here." Seito nodded, left the place with Karen, and rushed to another place to explore again. The result was the same. When searching for the bijou, the two, who have been accustomed to this kind of situation where they can't see the results at once, were not discouraged or irritated and set off again to the next place to explore. After about 4 or 5 times in a row, Karen finally said a piece of good news. "Found it." Immediately, Seito and Karen immediately set off and rushed to the place where they sensed before. Orochimaru's location at this time is at the northernmost part of the land of rice, in a forest near the sea, surrounded by beaches, rock walls, and some open spaces. There are no houses or villages. It's very secretive. When they arrived outside Orochimaru's base, Seito sent Karen back to the Rubik's Cube world. "Orochimaru, an old friend, is visiting. Come out and see me." Without any worries, Seito said loudly using the Buddhist lion roar. The loud sound immediately reverberated in the empty forest, scaring away some of the timid birds and beasts in the surroundings. "I didn't know I had a friend like you." A few minutes later, a magnetic and charming voice suddenly sounded. He was still wearing black trousers and a shirt, and a beige half-sleeved robe on the outside. His waist was tied with a thick purple knot. His face was pale and bloodless. Orochimaru slowly emerged from the ground. His long black hair was naturally scattered, giving people a strange and gloomy feeling. "How rude. Orochimaru, you only sent an Earth clone to see me," Seito said sarcastically. "What are you doing here?" Ignoring Seito's sarcasm, Orochimaru stared at him coldly. "Do you want your hands to recover completely?" Seito looked at Orochimaru calmly and asked with a smile. "You have a way?" Orochimaru asked. The pupils of the light yellow vertical pupil shrank. He asked calmly. Orochimaru also knew that his question was a bit of nonsense. However, after thinking of so many ways to recover his hands without success, suddenly hearing an enemy say that there's a way to recover his hands, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. And out of instinctive doubt, "Of course, if there's no way, I'm not interested in seeing a guy like you," Seito replied with a frivolous shrug. "What's the price?" Orochimaru's murderous aura flashed. "I want the scroll of seals of the Earth Village." Itosei's expression was slightly restrained as he said indifferently, "You want me to be your scapegoat?" Orochimaru didn't suppress his murderous aura at this time, letting the huge murderous aura gushing out of his body towards Seito to show his anger. "There are many ways to get the Scroll of Seals. You can choose a way that doesn't expose your identity." Ito shrugged indifferently and said, "And as someone who relied on disguise to sneak into Konoha to carry out the plan to collapse Konoha, I believe you can do it." Orochimaru stared coldly at Ito for a while, then said again, "How can you guarantee that everything you said is true?" "I can't guarantee it." Ito spread his hands in front of him and chuckled. Then, when Orochimaru's face changed slightly, and he was about to attack, he continued, "But the key is not me. It's you. It's you who is struggling to recover your hands, not me. I think, because of your lack of dexterity, you haven't done any ninjutsu experiments for a long time." Then, Ito-sei looked at Orochimaru with a smile. This directly hit Orochimaru's sore spot. As someone who aspires to master all the ninjutsu in the world to reach the truth and become the sage of the six paths, Orochimaru can't bear to lose his hands. He can't learn ninjutsu, let alone do some interesting experiments with his hands. This is simply the biggest blow to his ideals. If it weren't for Orochimaru's tenacity and confidence that there will always be a way to recover his hands, who knows what crazy things he would do. "You're courting death." Orochimaru, who was completely enraged, said in a low voice. "Shadow Snake Hand." Orochimaru raised his arm, and several dark green snakes instantly shot out of his sleeves, opening their four sharp fangs and biting towards Ito's body. Ito's figure flashed and appeared directly in front of Orochimaru and punched him in the chest. Bang, walala! Orochimaru's body, which was hit by the monster punch, immediately turned back into the soil, scattered into a ball, and fell to the ground. In the next moment, the soil under Ito's feet burst open, and a huge snake with its mouth wide open instantly appeared under his feet, jumping up and swallowing Ito into its body. Boom! At this time, a soft sound was heard, and Ito's body immediately disappeared, leaving behind a wooden stake that was swallowed into the belly of the huge snake that rushed out of the ground. Then, a huge python rushed out of the ground and opened its mouth again, and half of Orochimaru's body emerged from its mouth. Then, Orochimaru opened his mouth and spat out a large number of various poisonous snakes, which densely covered the ground and spread in all directions, searching for Ito's trace. At this time, no sound was heard, and no one appeared, but the ground under all the snakes, including the huge python that Orochimaru was hiding in, suddenly turned into a yellow mud swamp, pulling the huge python and the spreading snakes into the yellow mud swamp. Seeing this, Orochimaru opened his mouth again and spat out a long snake from his mouth that wrapped around a branch on the side, pulling himself out of the huge python's body and landing on the branch. But before Orochimaru could stand still, Ito's figure suddenly appeared beside him, and a monster punch hit Orochimaru's body heavily. Boom! Orochimaru flew to the side like a cannonball, hitting the trunk of a big tree not far away, which was big enough for 3 people to encircle. At the same time, the impact of the impact made a circular dent in the trunk of the big tree, and at the same time, Orochimaru also sank into the tree. "Do you want to continue? You don't want this body to be destroyed by me now, do you?" Ito looked at Orochimaru's head and said lightly. As soon as his words fell, Orochimaru's head flew out of the branch where Ito was standing, and he opened his mouth and spat out a silver sword towards Ito. Ito's figure flashed, and he disappeared in front of the sword, and in the next second, he appeared behind Orochimaru's neck, stretched out his left hand, grabbed Orochimaru's slender neck, and waved his right hand that was covered with wind energy towards Orochimaru's neck. Puff! With a soft sound, Orochimaru's head immediately separated from his body and flew forward. Halfway through, Orochimaru's mouth opened in an exaggerated manner, and a new Orochimaru drilled out of the previous Orochimaru's head, and with his tongue wrapped around a nearby branch, he turned over and stood on the branch. "I didn't expect you to use space-time ninjutsu to this extent." Orochimaru looked at Ito with a very ugly face and said, "So, what's your choice?" Ito shrugged indifferently and asked, "After half a month, come here and find me." Orochimaru said in a cold tone. After that, he ignored Sei Ito and used earth release to gradually merge his body into the trunk of the tree. Wait! Sei Ito saw this and quickly called out. Orochimaru stopped and stared at Sei Ito with an unfriendly look to prevent Sei Ito from getting too close. You should have the genetic cells of Minato, the fourth Hokage, right? Sei Ito directly ignored Orochimaru's expression and asked. Yes, if you want it, just give me something in exchange. Orochimaru replied very simply. Then forget it. I'll just go to Konoha again, Sei Ito said with a disdainful look. Humph! Orochimaru snorted coldly and continued to merge his body into the trunk until he finally disappeared completely. After that, Ito-sei used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to return to Konoha again. He went to the tomb and stole some genetic cells from Minato. At the same time, he also stole some of Uzumaki Kushina's genetic cells. Just in time, I'll take advantage of this half a month before the meeting with Orochimaru to properly deal with the Ichibi to the Hachibi. After thinking about it, Sei Ito immediately flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in a desolate area in the northern part of the Rubik's Cube continent. Then, Ito-sei controlled the power of the earth element to draw on the desolate ground. After a while, a huge circular magic circle with a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer appeared on the ground. There was a huge pentagram drawn on the inside, and there were Taoist seal runes written around it. Then Sei Ito stretched out his hand, and a pile of silk or thread or wood or iron materials appeared in front of him. Seeing that everything was ready, Sei Ito waved his arm, and all the materials floated in front of him together. And with Sei Ito's movements, they were either woven, melted, changed, or added. Chapter 1056. Pung 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 Pung. Welcome to reading. Following 5 muffled sounds, the 5 flags formed a triangle. The colors of the flags were red, white, yellow, black, and green. Each flag had the 5 elements of fire, metal, earth, water, and was written in golden Taoist cloud seal. The wide ends of the flags were tied to a flagpole made of wood that was not made of metal and wood. The flags were inserted into the 5 corners of the pentagram drawn on the ground. Summon the 5 spirits. After the flags were inserted, Sei Ito floated in the air and used the Shingang Dipper steps. He formed the Star Lord hand seal and waved his hand to summon the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He infused them into the flags according to the seal characters. In an instant, the 5 flags with intricate patterns and exquisite workmanship all lit up. Red, white, yellow, black, and green lights of 5 colors appeared on them. They slowly flowed along the fine lines on the flagpoles to the ground and converged along the path of the formation. Not long after, with a burst of colorful light, the formation under Sei Ito's feet was activated. Seeing this, Sei Ito stopped what he was doing. He waved his hand again and gathered a pile of materials to remake it. Half a day later, 8 flags of different colors floated in front of Ito-sei. Each of the flags had 8 different rune characters written on them. They were the size of a general's flag. Looking at the 8 flags in front of him, Sei Ito nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he controlled the earth element energy again. With the pentagram that was already activated and accumulating energy as the center, he drew 2 intersecting cubes on the ground, forming an octagon. When the diagram was completed, once again, Ito-sei waved his hand and inserted the 8 flags in his hand into the 8 points of the octagon according to the specific defense of the 5-element 8 gown. Universe, heaven and earth, 8-gate golden lock, open. Sei Ito formed a seal with his hands and shouted. With that, the 8 flags that were inserted into the ground fluttered in the wind. A large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi and earth vein energy were attracted. They flowed through the flags and into the octagon on the ground, filling the entire octagon. Following that, the octagon slightly lit up and a spatial fluctuation spread out from the area covered by the octagon. This made it difficult to determine the location of that area. I can finally create tools. Say Ito sighed as he took in the changes in front of him. Then, he appeared outside the range of the formation. He lowered his body and sat cross-legged on the ground. He summoned 9 Leah stone crystals, 9 Hatian jade, 9 golden threads made of pure gold, 9 silver threads made of pure silver, 9 snow threads made of white silk and demon spider silk, a small piece of specially refined iron, and other miscellaneous items such as a bottle of mercury, high-grade cinnabar, a box of South Sea pearl powder, and so on. First, Seito took the 9 Leah stone crystals in front of him and summoned the 5 elements cleansing fire that was formed from his own energy to burn them. It didn't seem very powerful. However, under the extremely high temperature of the 5 elements cleansing fire, the Leah stone crystals melted into a pool of dark blue liquid. It floated quietly in the flames. At this point, Seito moved his mind again and summoned the 9 Hatian jade in front of him and threw them into the cleansing fire. Then it began to burn. Very soon, the 9 Hatian jade also melted into a pool of pale, white viscous liquid. At this time, Seito used his mental strength to form a small hand and stirred the melted liquid of the Hatian jade and the Leah stone crystals together, creating a large ball of sky blue pure liquid. Then, he divided it into 9 equal portions and continued to burn it in the fire. Following that, Seito moved his mind again and moved the 9 golden threads, 9 silver threads, and 9 snow threads in front of him. He threw them into the fire to burn them into liquid and still mixed them into a ball of white gold substance. Then, he threw the South Sea pearl powder, high-grade cinnabar, mercury, and a mess of things into the fire to burn them, and added them into the 9 sky blue liquid and white gold substance. When the calcination was almost complete, Ito-sei used his mind to make the 9 sky blue liquid into the shape of the Magatama. He also used the platinum material, which was also divided into 9 parts, to fuse into the 9 Magatama in a complicated and detailed pattern that could be seen at first glance. As soon as the formation in the Magatama was completed, the 9 Magatama emitted a magnificent light one after another. At the same time, a deep and mysterious aura was emitted from the surface of the Magatama. Knowing that it was almost done, Seito moved his mind and threw the remaining fine iron into the fire to melt it into liquid. He pulled it into a long, thin line and divided it into 9 portions to pass through the small holes on the Magatama, acting as the string. Compared to ordinary rope that was easy to break, the fine line made from fine iron that was not attacked by knives and spears was more reliable. Once the 9 Magatama were completed, Seito immediately dispersed the flame in his hand and took the 9 Magatama into his hand to carefully examine it. "Not bad," Seito said with a complacent smile. Then, Seito moved again and drew a much smaller pentagonal circle in front of him. He took out the small flags that he had made when he was scheming against Athena in the Godslayer world and inserted them into the 5 corners of the pentagonal circle in a way that was completely opposite to the big pentagonal circle. Then, he placed one of the Magatama in the center of the pentagonal circle. At this point, all of Seito's preparations could be considered complete. Then, Seito put away the other 8 Magatama and stood up from the ground. He walked to a position a little further away from the formation and moved his mind to summon the illusory dragon 9 Seals Colossus in front of him. He made a hand seal to undo the sealing effect of the seal and released the Ichibi Shikaku. I finally got it. As soon as it came out, the Ichibi Shikaku, whose body was completely composed of sand and whose body was covered with ink-like square hole pattern, arrogantly roared. Seito didn't feel like wasting time on this guy. With a thought, he moved the Ichibi Shikaku to the previously arranged large formation. 8-gate golden lock, seal the heavens and lock the earth seal. Seito made a hand seal and shouted in a low voice. Just as he finished speaking, 8 golden gates suddenly appeared in the 8-gate golden lock formation outside the pentagonal circle formation. After that, 20 to 30 golden energy shackles flew out from the 8 golden gates, and with a crashing sound, they bound the body of the arrogant Ichibi Shikaku. No matter how it struggled, it was unable to break the shackles. Metal gives birth to water, water gives birth to wood, wood gives birth to fire, fire gives birth to earth, earth gives birth to metal. 5 elements rotate, rotate. Then, Ito changed his hand seal and shouted. Instantly, the pentagonal circle where the Ichibi Shikaku was located suddenly bloomed with magnificent radiance. Then, the radiance changed from white to black to green, from green to red, from red to yellow, and finally from yellow to white. And just as this white color appeared, a large part of the energy in the Ichibi Shikaku's body was immediately drawn out and transferred to the formation on the ground. Then, it was transferred to the white golden flag, and then transferred to the other flags according to the 5 elements transformation method. Like this, the energy in the Ichibi Shikaku's body was continuously drawn out. A tailed beast deserved to be called a tailed beast. Its energy was huge. Even with the assistance of the formation, Ito still needed a full day and a half to draw out all of its energy. Only the purest spiritual energy of the tailed beast was left. But at this time, it was the most crucial part of the entire processing process. Reverse the universe. Reverse the 5 elements move. At this time, Ito-sei, who had already arrived at the minor 5 elements array, shouted. As soon as his words fell, the 8-gate golden lock formation, the great 5 elements formation, and the minor 5 elements formation lit up together. Then, a group of spiritual energy suddenly appeared in front of Ito through an unknown way and issued a roar that went straight to the soul. Looking at the spiritual energy that appeared in front of him, Ito immediately used his finger as a sword and wrote a Taoist cloud seal in the void. In an instant, the tip of Ito's finger lit up, and a golden Taoist character exuding a golden light immediately shot into the spiritual energy in the minor 5 elements formation. Just like when Kushina and Namikaze's Minato suppressed the vortex, it scattered into several golden stars and merged into the spiritual energy. Then, Ito raised his finger and divided the spiritual energy into 2 parts. One part was introduced into the Magatama in the formation by a special method and was imprisoned by the Magatama in the formation. The other part was sent back to the great 5 elements formation by Ito and merged with the remaining spiritual energy in the formation. The spiritual energy that was taken back by the main spiritual energy in the formation, along with the golden light in its body, instantly merged into the big spiritual energy group. Seeing this, Ito slightly smiled and activated the Magatama to inject the Shikaku's soul into the spiritual energy group, making it bloom again. It's just that in this process, Ito has been using the secret method of Yin-Yang Jutsu to control the spiritual energy in the Magatama, and through the mysterious connection between the souls, he trained the huge Shikaku that had recovered its body on the other side. To put it bluntly, Ito is using a special method to refine the Ichibi Shikaku into a Yin-Yang Jutsu Shikigami. The so-called Shikigami refers to the Yin-Yang Jutsu Shikigami by subduing demons or ghosts, or by refining a part of the demon or ghost soul, or the whole body, into a lich that can be controlled by the Yin-Yang Jutsu Shikigami. The Shikigami's main body is the body produced by the fusion of energy and spiritual energy. In terms of form, it is no different from the so-called tailed beast. At most, one side has a huge amount of energy and it can't be raised without special methods. The other side has about the same amount of energy, and as long as one is lucky, it can still be obtained. Of course, there are some Yin-Yang Jutsu Shikigami who use other methods to create some special spirits by themselves, but most of those methods will cause trouble to their descendants. So in order to avoid trouble, the Yin-Yang Jutsu Shikigami who use that method will directly curse themselves to resolve the resentment of the spirits, so as not to affect their descendants. Therefore, most of the Yin-Yang Jutsu Shikigami who use this method will die a horrible death. After a few hours, the Ichibi Shikaku that had retrieved all the energy appeared in front of Seito again. To be continued. Chapter 1057. Seito's fingers changed, and the formation that shrouded Ichibi Shikaku's body immediately dissipated like a mist in the face of a strong wind, allowing Ichibi Shikaku to regain its freedom. High-quality update, but at this time, Ichibi Shikaku no longer had its original ferocious appearance, and it was lying on the ground very obediently, swaying its huge sand tail slightly, sweeping up a light dust on the ground. Not bad. Looking at the performance of Ichibi Shikaku in front of him, Seito nodded with satisfaction and said. Then, Seito's hand seals changed, and the huge Ichibi Shikaku in front of him immediately exploded, turning into countless light yellow spots like sand, and flew in front of Seito and into the blue Magatama in his hand, until all the light spots disappeared into the Magatama. It's done. Seito looked at the Magatama in his hand and chuckled. Then, Seito turned his hand and put away the Magatama that imprisoned Ichibi Shikaku, and used his thoughts to summon the Nibi Jinchuriki, the two Yujito giants in front of him. However, due to the fact that the tailed beasts were still sealed in the two Yumu puppets, the first thing Ito-sei did was to remove the Jinchuriki seal on the two Yumu puppets and release the Nibi Matatabi. At the next moment, accompanied by a wild cat cry, a huge cat-type tail beast that was burning with dark blue flames and looked like it was purely composed of energy, completely without a physical body, appeared in front of Seito. Seeing this, Seito did not hesitate and immediately mobilized his power to throw Matatabi into the center of the formation, activated the formation, and extracted the energy of Nibi Matatabi according to the new 5-element rotation method. During this process, Seito did not rescue the two Yujito giants who were Jinchuriki. As the tailed beast broke out of its body, it died and was absorbed by the magic cube world as nutrients. Although Nibi Matatabi wasn't that strong, the amount of chakra it had was more than Ichibi Shikaku. Therefore, it took nearly 2 days to extract all the chakra from Nibi Matatabi's body, revealing one of the core components of the Bijou, spiritual energy. Erode and modify the main body. In the end, he completed the taming and stored it in the jade hook in his hand. Then he put away the two-tailed Magatama and summoned the wild three-tailed beast before throwing it into the array to continue refining. It's time to meet Orochimaru. We'll deal with the remaining tailed beasts after we meet him. After putting away the Seito seal with the four-tailed Magatama, Kacha, 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 Kacha whispered to himself. Then, Seito went out of the Magic Cube world and returned to the Naruto world. He set off towards Orochimaru's secret base. After a long while, Seito once again arrived outside Orochimaru's secret base. Orochimaru, I'm coming. Seito shouted loudly using the Buddhist lion roar. His voice echoed in the empty and quiet forest. It wasn't until more than a minute after he completely disappeared that Orochimaru's figure emerged from the ground again in the same way as last time. Where's the thing? Seito's face showed a slight look of ridicule as he looked at Orochimaru, who used the earth clone to meet him, and asked directly. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a strong, killing intent, but he still raised his head, opened his mouth, and spat out a scroll from his mouth. Disgusting. Looking at the way Orochimaru carried the scroll, Seito muttered with goosebumps all over his body. Although his voice was very low, Seito knew that Orochimaru definitely heard his words. And Orochimaru's reaction confirmed Seito's judgment. In an instant, a huge murderous aura erupted from Orochimaru's body, raging in the space between the two, making the already somewhat cold environment even colder. First, restore my hands, Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice after spitting out the scroll and rolling it with his tongue. I don't trust you. Give me the scroll first, and I'll help you restore your hands. Seito refused very straightforwardly. I don't trust you either, Orochimaru said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, The two of them fell into a heavy silence. Let's take a step back. Let's create a shadow clone jutsu at the same time. You let your shadow clone jutsu take the scroll and leave with my shadow clone jutsu, and I'll stay here to restore your hands. After a while, Seito took the lead and said, Okay. Orochimaru paused and agreed. Let me confirm the authenticity of your scroll first. Just as Orochimaru was about to cast a shadow clone jutsu, Seito stopped him. Orochimaru snorted coldly, but he still opened the scroll and showed the content of the scroll to Seito. In an instant, a black and white scroll with a seal on the surface and written in the unique secret language of a Wagakure appeared in front of Seito's eyes. At first glance, it didn't seem to be a sentence, and he didn't know what was written inside. Seito carefully checked it and found that there were indeed no traces of genjutsu or forgery on it, and he was basically sure that it was a Wagakure seal scroll. The high-quality update is here. It's done. Seito nodded and said, then made a hand seal and cast a shadow clone jutsu beside him. At the same time, Orochimaru also cast a shadow clone jutsu, took the scroll from Orochimaru's body, and jumped away without saying anything. Seito saw this and patted the shadow clone jutsu's back with one hand, and the shadow clone jutsu immediately chased after Orochimaru's shadow clone jutsu. Give me a ninja. Seito looked at Orochimaru and said, Don't be too weak. It's best if he's a jonin. Although a chunin is fine, it's not certain if he can restore your hands smoothly. At this point, Orochimaru was too lazy to bother with Seito, not to mention that he was just a ninja. Although he didn't have many jonin-level ninjas in his hands, for the sake of his hands, it's not impossible to sacrifice one guy, so his face was gloomy. Orochimaru informed Kabuto, who was guarding the base, and asked him to pick a ninja from his subordinates and assign him outside. Kabuto was very dedicated to Orochimaru's instructions, and after a while, a middle-aged ninja was personally followed by Kabuto to the ground. Nozawa, go to him, Orochimaru said to the middle-aged ninja. The middle-aged ninja nodded and walked slowly in front of Seito. Seito didn't hesitate to reach out and put his hand on the shoulder of the ninja named Nozawa. First, he used Jinjutsu to confuse his mind without leaving a trace, and then hypnotizing and telepathic abilities. He quickly modified Nozawa's memory. Nozawa was under his control. Take it and go to the side. In less than a minute, Seito retracted his hand from Nozawa's shoulder, turned his hand and took out a devil mask, and handed it to Nozawa, and said, Yes. Nozawa, who reached out and took the mask, responded. Then he didn't greet Orochimaru or Kabuto, as if he didn't know them. He took the mask and left Seito's side. He disappeared into the forest, not far away. What do you mean by this? Orochimaru's expression became more and more ugly. Don't worry, your hands will recover soon, Seito replied calmly. On the other side, the middle-aged ninja named Nozawa came to the forest. He raised his hand and put the devil mask on his face. Then he made hand seals with both hands and cast the corpse demon seal according to the hand seals that suddenly appeared in his mind. With the completion of Nozawa's hand seals, a Shinigami with a height of about 3 meters, with a gray, slightly transparent body, with a face that was exactly the same as the evil spirits in Japanese legends, with a short knife in his mouth, his hands stretched out, and his clothes like a robe fluttering without wind, appeared behind Nozawa. Turning his head and looking at the Shinigami behind him, Nozawa's expression changed, but he still followed the instructions in his mind and used his mind to pull the Shinigami over, letting the Shinigami fuse into his body and attach to him. Following the action of his mind, the Shinigami slowly melted into Nozawa's body from behind. At this time, Nozawa's expression became fierce, and he quickly took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag and stabbed it into his left waist. Then he pulled the kunai with his arm and cut his abdomen horizontally. In an instant, with a burst of bright white light blooming from Nozawa's abdomen, 5 balls of light instantly flew out of Nozawa's abdomen, divided into 2, and disappeared in front of Nozawa's eyes. Among them, The lone ball of light directly appeared on top of Orochimaru's head through the mysterious passage, and under the gaze of Seito's Ryatsu, it entered Orochimaru's body. As soon as the ball of light entered his body, Orochimaru immediately felt the change in his hands, and with a look of surprise, he made several hand seals in his hands, and opened his mouth to spit a huge fireball at Seito. Fire release. Great fireball technique. I knew it would be this kind of attack. Seito curled his lips and said, and at the same time, he used instant transmission to move Yakushi Kabuto in front of him to block Orochimaru's great fireball technique. Yakushi Kabuto, who didn't expect to be used as a shield, was immediately hit by the great fireball technique and burned a large area of his body. And because of Seito's intervention, Yakushi Kabuto, who didn't come into contact with Karen and didn't investigate the powerful recovery ability of the Uzumaki clan from Karen, didn't have the recovery ability. So under this attack, Yakushi Kabuto's body was directly sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. Seito smirked seeing this, and used instant transmission to appear beside Yakushi Kabuto and punched his head. Under the threat of death, Yakushi Kabuto endured the severe pain in his body and used substitution jutsu to disappear in front of Seito's eyes. Seito, who appeared in front of him in place of Yakushi Kabuto, spread out his space perception and immediately captured the position of Yakushi Kabuto, who took the opportunity to hide, and then used instant transmission again to appear behind Yakushi Kabuto and pierced his medulla oblongata with his palm covered with lightning. Yakushi Kabuto, who didn't expect that he would be exposed so quickly, his burnt face was full of unwillingness, and he lost all signs of life with resentment. Although Naruto's world changed a lot because of Seito's intervention, there weren't many things related to Yakushi Kabuto. Except for the loss of his super recovery ability, Uchiha Sasuke still stayed by Orochimaru's side. So as long as there is no accident, Orochimaru will eventually die in the hands of Uchiha Sasuke. At that time, Yakushi Kabuto will still have the opportunity to obtain Orochimaru's research results, inherit Orochimaru's chakra, travel, collect the genes of various Kekkei Genkai, study Edo Tensei, create the Fourth Shinobi World War, and so on. Therefore, after this attack, although Seito didn't feel anything, he was sure that the world power he will get will definitely not be small. This time, I will break your arm first, and the next time will be when you will die completely. Orochimaru, Seito, who killed Yakushi Kabuto and destroyed his body in the Rubik's Cube world, used instant transmission to appear beside the ninja named Nozawa, and left a message to Orochimaru, who had an ugly expression on his face. Seito threw Nozawa's body into the Rubik's Cube world to destroy it, put away the Yakushi mask, and once again used instant transmission to appear beside his shadow clone. And together with his shadow clone, they fought against Orochimaru's shadow clone. With the addition of Seito's main body, Orochimaru's shadow clone was quickly blasted into smoke, and the seal scroll in his hand was snatched. Then Seito put away his shadow clone and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. Here, Seito didn't have to worry about anything, so he opened the seal scroll and studied it carefully. But just when he opened the scroll to a certain extent, a familiar hissing sound came from the scroll. Hearing this sound, Seito didn't understand. This must be Orochimaru didn't want him to get the scroll smoothly, so he installed the explosive charm in it. Not daring to hesitate, Seito immediately unfolded the seal scroll and prepared to deal with the explosive charm inside. Boom! However, Orochimaru was a master of evil, and the explosive charm he used was a kind of quick explosion type. So as soon as the scroll was unfolded, more than half of the scroll exploded into countless fragments with a loud bang, and fell to the ground in front of Seito's eyes. Humph! Orochimaru, very good. Seito, who reached out and took the remaining pages of the scroll, said fiercely. Then Seito threw away the remaining pages in his hand, and thought to return to the northern area of the Rubik's Cube continent, grabbed the Gobi's Jinchuriki in front of him, and pulled out the bijou and continued to process it. It's not that Seito didn't want to go back and find trouble with Orochimaru immediately. mainly because with his understanding of Orochimaru's character at this time, Orochimaru must have abandoned this base and ran to some other base to hide. However, Sei Ito wasn't worried. In short, Orochimaru can't run out of this world, and it won't be too late to find that guy after he finishes processing all the bijou. Anyway, he has a lot of time to deal with Orochimaru. Chapter 1058. P.S. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. High-quality update. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. In this more than a month, with the help of the formation, Sei Ito finally refined all the other 8-tailed beasts except Kyuubi and Kurama into Shikigami and sealed them in the special tomo. It's time to release Kyuubi, Sei Ito said as he put away the tomo. Sei Ito immediately flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the Naruto world. Sei Ito turned his head and looked in the direction of the place where he met Orochimaru before, sneered, and jumped away from the place and moved towards the Land of Fire. After more than a day, Sei Ito successfully arrived at the Land of Fire and stopped in a relatively prosperous town. However, he didn't look for a hotel to stay in. Instead, he went directly to a public toilet and entered the secret room behind it through a secret door. He met with the local bounty organization and received 2 missions from them to capture the renegade ninjas. Naturally, he didn't take the mission to get the bounty or anything, but to use the bounty hunter's intelligence network to find the nearest ninja so that he can go there to capture the ninja as a sacrifice for the Edo Tensei. After all, according to the requirements of the Edo Tensei, in addition to the required number of genes of the summoned person before the summoning, it also needs 2 living human bodies to be the host of the reincarnated person. Otherwise, it will be impossible to succeed. Moreover, according to the different living sacrifices, the strength of the summoned reincarnated person will also be different. Although Sei Ito used the Edo Tensei mainly to release Kyuubi, it's also good to find a good sacrifice to make the jutsu more successful. Accepted the mission. Sei Ito was too lazy to continue to stay in this stinking place, so he immediately turned around and left the base of the bounty organization. According to the simple information about the target provided by the bounty organization, he rushed to the place where the target appeared last time. High-quality update. Because the other party is a rebellious ninja, they generally don't stay in one place for a long time, so the information given by Sei Ito is often outdated. Therefore, Sei Ito, who didn't want to rush, directly used instant transmission to rush. With that exaggerated speed, Ito-sei soon arrived at the location of one of the 2 missions. It was a relatively remote mountain village. There were no strong people in the entire place, so Sei Ito had just arrived. He immediately used his perception to discover the hiding place of the traitor ninja. In a small mud house, Sei Ito's figure flashed and appeared in the house. In an instant, a middle-aged man dressed like an honest villager appeared in front of Sei Ito. The man was stunned when he saw Sei Ito suddenly appear. Immediately, he swept away the stupefied feeling he had before. He changed into a sharp and shrewd appearance and attacked Sei Ito. A pile of tableware flew towards Sei Ito's face. Sei Ito didn't dodge. He directly used instant transmission to open a space channel in front of his face and behind the man's head, teleporting the tableware flying towards him. Crackle! In an instant, he heard a burst of noise. He didn't expect that the things he threw out would hit him. Moreover, the middle-aged man's figure staggered, and Sei Ito, who took the opportunity to appear beside him, knocked him unconscious. Sei Ito, who threw the middle-aged man into the Rubik's Cube world, flashed and left the mud house where the man lived, rushing towards the location of the other mission target. In less than half a day, Sei Ito arrived at the town where the other person was located. But unfortunately, that person was a typical traitor ninja. Sei Ito searched around the town and couldn't find a trace of that guy. Even so, Sei Ito didn't return empty-handed. He directly knocked out a traitor ninja he found in the town and left the town and came to the wilderness outside the town. High-quality updates say Ito glanced around, and after confirming that no one was around, he threw the two living sacrifices to the ground. According to the rules of Edo Tensei, it's not enough to have a living sacrifice. It's also necessary to disguise the living sacrifice as close to the reincarnated person as possible. Of course, the image here doesn't refer to the appearance, but to the burial environment. Therefore, Ito first used wood release to make two wooden stakes to make two coffins. He put the two living sacrifices in the coffins, took a large amount of soil and scattered it around the bodies of the two people, and put the genes of Minato and Uzumaki Kushina into the coffins. After that, he sealed the coffins, buried the two people in the ground, and began to engrave the formation needed for Edo Tensei on the ground. After all this was done, Ito took 2 steps back, first made a hand seal, then slammed it on the ground and shouted, "Edo Tensei!" As Ito's voice fell, the 2 coffins that had just been buried in the ground broke out of the ground and stood upright on the ground. Then, with a light click, the covers of the 2 coffins collapsed, revealing the figures of the 2 people in the coffins. But at this time, the coffins were still in the original image of the 2 people, Konoha's 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and his wife Uzumaki Kushina. At this time, Ito turned his hand and took out 2 kunai tied to the ends of the yellow paper and inserted them into the heads of the 2 people. At the moment these 2 kunai were inserted, Minato and Uzumaki Kushina instantly opened their eyes and forgot to look at Ito in front of them. It seems that you are determined to release the Kyuubi. Looking at Ito in front of him, Namikaze Minato, who had already merged with the special yellow talisman that Ito put into his body just now, understood the cause and effect of everything that had happened, smiled bitterly. "Minato, where is this?" Kushina, who didn't receive any special treatment and was just a pure Edo Tensei, asked with a puzzled expression. "Sigh." Minato sighed and did not answer. Ito smiled at Namikaze Minato, and with a thought, he sent Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina into the Rubik's Cube world and took them to a desolate area in the northern part of the Rubik's Cube. At this point, Ito first used Forbidden to imprison Namikaze Minato to prevent him from moving. Then, under Namikaze Minato's gaze, Ito used the Taoist exorcism technique to disperse Uzumaki Kushina's body. He directly extracted Uzumaki Kushina's soul and threw it into the Leia stone crystal that sealed the other part of Uzumaki Kushina's soul, allowing the 2 souls to recombine. "Do you want to do it, or should I?" Ito, who sent the Leia stone crystal back to Karen's residence, turned and looked at Minato, who was imprisoned, and asked, "I want to know how Naruto is now." Minato, who did not answer immediately, asked, "After that, I sent him back. As for whether he has reunited with Jiraiya now, I don't know, but they should have reunited. After all, he is also a shaman of the Toad clan." Ito explained, "So it's like that." Minato nodded and said, "You do it. I can't release Kyuubi with my own hands." "All right." Ito nodded in agreement, then reached out and put his hand on Minato's shoulder and invaded Minato's sea of consciousness with his spiritual sensing ability. He found the sealed space connected to Kyuubi and opened the seal of Kyuubi. In the next moment, accompanied by a hot and evil aura, a more ferocious and brutal Kyuubi demon fox appeared on the ground. At the same time, Minato's body, which was reborn from the Edo Tensei, immediately burst apart, turning into countless stars that dissipated in the void and transferred into the reincarnation system of the Rubik's Cube world. Ignoring Minato, Ito stretched his finger forward and quickly drew in the void. Soon, a Taoist cloud seal with golden light flew out from Ito's finger, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into the size of a small mountain. With the help of the Rubik's Cube, it suppressed Kyuubi's back and completely suppressed the newly appeared Kyuubi. Then, Ito flashed to the top of Kyuubi's head and used his spiritual sensing ability to invade Kyuubi's sea of consciousness. In an instant, an extremely violent spiritual impact composed of a large number of negative emotions rushed towards Ito's spiritual consciousness. Although Kyuubi's negative energy was very powerful, How could it be compared to the billions of people in SeaWorld? Therefore, Seito's thoughts were not affected by QB's negative energy, and he forcibly invaded the purest core of QB's consciousness. From the inside, he began to hypnotize QB, rewrite his character, set up restrictions, add seals, and other actions. After all, QB claimed to have unlimited chakra, and Seito, who did not have time to extract it one by one, could only perform QB-style apotheosis in this way. Fortunately, the whole process went smoothly, and there were no twists and turns. So after more than half an hour, the QB released from Minato's body was transformed by Seito, and it no longer bared its fangs at Seito. Then Seito withdrew from QB's spiritual sea of consciousness, and after forcibly extracting spiritual energy from QB's body and putting it into Magatama, he flashed to another QB that was extracted from Uzumaki Naruto's body and continued to do the same thing. QB, who gathered all of QB's negative emotions, couldn't do anything to Seito, and this QB, who only had a little evil thoughts left, couldn't do anything to Seito. So, after more than half an hour, this QB was also successfully transformed by Seito, and his spiritual consciousness was sealed in Magatama. In Magatama, the yin and yang spiritual energies, which were originally the same body, instantly merged together and became a new spiritual consciousness. However, no matter how he changed it, under the influence of Seito, it was still under the control of Seito, and it couldn't escape. Chapter 1059. Under Seito's operation, the two QB, which had been controlled by him, merged into the legendary QB with infinite chakra and powerful combat power. And the QB, which had been restored, really lived up to its legend. After the fusion, the momentum that erupted at the moment greatly exceeded Seito's expectations, directly breaking through the A-level assessment of the main world and reaching the level of half-step S-level. Coupled with the fusion of yin and yang and infinite energy body, it's not bad to say that it's an S-level. At most, it's just that it doesn't have a domain because of its different path. If the QB alone can reach this level, then wouldn't the Jubi be even more exaggerated? Seito, who kept the QB in the Magatama, couldn't help but wonder. For the time being, Seito, who didn't intend to create something unstable like the Jubi, immediately put away the reverie in his heart and left the Rubik's Cube world with a sneer on his face, rushing in the direction of the land of rice, ready to find Orochimaru to get back at him for the last time. However, thinking that Orochimaru liked to wander around the Naruto world and trick children, Seito summoned Karen to his side as soon as he set off, and used her perception to search for Orochimaru's traces. He didn't know if it was because his hands had recovered and he was eager to finish the unfinished experiment before, or because Kabuto was killed and he was looking for a suitable candidate for his assistant. But Orochimaru didn't follow his old habit of abducting children all over the world. Instead, he stayed in a secret base, and Seito, who was worried about him running around the world, carefully searched for him for 3 or 4 days before he found him. When he arrived at the place, Seito first sent Karen back to the Rubik's Cube world and then used the Taoist 5 Elements escape technique to blend into the ground and sneak towards the secret base where Orochimaru was. About 3 minutes later, Seito's figure appeared in Orochimaru's secret base, and he was very close to the room where Orochimaru was. Then Seito's figure flashed and disappeared from the place he was standing and appeared in Orochimaru's room. He didn't use any energy, he just used a sharp hand blade to stab at Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru didn't use any energy, he just used the Haka assassination technique. Orochimaru, who has participated in 2 shinobi world wars, has experienced countless dangers and has already developed a strong sense of danger. The moment Seito made a move, he knew that an enemy was coming, so he immediately lowered his head to avoid Seito's sneak attack and stretch his arms back. He cast 2 latent shadow snake hands. In an instant, A dozen dark green snakes with a width of 3 fingers shot out from Orochimaru's sleeves, opening their 4 sharp fangs and biting towards Ito Seiji's body. Ito's body flashed with an electric light, and he instantly entered the state of lightning flash. He turned around and stepped forward, appearing in front of Orochimaru as if he had teleported. He threw a punch at Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru's body, which had become very strange after the transformation, was immediately stretched and thrown away after being punched, and was thrown away from the place with his head on his body. Fierce snake stomp. During the flight, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals with his hands, and then 2 huge snakes that almost occupied the whole room appeared in the room, either with their bodies, tails, or opened their mouths to attack Ito Seiji. Although these attacks were fast, but for Ito, who was in the state of lightning flash, they were still very slow, and he easily dodged them. However, at this time, except for the 2 snakes and Ito, there was no trace of Orochimaru. Ito frowned when he saw this, and released his space perception to search for Orochimaru's position. He's not here. After searching for about a mile, Ito still couldn't find Orochimaru's location, and thought, then he must be hiding inside the body of the giant snake. Thinking of this, Ito immediately summoned celestial clouds and held it in his hand. In an instant, he appeared 7 inches in front of a large snake. Under the pursuit of another large snake, he stabbed the large snake 7 inches in front of him. His body moved down, and from the point of penetration, a long crack appeared on the snake's body. In an instant, a fishy smell and some blood spewed out from the body of the big snake that was cut open. Ito, who caused serious injury to a big snake, turned around and raised his arm, waved celestial clouds in a huge semicircle, and cut across the neck of another snake that missed its attack. The other big snake was also seriously injured. But in the next moment, more than a dozen long snakes, as thick as an adult's arm, rushed out from the wounds of the 2 dying big snakes and rushed towards Ito. At the same time, Ito's figure flashed. Retreating to the edge of the room, he inserted celestial clouds in his hand into the body of a big snake, and using celestial clouds as a medium, he transmitted the lightning energy to the snake's body, and like lightning release, ground walk, the lightning energy spread in the room and spread among the snakes. Amidst the crackling sounds, all the snakes that were attacked were stiff on the ground or on other snakes, emitting a somewhat unpleasant smell of burnt snake meat. Whoosh! At this moment, with a whistling sound, several transparent airballs flew out from the corner of the roof and shot towards Ito's body. Ito's figure flashed, and using instant transmission, he appeared in front of Orochimaru, whose body was half hanging on the roof and slashed down. Puff! With a muffled sound, half of Orochimaru's body fell to the ground and broke into pieces. In the next moment, several cone-shaped sharp objects formed by earth and stone rose from the ground, piercing through the snake's body on the ground, and quickly stabbed towards Ito's body. Ito's figure flashed again and returned to the ground. Spinning around and waving his katana, he slashed out a crescent-shaped energy, and all the earth and stone pillars were cut into pieces and fell to the ground. But at this moment, a circular hole suddenly appeared on the roof of the room, and a large amount of clay quickly fell from the hole, trying to fill the entire room. Although Ito hasn't used this ninjutsu before, and he hasn't seen anyone use it before, but the content of the ninjutsu scroll that he obtained from Orochimaru by using Uchiha Sasuke as a bargaining chip is the specific use of this ninjutsu called clay from the sky. Immediately, without hesitation, Kuroto used instant transmission to escape from the room and return to the corridor of Orochimaru's base, and then reactivated his spatial perception to search for Orochimaru's position. Because of the use of ninjutsu, Orochimaru was not hiding in the body of a snake at this time. So Ito-sei immediately found Orochimaru, who occupied a large number of space nodes from the abnormal situation of the surrounding space nodes, and used instant transmission to summon Orochimaru in front of him, and pierced Orochimaru's head with the Kusanagi sword that he had already prepared. Puff! A large amount of blood flowed down the blade of celestial clouds and flowed to the ground. At this moment, Orochimaru, who was supposed to be dead, opened his mouth, and a sharp sword quickly shot toward Saito's head. With a thought, Saito used instant transmission to open a space channel between Orochimaru's mouth and in front of him, twisting Orochimaru's sword and sending it to the top of Orochimaru's mouth, piercing Orochimaru's neck. Puff! With a muffled sound, Orochimaru's neck, which had just emerged from the mouth of Orochimaru's corpse, was once again pierced by his own grass razor. Saito didn't hesitate to cut Orochimaru's body and the skin created by Orochimaru's substitution jutsu into two halves. Puff! Whoosh! First, there was a muffled sound, followed by a large amount of blood and internal organs spewing out of Orochimaru's body, falling to the ground, exuding an unpleasant smell. However, knowing that Orochimaru still had White Scale's body that could be used to escape, Saito didn't dare to relax, and immediately unfolded his spiritual force to cover a range of 100 meters around him, monitoring any movement around Orochimaru's corpse. But after waiting for a long time, Saito still didn't see White Scale's body appear. Knowing that Orochimaru didn't want to come out because he didn't want to leave, Saito didn't show any surprise on his face. He turned around and left the place, as if he was looking for trophies, and in order to increase his confidence, he retracted his spiritual force that he had just unfolded, allowing White Scale's body to detect his presence. But in the dark, Saito transferred all his attention to his spatial perception and continued to lock the range of a few meters around Orochimaru's corpse, waiting for Orochimaru's body to appear. In this way, after 5 or 6 minutes of mutual calculation, a small white snake with the thickness of a finger and a length of less than 20 centimeters crawled out from Orochimaru's corpse and quickly slithered away. Seeing this, Saito immediately launched instant transmission and appeared beside the small white snake, then stabbed the tip of celestial clouds into the head of the small white snake, nailing it to the ground. The vitality of snakes is very strong. Even if the head is pierced, its body is still twisting and turning, and it was not until 2 or 3 minutes later that it completely calmed down. Bang! Saito picked up his katana and lifted the body of the small white snake in front of him. After observing it for a while, he waved his hand and summoned a flame, burning the body of the small white snake to ashes. After about a minute, the familiar feeling of the world force pouring into his body emerged from the bottom of Ito-Sei's heart. At this point, Saito, who had confirmed Orochimaru's death, smiled slightly and used instant transmission to leave Orochimaru's base, moving towards a Wagakure in the Earth Country. He intends to go there to see if there is an opportunity to steal Iwagakure's sealing jutsu and find the so-called dust releases cultivation method. Chapter 1060. Break. In a seemingly simple room, but the details are not luxurious, Ito-Sei stood in front of a nunnery, his hands forming a seal as he shouted. This is the place where a Wagakure stored the scroll of seals. Unlike Konoha, a Wagakure scroll of seals has always been kept by Tsuchikage himself, and it was stored in a small nunnery with a protective barrier in his house. Under normal circumstances, unless someone can defeat Tsuchikage, it's impossible to steal the scroll of seals from under his nose. Unfortunately, Saito isn't an ordinary person. With instant transmission, not to mention a Wagakure, there's no secret place in Naruto's world that can block his detection. Therefore, after some effort, Saito appeared here and did what he was doing. Crackle. Accompanied by a series of glass shattering sounds, the protective enchantment protecting the Book of Seal was broken, and the Book of Seal was completely presented in front of Ito-Sei. However, Ito-Sei knew that with the destruction of the barrier, his existence must be exposed. So, without thinking, Ito-Sei reached out and grabbed the scroll of seals in the nunnery, launched instant transmission, and disappeared from the room. Without stopping, He directly broke through the barrier and left Iwagakure, moving in a random direction. Using instant transmission was a powerful way to travel. Ito quickly left Iwagakure and came to a secret place, and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. Finally, I got it. I hope there's something I want on it. Ito Sei, who was sitting cross-legged in a house in the central area, opened the scroll and said in his heart, "The content of these scrolls is similar to the fake scrolls made by Orochimaru before. There is a special layer of seal on the surface, and only part of the text exposed outside is compiled using the special code of the Earth Ninja Village, making it impossible for people to understand what is written inside." Seeing this, Ito sighed, rolled up the scroll, and set off to the eastern forest of the Rubik's Cube continent. He found Karen, one of the village managers. She gathered some ninjas who were talented in deciphering the code to decipher the Book of Seals. Fortunately, Ito wasn't completely ignorant of Iwagakure's code, so the decoders didn't need to rely on the current code of Konoha, Kyumo, and Kirigakure to deduce Iwagakure's code, which saved a lot of time. That's it. After Karen broke the seal on the surface of the Scroll of Seals, the code deciphering class took less than 5 days. The content of the ninjutsu on the scroll was completely deciphered. Ito, who had already deciphered the scroll from Karen's hand, immediately opened the scroll and looked down. The first thing that caught his eyes were some unique ninjutsu that only Iwagakure ninjas could use. Ito had already learned the names and practice methods of these ninjutsu from the ninjutsu scroll he obtained from Orochimaru. Therefore, Ito directly skipped the ninjutsu that he had already mastered and moved his eyes to the ninjutsu on the scroll that he hadn't mastered yet. For example, Earth Release, Petrification, Earth Release, Hell of Ants, Earth Release, Earthquake Core, Earth Release, Mountain Earth Release, Earth Release, Kaichi Shinku, Earth Release, Rock Fist Tsuchikage Signature Ninjutsu, Earth Release, Heavy Rock Jutsu, Earth Release, Super 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 Heavy Rock Jutsu. Earth 1 was an evil Earth Release ninjutsu that was similar to the combination of Edo Tensei and Geto, Reincarnation Tensei. It was an evil Earth Release ninjutsu that could resurrect the enemies he killed and control them as his slaves. However, it's a pity that in the entire scroll, apart from these Earth Release ninjutsu, and some of the development and research theories of Earth Release ninjutsu, there is no other ninjutsu that Ito Sei is interested in besides the ultimate creation jutsu, Soil of the Dead. Also, Dust Release is a secret ninjutsu of the Tsuchikage clan. It should be compiled into a separate scroll, or it should be a special ninjutsu that is directly taught by the Tsuchikage. It's not safe to record it in a scroll of seals that some privileged people can see. Ito, who had roughly browsed through the scroll of seals, thought. As for whether there are other possibilities, Ito didn't know, and he was too lazy to guess. By the way, how is Ma Bai's situation? Ito, who was looking down at the scroll of seals and memorizing the ninjutsu practice method, suddenly asked. After Ito plundered the Hachibi Jinchuriki in Kumogakure, he took advantage of Reikage going to Kumogakure to check the situation in Kumogakure, and sneaked into Reikage's office building in Kumogakure. Her official position in Kumogakure was Reikage's full-time secretary, helping Reikage to deal with some documents and the like. The reason why Ito kidnapped her was because he saw that she had a Kekiai Jinkai in her hands, and it was a lightning release variant ninjutsu, Heaven's Gift Jutsu. It's a powerful ninjutsu that can directly teleport any item to any place at the speed of light without being affected by any conditions or areas. In the original work, she used this ninjutsu to send Raikage and Steel Hand to the front line. It's just that, unlike teleportation items, ordinary people's bodies can't withstand the teleportation effect of Heaven's Gift Jutsu. They will be directly torn apart during the teleportation process and die miserably. Only those whose bodies have been extremely strengthened can be teleported. However, this is not a problem for Sei Ito, and Sei Ito doesn't intend to let Ma Bai teleport herself. At most, she will help her send the Iron Plate with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to hard-to-reach places. It's a very convenient postal worker, and it's more convenient than the magic of sending letters learned from the Godslayer world. I have explained the situation to her. Although she hasn't fully accepted it, she has basically become obedient. I believe that after monitoring her for a period of time, she can be used as an official staff. Karen, who was standing on the side, raised her hand and gently pushed the black-rimmed glasses on her face and replied seriously, "That's good." Sei Ito nodded and said, then didn't talk anymore. He concentrated on recording the ninjutsu on the scroll. In fact, Sei Ito has traced the origin of the Taoist 5 elements release jutsu through the combination of earth release jutsu, water release jutsu, and wood release jutsu. The earth release, water release, and wood release jutsu in his hands can be regarded as the Taoist 5 elements release jutsu. It's just that he didn't get the specific practice method of the original Taoist 5 elements release jutsu, and sometimes he still needs to form hand seals during the casting process, and some of the ninjutsu's effects are too different. Sei Ito only regarded them as pseudo 5 elements jutsu in his heart, and he continued to keep the name of ninjutsu. As for the other lightning release and wind release, Sei Ito classified them as pseudo-Taoist lightning release and wind release in the pseudo-Taoist 72 jutsu system. It was equivalent to re-establishing a set of Taoist jutsu system that is only suitable for his own situation. If in the future, the 5 elements jutsu and other magic that can be combined with the Heavenly Spirit 36 jutsu and Earthly Fiend 72 jutsu can also be grouped into one, then Sei Ito can be considered to have completely stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Open a unique mountain gate. Become a sect master. Of course, these are all long-term plans. Sei Ito didn't think of those for the time being. But because of the round key in his body that was born from the power of the world and can cover all attributes, Sei Ito is unconsciously moving in this direction. After more than half an hour, Sei Ito, who recorded the ninjutsu practice method in the Book of Seals, copied some of the ninjutsu that are not forbidden jutsu into a scroll and placed it in the ninjutsu dojo in the village for the ninja to practice. Then he put away the Book of Seals and sent it to the inner room of the library in the ecological city for safekeeping. Then he and Karen immediately returned to Karen's residence and made love with each other. The next day, after Sei Ito went out and left a farewell letter to Temari, Kurenai, and Mitarashi Anko, he returned to the Rubik's Cube world again and teleported back to the main world. It's not that Sei Ito doesn't want to take down the Naruto world and put it into the Rubik's Cube world. After all, he has the 9-tailed beast in his hand, and he has mastered the skill of instant transmission. It's too easy to destroy a ninja village or directly use chopping hands to capture a Kage to threaten a village to surrender, and then unify the entire Naruto world. But he is afraid that he will miss the time because of swallowing and absorbing the Naruto world, causing danger to his elder sister and mother in the main world. Therefore, Sei Ito had to temporarily give up the temptation of unifying the Naruto world and directly return to the main world. He is going to wait until the outside world is over, or after it has come to an end, he will come back to deal with the Naruto world. With a cracking sound, Sei Ito once again returned to his home in the main world. With the time interval between the dimensional world and the main world, at this time, the main world is still in the time period when Sei Ito left. At most, it will jump forward a few seconds. Sei Ito, who just slept for a night and didn't have anything important to do, directly appeared in Kyushu's Kumamoto area with Flying Thunder God Jutsu, which has completely become a monster country. He unfolded his domain and summoned 9 thick fire dragons to burn and kill the monsters that swarmed around him, obtaining the rare world force of the main world to make up for the battle situation during this period of time. In order to deal with the situation, he used the world force of the main world to transform the bodies of people such as Shinya, Kanzanyama, Erika, Liliana, and the nine-tailed beasts that were newly captured from the Naruto world so that they can directly appear in the main world. Under the burning of the powerful flames of Lihua, the surrounding B-class cannon fodder monsters were quickly wiped out, revealing a large, empty area. As for the world force that Seito obtained from this, he didn't keep any of it. He directly threw it into the 9 tomo that sealed the 9-tailed beasts, so that they can complete the transformation of their bodies as soon as possible and become combat power to help him in battle. Then Seito's thoughts moved, and the 9 fire dragons immediately flew around him, circling each other and wrapping him in the middle, forming a thick fire dragon pillar that flew forward and continued to clear the monsters that were flying towards him. With Seito's clearing, the level of the monsters began to increase. Not long after, the B-class monsters that could be regarded as cannon fodder became A-class monsters that could be regarded as official soldiers. It was also at this time that Seito's sweeping behavior paused slightly, and he couldn't help but slow down a little. Roar! It was probably because Seito had burned too much and finally alarmed the boss monster in this area. It was a half-step S monster with a dog's head, a bird's tail, a fly's wings, and a snake's body. Go! Looking at the monster that was rushing towards him, Seito pointed his finger, and the 9 fire dragons that were entangled around him instantly flew out, forming a thick fire pillar that fiercely collided with the monster that was rushing towards him. Boom! A huge explosion immediately sounded, and a large amount of shattered sparks burst out, splashing onto the bodies of the monsters that were circling around them. Scorched black wounds appeared on the bodies of the monsters. As for the boss monster that was hit head-on, it was even worse. More than half of its dog's head was directly blown up, 3 of its 4 flies' wings were gone, and its snake's body was full of charred marks. Only the bird's head at its tail was still intact because it was at the back. However, after its body was reduced to such a state, it let out a loud cry, summoned a gust of wind to wrap around its body, and flew away at a speed faster than when it came. Itose, who was not in a hurry to kill it, looked at the direction where the monster disappeared with some regret. Then he once again made 9 fire dragons around him with leaf fire and let them fly around him, burning the fierce monsters into ashes one by one. Probably because the sound of the collision was too loud, soon several howls from afar echoed in his ears. Then several monsters with strength ranging from A+ to half-step S appeared around Seito, either spitting out black and stinky liquid, or shooting out fine needles like embroidery needles, or using strange spells to attack Seito. Seito's figure flashed and directly disappeared from where he was, dodging the several attacks flying towards him. He reappeared in the sky, and with the power of authority, he waved his hand to summon a dozen lightning bolts towards those monsters. In terms of nature, the power of authority, which could be regarded as the power of God, immediately burst out with a powerful force as soon as it hit those monsters. The monsters fell to the ground one by one, smashing huge craters and destroying the surrounding buildings and stiffening on the ground, unable to move for a long time. Seeing this, Seito did not hesitate. He waved his hand to summon the divine blade, Celestial Clouds, and used Celestial Clouds to appear above one of the monsters and slash down with the sharp Celestial Clouds. Chapter 1061. Little brother, the people from the Ministry of the Environment are here. You can meet them. In the morning, Ito Rin returned to the residence behind the shrine and said to Ito-sei. She was wearing a Miko costume. It's been a few days since Ito returned from the Naruto world. In these days, Ito took a certain amount of time every day to use the Flying Thunder God technique to carry out a large-scale killing operation in the territories occupied by monsters, earning the world energy of the main world and using it to transform the physical condition of some people. In the process, Ito paid special attention to the QB, one of the nine-tailed beasts. After using most of Ito's stock, as well as all the gains in recent days, it finally completed the transformation of its body, becoming a powerful combat force that could be directly used. Okay, Ito nodded and agreed. Then he stood up and walked out of the bedroom with Suzu Ito and went to another reception room. Greetings, Sama. Seeing Ito coming with Suzu Ito, a young man and a young woman kneeling in the living room quickly stood up and bowed in the most formal way. Since entering the S-Class, Ito has encountered this kind of situation many times and nodded slightly. Returning the greeting of the two people, he went straight to the main seat in the room and sat down. At this time, Suzu Ito nodded to Ito, turned around, and left the reception room, continuing to play her role as the Miko in the front yard of the shrine, entertaining the people who have been more frequently coming to the shrine to pray because of the recent monster incident. Sit. Ito pointed to the ground and said lightly. The young man and woman looked a little restrained and thanked him, then knelt back on the ground again. Were you here for this time? Ito asked straightforwardly. The man and woman from the Ministry of Environment looked at each other. The average-looking woman in a gray-black business suit with short hair and black stockings bowed slightly and said, "It's like this because the defense line on the Hakone side is about to be broken. From now on, there will be frontline combatants returning to Tokyo's 23rd district to form a new defense line. Because they are afraid that our arrangement may conflict with your arrangement, the higher-ups send us to ask for your opinion. Also, I would like to ask if you need us to send combat personnel to assist you in battle. As long as you don't enter the city, you can do whatever you want outside." Ito, who understood the Ministry of Environment's intention, said calmly. "As for the combatants, you only need to send a group of people who can maintain law and order. You don't need other countries' support. All right, we will pass on your message to our superiors." The two workers from the Ministry of Environment bowed together, and the female worker said at the same time, "Sir, is there anything else you would like us to convey?" The female staff member straightened up and asked again. "No," Ito replied. "Then we won't disturb your rest. Goodbye," the female staff member said. He bowed again to the male staff member beside him, then stood up from the ground and politely left the living room. "It's time to take out my weapon," Ito whispered to himself as he watched the two people disappear. Then he stood up from the ground and walked out of the living room. He walked to the shrine in the front yard and greeted Suzu Ito, who was entertaining the people. Then he turned around and walked into the forest on the side. He used instant transmission to leave the shrine and arrive at the edge of the residential area of Akagrino. Then, Ito first put his hands together, then leaned over and pressed them on the concrete ground. In an instant, a large amount of blue electric arcs shot out from his hands. In the blink of an eye, they covered a 5 by 5 square area of the ground. Then, with a silent tremor, the ground covered with blue electric arcs quickly rose from the ground. It didn't stop until it reached a height of 7 meters. Then, Ito didn't do anything, but the surface of the huge stone pillar made of earth and stone immediately shone with a bright white metallic light. It had completely turned into an alloy stone pillar. Only then did Ito stop and stand up. With a thought, he took out a weapon based on the principles of Mujino Shizuri's disintegration ray and placed it on the platform of the alloy stone pillar he had made on the spot. The front of the weapon had more than 20 triangular translucent crystal cannons mounted on it, and he aimed them outside Akagrino, in the direction where the monsters might come from. Then, Ito turned on the weapon system and set up a circle of formations on the surface of the alloy stone pillar to prevent the nearby residents from approaching. After that, he used instant transmission to leave and arrive at a place not too far away from the alloy stone pillar. Then, he used instant transmission to create another alloy stone pillar and set up the weapon system. Just like that, Ito used an entire day to set up the weapon system based on Mujino Shizuri's disintegration ray at the edges, middle, and vantage points of Akazuno City according to a certain spacing and purpose. They were either sparsely or densely packed. Fortunately, Ito had started mass production after he used it to conquer the Spirit Eater world. Some time ago, when he was in Naruto's world, he rushed to produce another batch. With a large stock, he didn't let Ito's hands go numb. Of course, the weapon system didn't only include the disintegration cannons based on the principles of the disintegration ray. There are also radiation cannons based on the principles of radiation wave weapons, beam weapons, fire god cannons that could fire magical bullets and special ammunition, positron siege cannons that could cause serious environmental pollution, and so on. However, the weapon system alone wasn't enough. It needed a smart person to operate it. So after setting up the weapon system, Ito-sei returned home and immediately summoned Zhou Xianlin and Bucky Lulu, whose bodies had been transformed by the power of the world. He then explained the current situation to them in detail. Zhou Xianlin and Bucky Lulu had their bodies transformed by the power of the world. This is the control terminal of the weapon system I set up. This is a small black ball that can be connected to the black ball relay device in the universe. You two hold it well. When the time comes, make your own decisions according to the situation. Ito then took out 2 quantum laptops that could project huge screens using laser projection and had an artificial intelligence system installed inside them. The Stargazer's quantum laptop and 2 small black balls that could project satellite surveillance images all the time, and handed them to Zhou Xianlin, who had a strategic view of the overall situation and was on par with Leluxia, Skanazul, and Lishinka in the entire Leluxia world, as well as Natal Bajililu, who had a calm thinking in terms of tactics and would not let her emotions get the best of her. In addition, because of the pollution problem of the positron siege cannon, if possible, it's better not to use it. Then, Ito said to the 2 girls who took the things. I understand. Baki Lulu said with a rigid face. Little brother, you didn't transform Akakura City into a war fortress, did you? Ito looked at the weapon system configuration map that Zhou Xianlin opened with the quantum notebook and said in surprise. Did I? I just arranged it according to the habit of defending against ground units and air units, trying to reduce the loopholes as much as possible to achieve complete coverage. Ito looked up at the map of Akakura City on the screen and the densely packed small dots that represented the location of the weapon system and said, it really does seem like that. Soon, Ito admitted with a stunned expression. Since that's the case, we might as well fortify Akakura City. Ito suddenly decided. After saying that, he didn't wait for big sister Suzu Ito, Baki Lulu, and Zhou Xianlin to respond. He directly activated instant transmission and left the room. Taking advantage of the night, he arrived at the center of Akakura City. He pressed his hands on the ground and stimulated the energy in his body to activate the super refining technique. In an instant, a large amount of electric arcs spread out from Ito's palms. Under the confused and panicked gazes of the people in the city, they quickly moved toward the outside of Akakura City. This situation lasted for no less than 10 minutes. Then, a series of muffled rumbles suddenly sounded in the sky above the city. Then a 1-meter-thick wall of mud and stone appeared at the edge of Akakura City. It didn't stop until it was more than 5 meters above the ground. Then, the pale blue electric arcs quickly crawled over the entire wall, transforming the wall of mud and stone into an alloy stone wall that towered over the periphery of Akakura City. Of course, in order to allow the residents of Akakura City to move freely, the alloy wall still left a passageway for people to use. Split. After doing all this, Ito activated the shadow clone technique to its greatest extent and created a large number of clones. He had the clones each choose a direction and rush to the newly constructed alloy wall. Then, according to the instructions of Ito's main body, he carved mysterious lines and strange runes on the alloy wall. It would be better to say that the alloy wall, or rather, the entire Akakura City, was protected by a formation barrier. The workload of this task was truly too great. Even though Ito had created enough clones to work together and used his mental perception and the Yamanaka family's secret telepathy technique to command them, it still took Ito more than half a day to finish setting up the barrier. Ugh, After dispelling the clones, Ito immediately felt a slight stabbing pain in his head. This was clearly due to the excessive amount of work he had done, and his mental power had been slightly exhausted. Ito, who wanted to go back and rest, didn't want to stay any longer. He used instant transmission to return home. He didn't even take a shower before he fell asleep on the bed. However, while he had calmed down, the residents of Akakura City, as well as the members of the Ministry of Environment and other organizations who had arrived, were all shocked by his work. Chapter 1062. He really deserves to be a master standing at the top of the world. This kind of action is really too exaggerated. With a large number of police personnel transferred with the full cooperation and assistance of the police department, the two female staff members of the Ministry of Environment once again came to Akakura City to meet Ito. After seeing the changes in Akakura City, they said with a look of amazement, "The female staff member is right. This kind of action is really too exaggerated. In the current world, except for those S-level masters who are proficient in the rules of the Earth system, no one can create a city wall of this scale overnight and set up a barrier on it." This made the other S-level masters in Japan, who received the news of the changes in Akakura City through secret channels, also amazed. They wondered whether they should invite Ito to come to an important city like Tokyo. After all, with such a city wall, it can save a lot of things. "I don't know when we can reach the level of the lords." Then, she said with some longing and yearning, "Yes, I don't know when we can break through the current shackles and become a person with ability." The male staff member sighed. Then the two people fell silent, silently driving to the location of the Ito shrine. More than half an hour later, with a soft sound of tires rolling on the ground, a small car and three big cars stopped at the foot of the Ito shrine. "Hey, you take people to the police station first." With a soft sound, the female staff member, who was still dressed as a professional beauty, walked out from the passenger seat of the car, turned around, and said to the male staff member in the driver's seat, "Okay." The male staff member agreed. Bang! The female staff member closed the door, bowed her head, and straightened some wrinkles in her clothes. Along with the flow of people who came to pay their respects, she walked to the shrine on the mountain. While she walked up the mountain, the male staff member restarted the car, leading the three buses with a total of more than 100 people to the police headquarters of Akakura City. "Miss Ito, I don't know if Ito-sama is at home." The female staff member who came to the mountain walked in front of Suzu Ito, who was wearing a witch dress, and asked respectfully, "At home, but he is resting. If you have something to say, just tell me." Suzu Ito nodded and said, "Okay." In front of the members of the Ito family, Ito, the S-level master, the female staff member didn't dare to neglect the slightest bit. She quickly said, according to Ito-sama's last request, after the headquarters and the police department discussed, the police department urgently transferred a total of 131 police officers to Akakura City. They are currently being taken to the police station by my partner, Shida. I am here to report. "I know. When he gets up, I will tell him what you said." Ito-rin replied. "Sorry to trouble you." The female staff member bowed and said politely, "In addition, in order to meet Ito-sama's needs from today onwards, I will be the direct contact between my lord and the Ministry of Environment. Please give me your advice." Then the female staff member said again, "What do you mean?" Ito-rin frowned and asked, "It's like this. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings due to poor communication in the defense of Akakura City, the higher-ups decided to send me here as a liaison. At that time, if you need me, you can directly contact the people in charge of the combat units of the Environment Department, or even higher-level members, to achieve unhindered communication." The female staff member said, "So it's like that." Suzu Ito's brows stretched, and she suddenly understood. "I remember you, Nakaya." Then, Suzu Ito looked at the female staff member in front of her and said again, "Yes." The female staff member named Nakaya nodded to confirm. "When he gets up, I will tell him about you. But before he makes a decision, I can only trouble you to stay here for the time being." "I'm sorry." Suzu Ito looked at Nakaya and said apologetically. Although Sei Ito was not the only one in the back room, and there was also Zhou Xianlin, who was very good at fighting. She was there with Buji Lulu, an artificial intelligence stargazer, setting the macro commands and single data of various weapon systems. And those things happened to be very confidential. Just in case, Suzu Ito decided to leave Nakaya here. It doesn't matter. I will wait here for Lord until he gets up, Nakaya said very wisely. By the way, before I became an official staff member of the Environment Department, I also received guidance from Miko-sama. If Miss Ito doesn't mind, please let me help. After a few seconds of silence, Nakaya, who looked at the environment of the shrine, looked at Suzu Ito and said. Her tone was still polite, and her attitude was very low. That would be troublesome. Suzu Ito declined. It's no trouble at all. Since we're waiting anyway, let me help you out a little as a way to pass the time. Nakaya Wei smiled. Okay. After a little consideration, Suzu Ito nodded and agreed. Wait for me here. I will go to the back and find you a set of Miko-sama clothes. All right, Nakaya Wei replied. Suzu Ito nodded, turned back to the house behind the shrine, found a set of clean spare Miko-sama clothes in the room where the Miko-sama clothes were stored, returned to the front of the shrine, and handed the Miko-sama clothes to Nakaya. Nakaya took the Miko-sama clothes and followed Suzu Ito to a room temporarily used as a dressing room to change clothes. Soon, Nakaya changed into the Miko-sama clothes with the help of Suzu Ito and returned to the shrine with Suzu Ito and began to help entertain the guests who came to visit. This help lasted for an entire day, and it only ended when night fell. It was also at this time that Sei Ito, who had a good sleep, got up from the bed and went to the living room to find something to eat. Why are you here? Looking at Nakaya, who changed back into her business attire and was sitting in the living room, Sei Ito asked with a frown. It's like this. Before Nakaya, who hurriedly got up and saluted, spoke, Suzu Ito, who was preparing dinner with Zhou Xianlin, took the lead and told Sei Ito about Nakaya's intention and her next identity. In other words, you're going to live here for the rest of the time? Sei Ito, who took a sip of water from the glass handed by Zhou Xianlin, looked at the reserved Nakaya and said, If it's possible, Nakaya said cautiously. As a constant liaison, it's naturally best to stay with Sei Ito. Otherwise, if something special happens and she can't contact Sei Ito in an emergency, causing some unnecessary trouble and misunderstanding, the one who will take the blame in the end can only be her. But these are all under the premise of Sei Ito's consent. If Sei Ito doesn't agree, she won't dare to refute. She can only find a way or directly get a tent at the foot of the mountain to use as a contact residence, in case something really happens and she can't contact him in an emergency. Don't live here. Sei Ito refused almost without thinking. He doesn't know how many people he will summon after this. If it's just his family, there will be no problem, but if there are outsiders, it will be somewhat troublesome. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Nakaya smiled embarrassedly, very depressed. But no matter how depressed he is, he can only suppress it in his heart. It's not good to show it to Sei Ito. At this time, Nakaya saw Sei Ito's palm turn, and a mobile phone appeared in his hand. His thumb quickly pressed the button. Take this mobile phone. It has my direct contact number. You can use it to contact me in special circumstances. In less than a minute, Sei Ito threw the mobile phone to Nakaya and said, If it was before, Ito-sei might have used the small black ball as a communication tool. But now that the small black ball was captured by the Ministry of Environment, it was really troublesome for the exposed small black ball to be in the hands of the Ministry of Environment staff. Therefore, Ito-sei had to settle for the next best thing. He made an ordinary new mobile phone with no extra functions and no advanced technology. He then entered his phone number as a communication tool. Okay. Nakaya hurriedly stretched out his hands to take the mobile phone and said. Sei Ito's body leaned against the kitchen door frame, holding the cup, and looked at Nakaya. Since he can be appointed as a contact person by the Ministry of Environment, Nakaya's EQ is naturally not low. How can he not understand Sei Ito's meaning at this time? He quickly put away the mobile phone used for communication, bowed, and said goodbye. Then I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Leave after dinner. Suzu Ito said. No, I just remembered that I still have some things to deal with. Sorry, next time I have a chance to taste Miss Ito's cooking. Nakaya quickly said, then bowed again to say Ito, Suzu Ito, and Zhou Xianlin turned and walked out of the living room, quickly disappeared from Sei Ito's perception. In this regard, Suzu Ito didn't mind, and continued to talk and laugh with Zhou Xianlin while preparing dinner. By the way, little brother, in the afternoon, the people of Akakurno City sent a message saying that the stage in the city center square has been set up and you need to check it. At this time, Suzu Ito seemed to think of something and suddenly said, Only now? The speed is really slow. Sei Ito curled his lips and said, Don't be too demanding. It's already very good to be able to find people to complete the task you assigned in this situation. Suzu Ito smiled. Sei Ito shrugged and didn't answer. Okay, it's time to eat. You go and call Natale out. Suzu Ito turned off the gas and said, Okay. Sei Ito nodded and agreed, then straightened up, turned and walked to the back room, and called Buji Lulu, who was still in the room discussing the command set with the artificial intelligence stargazer, to come out and eat. Chapter 1063. P.S. Thank you to Instant Potato for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX for your reward. Thank you to Fandora Yoshi for your evaluation vote. During the meal, Sei Ito suddenly thought of something and looked at Suzu Ito. Oh yeah, sis, after the meal, you should contact Nakaya away from the Ministry of Environment and let her inform the Ministry of Environment and the royal family. Tell them that from today onwards, our family will officially take over the management of Akazuru City. Tell them to send the corresponding procedures over. Why do you suddenly want to take over the city? Suzu Ito asked with some confusion. The city has already been transformed into this, and I'm too lazy to take it back afterwards. I might as well take over the management of the city and let the entire city become our family's territory. We'll make major changes here. Sei Ito replied casually. Suzu Ito nodded first, then pondered for a moment and said again, Then do you want to take in the neighboring cities of Asudiai, Fulan, and Fushing? We can take Asudiai, but forget about Fulan and Fushing. If we take those two cities, then what about Tachikawa City? Ruehue City? What about other small cities of the same size? We can't take it all the way to Tokyo's 23rd district. Originally, our location was within Tokyo's circle. It doesn't matter if we take one or two cities, but if we take too much, it will make the royal family uneasy. Sei Ito tilted his head in thought, then shook his head and said, Then why don't we just take over the entire island? Zhou Xianlin on the side suddenly asked. In Zhou Xianlin's mind, with the Rubik's Cube world's technological system and military power as a backing, it was easy to take over a small island. Seizing the political power of a small island was too easy. At the very least, there was no effective resistance in Leluxiu's world and the Spirit Eater's world. It can be done. However, it will push us to the heart of the struggle, not to mention during this special period. It will leave a bad impression on the other factions. So, the best way now is to take over a region's autonomy, then influence the people's consciousness through subtle ways and the difference in living standards. Then, when the time is right, we will become independent. That's the safest way, Sei Ito explained patiently. Zhou Xianlin nodded and did not say anything. Actually, if you want a place to develop, there's a place that might be more suitable. At this time, Bucky Lulu, who had been silent, said, The moon. After everyone's eyes fell on her, Bakilialu said softly, The moon? Zhou Xianlin and Suzu Ito repeated with furrowed brows. Among them, Zhou Xianlin had some doubts about landing on the moon and building a base on the moon because Leluxiu's world had not developed space technology. Suzu Ito, on the other hand, didn't think about that at all, so she was very surprised after hearing Buggy Lulu's proposal. With the current ability of the Archangel, we don't need a mass accelerator at all to sail into space. Coupled with the technological strength and manpower in our hands, I believe that we can build a base suitable for development and survival in the shortest time possible. But Kilulu stated slowly, the only problem is that I don't know the technological level of the various countries in this world and whether they have the ability to carry out a space war. Then, Buggy Lulu continued with a frown. Regarding this, Suzu Ito, as a member of the main world, didn't know. She looked at Sei Ito with a questioning gaze. We don't have the ability to carry out a space war at all. I'm not sure about this because in one of my previous operations, I found that there are aliens in this world. So before we have enough technological strength to resist alien technology, I don't recommend building a base or temporary spaceport in the universe, let alone a place like the moon. Seito said with a helpless sigh. What's going on the moon? Suzu Ito asked curiously. I don't know the specifics. I can only say that the mystery of the moon is too high. We may not be able to play with it. Seito replied with a shrug. Is it really that powerful? Suzu Ito didn't believe it. Yes. Seito nodded to confirm. Seeing Seito so sure, Suzu Ito also believed Seito's statement. At the same time, Buggy Lulu on the side also gave up her previous proposal and enjoyed dinner with everyone in silence. After more than 10 minutes, Seito and others finished their dinner. I'm going out for a while. Seito got up and said to Suzu Ito, who was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen. Got it. Suzu Ito responded without looking back. Seito turned around and walked out of the house. He passed through the courtyard and went down the mountain. He then walked slowly towards the city. After more than 20 minutes, Seito arrived in the city. He walked in front of a well-built 3-star to 4-star hotel. He took the elevator to the floor where the luxury suites were located and stopped in front of a dark brown solid wood door. Dang, dang, dang. Seito raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock. Soon, with a soft knock, Heima Karaki appeared behind the door. She was wearing a black sleeveless singlet and tight canvas pants of the same color. Her wavy brown hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. Why are you here? Heima Karaki asked as she opened the door to let Seito in. The stage has been built, so I'm here to see if there's anything I need to improve. Seito replied as he walked into Heima Karaki's room. Are we really going to have a concert during the monster attack? Heima Karaki asked worriedly as she closed the door. The so-called concert was a special task that Seito specially arranged for the leaders of the 4 famous singers, Karaki Karaki, Okamura Hatsuen, Maeda Atsuko, and Itano Tomomi, to hold a concert in the central square of Akizuru City. The concert would be broadcasted live through the media in Akizuru City. It's a special task that Seito specially arranged for the leaders of Akizuru City after he came back from Naruto World. Of course, Heima Karaki and the other 3 weren't the only celebrities invited to the concert. There were also some who contacted them through phone calls after they moved into Akizuru City. They were artists who were willing to believe in them, but it's not clear how many of them would be willing to risk their lives to participate in the concert. It's precisely because of the monster attack that I need your songs to calm the people's emotions. I don't want the city to be in chaos and affect my defense plan. Seito walked into the living room and sat on the soft sofa, then looked up at Heima Karaki, who had a worried expression on her face, and said, Your defense plan? Heima Karaki asked doubtfully. From the moment you moved into Akizuru City, the defense of the entire city was handed over to me. In other words, from that moment on, I'm your guardian angel. Seito said with a frivolous smile. Really? Heima Karaki was shocked. Why would I lie to you about this? Ito Mori curled his lips and said, And now, I'm not afraid to tell you that during the time I'm here, the entire management authority of Akakurino City has fallen into my hands. That is to say, from now on, Akakurino City will be under my rule, just like the ancient daimyo kingdom. So don't worry, when the time comes, I'll definitely protect you. Why is it that the more I listen, the more I feel like you're lying to me? Perhaps because what Seito said was too unbelievable to her. Heima Karaki's face was full of doubt. It's up to you to believe it or not. Seito shrugged helplessly. Then he stood up from the sofa, looked at Heima Karaki, and asked, Are you going to change your clothes before going out with me? Or are you just going to wear this? I'll wear this. Hama Karaki lowered her head and looked at the clothes on her body. Okay, let's call Okamura and Maeda, Sei Ito suggested. Hama Karaki naturally didn't object to this, so after dressing up a little, she followed Sei Ito out of the room and walked towards Okamura Hatsune's room. Okamura Hatsune was different from Hama Karaki. She didn't get a separate room to live in. Instead, she lived in the same suite as her parents, so when Sei Ito and Hama Karaki went over, Okamura Hatsune was chatting with her parents. Seeing this, Sei Ito and Hama Karaki had to stay for a while to chat with Okamura Hatsune's parents. Then they left together with Okamura Hatsune, who had changed her clothes, and went to Maeda Atsuko's place to find her. This time, they were lucky. Not only did they find Maeda Atsuko, but they also met Itano Tomomi, who was chatting with her. She was still active in ABK 48, but lost her hometown due to the monster attack. She didn't know where to call her, so she was invited to Akikuruno. Seeing Sei Ito, Hama Karaki, and Okamura Hatsune, Maeda Atsuko, Itano Tomomi, and Kashiwagi Yuki, who were chatting, stood up and greeted them. Although Sei Ito knew who Kashiwagi Yuki was, he still pretended not to know her and asked, "My name is Kashiwagi Yuki. Nice to meet you." He didn't know if it was because of the relationship between the two famous seniors. Kashiwagi Yuki introduced herself very cautiously. Hama Karaki and Okamura Hatsune smiled at Kashiwagi Yuki in a friendly manner. Then, Sei Ito explained the purpose of this visit to Maeda Atsuko and Itano Tomomi. As the first people to be notified at the beginning of the plan, Maeda Atsuko and Itano Tomomi didn't refuse and turned into the bedroom to change their clothes. Although it's a bit presumptuous, Kashiwagi, are you willing to accept the invitation to participate in the Battle Encouragement concert in a few days? When the two changed their clothes, Sei Ito looked at Kashiwagi Yuki, who didn't know where to put her hands. Of course, it's the kind of performance without pay. It's a friendly performance. Although it's a special period now, almost all entertainment companies have canceled external announcements and only accept TV variety shows to maintain exposure, or simply let them take a vacation at home or provide funds to go abroad, so as to prevent any accidents to their precious artists. But if the artists undertake performance activities in private, it's still not allowed. This is tantamount to a challenge to the management company. But if it's just a friendship between artists, it's within the scope of permission. Me? Kashiwagi Yuki raised her hand and pointed to herself with a face of objection. Yes. Sei Ito nodded and smiled. You know, your AKB is very popular. If you can participate, it will definitely be the greatest encouragement to the fans in Akikuruno City. I have to ask my company before I can answer you. Kashiwagi Yuki hesitated for a moment and said in a very formulaic way, "Well, you can ask. I really hope that you can participate." Sei Ito wasn't angry at all because of Kashiwagi Yuki's words, and his tone was still gentle. Then several people chatted in the living room until Maeda Atsuko and Itano Tomomi reappeared in front of everyone after changing their clothes. The performance ended and walked out of the room together. During this time, Kashiwagi Yuki naturally followed everyone, preparing to go to the venue together. Who else did you invite? Sei Ito turned to ask Okamura-chan and Kuraki-mai. Yui Shingaki. Okamura-chan and Kuraki-mai looked at each other, then looked at Sei Ito and replied. Seeing their actions, how could Ito say not understand? It must be that the invited singers or famous artists were afraid of danger on the day of the concert, so they refused to attend this concert. Therefore, in the end, only Yui Shingaki gave Okamura Hatsune face and believed in her, so she agreed to participate in the concert. Is she already here? Sei Ito asked. She has already moved in. Okamura-chan replied. Then without Sei Ito saying anything, she led everyone to the room where Yui Shingaki lived. Dang, dang, dang. Okamura-chan bent her finger and knocked on the door. Knock. There was silence for a few seconds. Then with a soft sound, A girl wearing a white sleeveless dress with long black hair, casually tied into a ponytail, appeared in front of everyone. Looking at everyone outside the door, Yui Shingaki's face showed a stunned look. Yui, Okamura-chan spoke on behalf of everyone, and introduced everyone to Yui Shingaki one by one, then told Yui Shingaki the purpose of this visit. Please wait a moment. I will go and talk to Yame-san. Yui Shingaki, who understood, said, What do you want to talk to me about? At this moment, accompanied by the sound of splashing water, a short-haired woman wearing a black sleeveless dress and black plastic leg silk pantyhose walked out of the bathroom with a smile. But as soon as she finished speaking, she was shocked by the number of people in the room and stood there stunned. Seeing this, Yui Shingaki began to introduce the two sides to each other. Chapter 1064. After some explanation, Nagaso Masami, the short-haired woman wearing a black sleeveless dress and black stockings, also joined the group and followed them to the newly built stage in the city center. Because there were a lot of people, and all of them were famous artists, Sei Ito directly used his connections to get a black business SUV from the hotel and drove everyone to the venue. He didn't know if it was because he had changed Akakuruno City too much in the past 2 days, but the condition of the residents in Akakuruno City was obviously better than before. Even now that night was gradually falling, the streets still maintained a decent level of liveliness. Therefore, the group took a little more time than expected to arrive outside the stage built in the central square of Akakuruno City. After using his face as proof to swipe the card, Sei Ito directly drove into the performance venue, which was patrolled by many security guards. Actually, it was called a venue, but it was just a wide stage built in the central square of Akakuruno City. It was more than 20 meters long, 2.5 meters tall, and about 10 meters wide. It took up 1/3 of the square's space. Behind it was a metal bracket that was more than 10 meters tall and used to set up the lighting equipment and various tools needed for the concert. It was also used as a support frame to block the rain. Of course, this was just a rough look, but the equipment installed inside all used technology from the Rubik's Cube world. In terms of sound and light effects, it was definitely the best in the world. Sei Ito, who led everyone to the stage, took out a controller and pressed the key with his thumb. Dang! In an instant, a soft sound was heard. Several bright lights shone on the stage from all angles, slowly moving along with everyone. How is it? Are you satisfied? Sei Ito asked everyone who was looking around with a smile. As an outsider, Nagaso Masami was the first to withdraw her gaze and asked Sei Ito, What about security? When the time comes, I will assign a group of police officers to maintain law and order in the periphery. Sei Ito turned to look at Nagaso Masami and explained. Then he smiled and pointed at the bottom of the platform, less than half a meter away from the platform, where several square black pillars were placed at specific intervals on the ground. Do you see that? Following Sei Ito's finger, everyone's gaze fell on the pillars. Sei Ito replied and pressed a button on the control panel. Buzz! In an instant, a buzzing sound was heard. Dozens of thin red laser beams instantly shot out from the pillars and connected with each other. It formed a wall of lasers in front of everyone. Wow! Nagaso Masami exclaimed softly. At this moment, Sei Ito took out a rock and threw it at the wall out of mischief and to make everyone realize the danger of the laser wall. In the next moment, just as the stone was about to touch the laser curtain wall, more than a dozen laser beams instantly shot out from the pitch-black pillars that were adjacent to each other. They hit the gravel. In less than a second, the gravel was turned into a handful of dust and scattered with the night wind. These laser beams are very powerful. Each one can directly penetrate a 3-centimeter thick alloy steel plate. Even if there's a blind person who breaks through the periphery and comes to the edge of the venue, it won't be good. Sei Ito turned his head and said to the stunned crowd, Then what if a monster comes here? As a singer who may participate in the concert, Yui Shigaki couldn't help but ask. Immediately, everyone's eyes gathered on Sei Ito, waiting for his answer. After all, This was the only problem they were really worried about. If it couldn't be solved, they might regret it halfway. "Don't worry, I won't forget about your safety," Ito said with a smile, then pressed a button on the controller. In an instant, with a sudden burst of bright white light, a huge pentagonal circle rose rapidly from the platform under everyone's feet. Kurakimai and the others were confused and slightly helpless as they scanned their bodies. It only stopped when it reached the top of the stage that was built for the concert. Then it unfolded a huge transparent shield that looked like an inverted bowl on the ground, shrouding everyone and the entire stage. A series of flickering special rune characters revolved around the shield. This is the Inyang Technique's Jura Vajra defense barrier. If a monster really escapes the city's defense system and comes here, this barrier can protect you from the monster's attack until my subordinates come to rescue you, Ito explained to everyone. This was the first time Kuraki, Mai, and the others were so close to a traditional Inyang Technique barrier and were protected by it, so they looked around excitedly. From time to time, they would reach out and touch the void in front of them to feel the existence of the barrier. At this moment, Kuraki Mai finally believed what Seito said to her. When no one was paying attention, she looked at Seito with a complicated expression. She was now wondering if she could really be together with Seito. After all, even though she was one of the top singers in the country, there was a huge gap between her and Seito, who was obviously from a special noble class. The sensitive Ito, immediately sensed Kuraki Mai's gaze, and then walked to her side without a trace. He reached out and held Kuraki Mai's hand, and turned to her with a gentle smile. Kuraki Mai forced a smile back, and continued to think about her own matters. "Now you can rest assured." Seito, who couldn't say anything for the time being, looked at Nagasawa Asami, Yui Nigaki, Hatsuen Atsuko Maeda, Tomomi Itano, and Yuki Kashiwagi, who had calmed down a little. "Yes." Yui Nigaki nodded in response. At this time, whether it's unrelated people like Nagasawa Masami, Kashiwagi Yuki, or related people like Yui Nigaki, they are more or less thinking about having a good relationship with Ito, in the future. Maybe in the future, there will be unexpected gains. It wasn't that the three of them were thinking too much, but in the big dive vat that was the entertainment industry, if they didn't think too much, they would have been eaten until there was nothing left. How could they become popular? Of course, they couldn't rule out the possibility that they were lucky and had someone backing them. As for Hatsuen Atsuko Maeda, and Tomomi Itano, who already had a good relationship with Seito, although they also thought about it, compared to Nagasawa Masami and the other two, they didn't think much about it at all. At this point, the people who had seen most of the stage didn't stay outside for long. They sat in Seito's MPV and returned to the hotel. Then, on Nagasawa Masami's suggestion, they played crazily in Yui Nigaki's room until 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, when they finished their activities and left, walking back to their respective rooms. After Ito sent everyone back to their rooms, he followed Kuraki Mai into her room. "What's wrong with you today? You're not happy." Ito wrapped his arms around Kuraki Mai's waist from behind and pulled her into his arms. He let Kuraki Mai's back lean against his chest as he lowered his head and whispered into Kuraki Mai's ear. "I'm thinking about our relationship," Kuraki Mai sighed. "Our relationship?" Seito asked, puzzled. "I'm thinking about whether it's suitable for us to continue dating, whether it's from the age gap or our identities." Kuraki Mai, who wanted to have a good talk, directly told Seito what was on her mind. "You're worrying for nothing again," Seito said helplessly. "Yes, you're older than me, but who can tell? If it's the first time they see you, who would think you're older than 25? As for my identity, what identity do I have? I'm just a very capable kamikaze, and most people don't even know about it. If I go out with you, I'll definitely be called a young man, a gigolo, or something like that. What's there to worry about?" Kuraki Mai couldn't help but fall silent. He thought to himself, "That's right, my appearance has already returned to my youthful appearance after using the youth potion. As long as I'm not familiar with them, they won't say anything. As for his identity, it seems that other than me, no one knows that he might even be the head of a city." Thinking of this, Kuraki-mai's mood improved a little. But then Kuraki-mai thought about it again. She wasn't an ordinary person. She was a celebrity. If she stayed with Ito-sei for a long time, his secret would be exposed sooner or later. Wouldn't the same thing happen when that time comes? As a result, Kuraki-mai's mood fell again, and she fell into a state of conflict as she thought back and forth. After a minute of silence, Kuraki-mai spoke again. I don't think your family would allow you to marry an ordinary person who is so much older than you, right? I'm not sure, but I think they won't mind. Say Ito didn't expect Kuraki-mai to think about marriage. You're not going to use this as an excuse to break up, right? Then, Ito-sei moved Kuraki-mai to the side and looked into Kuraki-mai's eyes with a frown. After all, we're not from the same world. Kuraki-mai looked down and said, Nonsense. What do you mean we're not from the same world? We're hugging each other now. So how are we not from the same world? Let me tell you, don't even think about breaking up. I won't let go, Sei Ito said firmly. Chapter 1065. Although this declaration was forceful and domineering, Kuraki-mai's heart couldn't help but ripple when she heard it. A warm feeling flashed through her heart. So, to prevent you from having second thoughts, I have decided that no matter what you say, I will officially claim you. At this time, Itomori leaned over and hugged Kuraki-mai's knees. He straightened up and carried her in his arms. He strode toward the inner bedroom and announced, How can you do this? Kuraki-mai said unhappily, but her tone did not sound unhappy at all. She even sounded like she was acting coquettishly. Furthermore, his entire body didn't show any signs of struggle or unwillingness. Humph, Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and snorted, ignoring Kuraki-mai's words. Bang! With a soft sound, Ito Seiichi skillfully threw Kuraki-mai onto the soft bed in the bedroom. He then leaned over and pressed his body against Kuraki-mai's body. He then opened his mouth and kissed Kuraki-mai's lips. Aroused, Kuraki-mai stretched out her arms and hugged Ito-sei's neck. She stuck out her tongue and responded passionately. Even though the two were kissing passionately, Ito-sei and Kuraki-mai's hands were not idle. They tacitly reached for the buttons of each other's clothes and took off the clothes that were in the way from the other's body. After a few kisses, Sei Ito and Kuraki-mai took off each other's clothes. They were naked in front of each other. Originally, Kuraki-mai's chest wasn't big. At most, it was a B cup. However, under the effects of Sei Ito's breast enhancement potion and the youth potion, there were obvious changes. Her breasts were now C cup. Although it was the lowest standard, Kuraki-mai's petite figure looked exceptionally voluptuous. Under Sei Ito's hand, her breasts kept changing shape. Similarly, under the effects of the whitening potion, Kuraki-mai's skin became fair and smooth, like milk to the touch. It was a wonderful feeling. After a while, Ito-sei felt that his fingers under Kuraki-mai's body had become slippery. He flipped Kuraki-mai's body over and put her in a kneeling position. He then held Kuraki-mai's waist with both hands and inserted the wild mushroom into the wet greenhouse. MMM. Kuraki-mai clenched her fists when she felt her body being filled. She opened her mouth slightly and let out a low moan. After a pause of about 10 seconds, the sound of the wooden bed creaking could be heard in the dimly lit hotel room. Soon, Kuraki-mai's agonized, joyful, and excited screams echoed in the room. As time passed, the screams became louder and louder. "Mai, I want to hear you sing," Sei Ito said playfully. You go to hell." Kuraki-mai's voice was muffled. "Good girl, sing a song for me." Sei Ito stopped his actions and moved Kuraki-mai's legs so that she was lying flat on the bed. He leaned over and smiled at her. "You pervert." Kuraki-mai cursed under her breath. Despite her words, Kuraki-mai still sang a song from her album that she had a good memory of. Kuraki-mai's voice was heard. Sei Ito chuckled and started again. Almost instantly, Kuraki-mai's voice started to change, and she could not form a proper sentence. But every time Kuraki-mai was about to give up, Sei Ito would stop his actions and let Kuraki-mai continue. Kuraki Mai sang 4 to 5 songs in a row until her voice became hoarse. Then, she hugged Sei Ito tightly with both hands and started to scratch Sei Ito's back. At the same time, she clamped her legs around Sei Ito's body and raised her head to let out a long moan. Sure enough, a female singer has a unique flavor. When Kuraki Mai's body was completely limp, Ito Sei played with the soft flesh on her chest with his hand while teasing her with a frivolous smile. "You bastard!" Kuraki Mai panted and scolded. Sei Ito happily accepted their flirting. Then, he hugged Kuraki Mai's body and turned her around to lie on the bed. Kuraki Mai was lying on his chest, and his hands started to caress her back. "Are you satisfied now?" After a long while, Kuraki Mai, who had almost fully recovered, spoke with her hoarse voice. "Yes, I'm satisfied. When I have time, I will also mark you." Sei Ito chuckled. "What do you think of Sakai Noriko's butterfly? Don't even think about it." Kuraki Mai moved her arms to Sei Ito's waist and used a weapon that all women knew. Pinching. "Then let's change it, I'll put a mark on your butt." Ito Sei reached out and pinched Kuraki Mai's, but as he continued to tease her. "In your dreams, I will not let you do anything weird to me." Kuraki Mai was still determined. In this way, Sei Ito teased Kuraki Mai from time to time, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Kuraki Mai, who felt a little tired, said good night to Sei Ito and fell asleep on his chest. Looking at Kuraki Mai in his arms, Ito Sei smiled and gently turned her around to lie down on her side. He then used medical ninjutsu to treat Kuraki Mai's dry and red throat to avoid affecting the concert that may be held at any time. It wasn't until the treatment was complete that he closed his eyes and fell asleep with Kuraki Mai in his arms. Fortunately, the monsters gave him face and didn't launch a sudden attack to completely destroy the defense line in the Hakone area. They directly sent their troops into the Akizuruno area, allowing Ito Sei to have a good night's sleep. Kuraki Mai woke up from her sleep with a lazy moan. "Morning," Sei Ito greeted her with a smile. "Morning," Kuraki Mai replied. After greeting each other, the two of them stayed in bed for a while, then got up from the bed one after another and went to the bathroom to wash up. Naturally, during this process, there was no lack of erotic activities that could not be avoided. After changing their clothes, the two of them called room service and enjoyed a delicious breakfast together in the room. "I will go first." After eating breakfast, Sei Ito stayed with Kuraki Mai for a while and said, Kuraki Mai nodded. Then Sei Ito used instant transmission to disappear from Kuraki Mai's eyes and appeared in the sky outside the hotel, rushing back to the shrine. Coincidentally, Sei Ito, who had just returned home, once again saw Nakaya Wei, the contact person arranged by the Ministry of Environment. At this time, she was in the living room with Suzu Ito, who was in a witch costume, handing over something. "Lord." Seeing Sei Ito suddenly appear, Nakaya Wei quickly got up and greeted him. "Little brother, you came back just in time. This is what you wanted." Hearing Nakaya Wei's greeting, Suzu Ito also looked up from the paper in her hand and handed the thing in her hand to Sei Ito. "What is it?" Sei Ito said, somewhat puzzled. "It's an official document of the transfer of administrative power, land ownership, and other rights of Akiya City and the Asuketa, and a privilege granted by the royal family." Nakaya Wei on the side quickly replied, "That is to say, from now on, whether it is the old imperial power or the new cabinet, Akiya City and the Asuketa are officially under your rule." Suzu Ito said with a smile, "My dear lord brother, since I am a lord, aren't you also promoted to a concubine?" Hearing Suzu Ito's teasing, Sei Ito raised his head and looked at Suzu Ito with a teasing smile. "Thank you. I have troubled you this time." After teasing Suzu Ito, Sei Ito turned to look at Nakaya Wei and thanked him with a smile. "You are welcome, lord. This is what I should do." Nakaya Wei replied with some trepidation. Then he saluted again and said, "If lord has no other orders, I will leave first." "Well, go." Sei Ito nodded and said, "Goodbye." Nakaya Wei saluted Suzu Ito again and said. After that, he politely turned and walked out of the room, disappearing in front of Sei Ito and Suzu Ito. It seems that the royal family and the Ministry of the Environment are eager for me to completely take over Akiyuya City. This efficiency is really fast. The request was made in the evening, and the documents were sent the next morning. TSK, TSK. Sei Ito casually threw the documents and his hand back on the table, sat down at the table, and said with a curled face, "Who cares what they think, as long as we achieve our goal?" Suzu Ito reached out and took the documents in front of her eyes and looked at them again. "Well, I'm just saying," Sei Ito said with a shrug. "Now that the city is in our hands, what are you going to do?" Suzu Ito turned to look at Sei Ito and asked, "Directly change the personnel?" "Not to that extent, and now is not the right time. Let those people stay in their original positions first, and after the time is over, we will use them according to their previous performance and ability." Sei Ito, who had already considered the problem of those officials, replied, "Up to you." Suzu Ito said indifferently. "But this time, there is an additional Ashigashido. I need to go and arrange it." Then, thinking of the newly added jurisdiction, Sei Ito said with some helplessness, "Well, while it is still urgent, I will go first." Then Sei Ito did not hesitate. After saying goodbye to Suzu Ito, he used instant transmission again and left the house, moving toward Ashigashido, which was located in the north of Akiyuya City. Chapter 1066. P.S. Thank you to Instant Potato and 1577478860 for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany for your tip. Thank you to Dancing Drunk for your evaluation vote. On the map, the Sunrise Town was about half the size of Akakurino City. It covered an area of 28.08 square kilometers and had a population of 16,023. If it was divided into households, there would only be 4,957 households. Just from the data, it was clear that the Sunrise Town was an agricultural town. The population was relatively scattered, and under the influence of the monsters, some of the population had already left the area in advance and scattered to Tokyo, the northeastern part of the island, or Hokkaido. The population was even smaller. Therefore, Sei Ito's strategy for the Sunrise Town was very simple. He directly found the local administrative department and issued a personnel call as the Lord to transfer all the people to Akakurino City. As for the expenses and settlement problems arising from this, he directly threw it to the management of the Sunrise Town and Akakurino City. He didn't care about these troublesome things. In this way, Sei Ito completely saved the trouble of building a defensive area in the Sunrise Town. He could put all his thoughts into the defense of Akakurino City. For this reason, Sei Ito broke into the monsters' territory for 2 consecutive nights, slaughtering monsters to earn the world force of the main world, and used it to change the identity of the people in the Rubik's Cube world. With such efforts, after Zhou Xiangrin, Bucky Lulu, and Yi, who could directly appear in the main world, Sei Ito successively summoned Mayo, Erika, Brandrai, Liliana, Kranikar, Katsumi Yomi, Valletta, Kanzaki Kori, Oriana Thompson, Osora Aquinas, Kinuhida Sai, and Linghua Wakeshida. Among them, Linghua Wakeshida, who was an ordinary person but was a famous singer, idol, and model in the Rubik's Cube world, was used as the concert organizer. While making up for the lack of performing artists, it also helped Kuraki Mai and the other celebrities who had agreed to participate in the film to bypass the troublesome targets of brokers. Under the training of Babel organization, Kinuhida Sai, who has developed her nitrogen armor ability to the peak of LV4 and will soon reach LVL5, and Oriana, who has the nickname of Tracking Blockade, will be the security personnel of the concert. It can be considered as adding another layer of protection for the celebrities outside the barrier that has already been set up. Sei Ito hoped that Orsola, the Pope of the Church in the Rubik's Cube world, would be able to calm the people down during the rest of the concert. What's more, she still had the angel Elaine Gabriel, who was sealed by Ito Sei in her body. If she was in danger, their battle prowess was also very powerful. It was more than enough to protect those singers and artists. As for the remaining Mayo, Yi, Erica, Liliana, Kanzan Karen, and Valletta, there were specialized city guards who will cooperate with Seito to defend the entire Akazuru city. It was worth mentioning that except for Mayo, Yi, Erica, Liliana, and Kanzan who were relying on their own abilities, Karen and Valletta will use Red Lotus Sacred Heaven Baji style and Gunnier, which are the most advanced technological research results of the Rubik's Cube world. It wasn't that Seito didn't want to summon more people, but at this time, there was no time to harvest monsters and earn the world's power to transform their bodies. Because just this morning, the overall defense line in the Hakone area was finally broken through due to the lack of manpower, allowing the monsters to move towards Tokyo, where Akazura City was located. Otomo City was the first to bear the brunt of the monster army's fierce attack. Affected by this, the residents of Akazuya City, who had been relatively calm, immediately became anxious. A large number of citizens packed up their belongings and dragged their families to Tokyo's 23rd district, the northeast of the island, Hokkaido, and even took the plane to move overseas. My king, don't you need to calm the people's emotions? In the shrine's room, Liliana, who had accepted the exaggerated fact that they had come to another world, looked at the leisurely Seito and asked with a serious expression, "No need. We can use this opportunity to clear the city and prepare for future reconstruction." Seito replied indifferently, "My king wants to build your own country." Erica asked with a noble lady's reserved smile on her face. "It's not that simple. I just want to make this place suitable for us to govern ourselves." Seito shrugged with a smile. "Valletta, call the mayor of Akazuru City and tell him to announce to the entire city that those who want to leave should leave immediately. After 12 hours, I will seal off all the roads that connect the city to the outside. Those who are late will not be welcomed." Seito turned to Valletta and said. Valletta nodded, got up, and walked to the side. She found the mayor's contact number and called him. After the call was connected, she passed on Seito's words to the mayor. After hearing that it was Seito's order, the mayor didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately found the head of the intelligence department and used his authority to cut off the television, radio, and limited network transmission signals. He then broadcast the mayor's speech live and announced Seito's order to the entire city. As soon as the announcement was made, the people who were still hesitating no longer dared to hesitate. They quickly packed up their belongings and brought their families out of Akazura City. Fortunately, considering the possible traffic congestion, the police department had sent a large number of police officers to the various intersections to direct traffic when the first batch of people began to evacuate. This allowed the entire city's traffic system to operate normally. But even so, the congestion was still very serious. A large number of private vehicles were stranded on the road, and the sound of horns reverberated in the air like heavy pollution. Sai Asola, Oriana, Linghua, we should go. Seito didn't think that Otomo City's defense line could last much longer. Kinuhata Sai, Asola, Oriana, and Yamahira Linghua nodded and got up from their seats and moved to Seito's side. "I'll be back soon," Seito said to the people who stayed at home. Then, he used instant transmission and disappeared from the room with Kinuhata Sai, Asola, Oriana, and Yamahira Linghua. They moved toward the concert stage that was built in the central square of Akazuru City. A few seconds later, Seito's group of 5 appeared in the center of the stage. Because they were in a hurry to escape, even though the concert stage built in the central square was very eye-catching, there was still no one around. Only the laser curtain wall, formed by the stage's defensive measures, showed the uniqueness of the stage. Since there's no one around, I'll provide you with the last layer of insurance. At this time, Seito turned around and said to Kinuhata Sai, Asola, Oriana, and Yamahira Linghua. The 4 people who didn't understand Seito's words all looked at Seito in confusion, waiting for him to act. Seito's lips curled into a smile. With a devilish smile on his face, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her. He was dressed very fashionably. Yamahiro Linghua, whose long black hair was naturally draped behind her head, pulled her into his embrace. Under Yamahiro Linghua's astonishment and the other three people's strange gazes, he lowered his head and kissed Yamahiro Linghua's delicate lips. Although she had imagined such a thing happening before, this was the first time Seito kissed her, so she instinctively let out a low moan. But very quickly, Yamahiro Linghua's moan was replaced by a painful moan. Open your body and accept my power. The process is a bit painful. Bear with it for a while. Seito let go of Yamahiro Linghua and said in a muffled voice while sucking on her earlobe to soothe her emotions, I got it. Come. Yamahiro Linghua murmured with her cheeks blushing. With this confirmation, Seito turned his head and kissed Yamahiro Linghua's lips again. He activated the youth authority and refined the energy in his body into a special kind of energy, which he injected into Yamahiro Linghua's body through his mouth. However, considering the fact that Yamahiro Linghua was an ordinary person, Seito deliberately slowed down the speed of the injection and injected small amounts of energy into Yamahiro Linghua's body. In this way, the kiss that originally took 1 or 2 minutes to complete took a full 10 minutes. Seito finally injected the special energy refined by the youth authority into Yamahiro Linghua's body and stored it in her dantian. After completing this process, Yamahiro Linghua's body was already weak and limp in Seito's arms. Her eyes were filled with lust, and she looked at Seito's face in a daze while gasping for breath. The time this time isn't suitable. Next time, when the time and place are suitable, let me eat you. Seito once again sucked on Yamahiro Linghua's earlobe and whispered. Okay, Yamahiro Linghua replied softly. Seito hugged Yamahiro Linghua for a while and used the energy in his body to soothe her body. Yamahiro Linghua regained her strength and stood on the ground by herself. However, at this time, Yamahiro Linghua's clothes suddenly changed like the thin mosaics that were commonly seen in movies. She changed from her original black shirt and black pants to a very fashionable outfit. All of this was due to the nanotechnology transformation system on Yamahiro Linghua's wrist. This was also the props and costumes that Seito provided for the concert. It was just that he didn't give it to Kuraki Mai and the others yet. When everyone's gaze fell on her because of the transformation of her clothes, Yamahiro Linghua lowered her head shyly and didn't dare to look at them. Seeing this, the four people including Seito smiled faintly and didn't say anything. After that, Seito once again reached out and grabbed Oleana's arm. With a seductive expression on her face, he hugged her exposed waist and lowered his head to kiss her on the lips. After that, he once again infused the energy that he refined with youth's authority into Oleana's body. Oleana was indeed someone who had suffered a lot. Although the entire process was extremely painful, other than letting out a muffled groan at the beginning, Oleana only frowned and hugged Seito's body tightly. She didn't show any other reaction and persevered until the end of the process. After that, Seito, who had also helped Oleana relieve her pain, once again reached out and pulled Asola into his arms. With a sincere expression on her face, he lowered his head and kissed her lips, infusing energy into her body. I don't think I need it. After Asola finished the ceremony, Kinuhita Sai's gaze wandered and said, What do you think? Seito asked back with a smile. Then, without any explanation, he pulled Kinuhita Sai into his arms and bent down to kiss her lips. It hurts a lot. After a moment, Kinuhita Sai frowned and said, Now your bodies have the unique energy that I infused. When you encounter danger, all you need to do is to use your ki, mana, or esper ability to trigger it. Then, you will receive the blessing of that energy and temporarily possess a brand new strength that surpasses your current strength. Then, you can call my name in your mind. When the time comes, I will rush to your side and rescue you. Seito looked at Kinuhita Sai, Oleana, Asola, and Yamahira Lingua, and said. The phrase, trigger with key, was said to Yamahira Lingua. Under the Rubik's Cube World's martial arts policy, Yamahira Lingua chose to practice Japanese Aikido and Japanese Judo. Because of her figure, she also chose to practice Indian Judo. Although it wasn't very good, under the guidance of her good friend, Sei Ito's second sister, Ito Reina, she was able to obtain the basic ki sense and reach the level of storing ki. Therefore, she was able to trigger the energy. This is the stage's defense system controller. Oleana, take it. Then, Sei Ito took out a controller and threw it to Oleana. Okay, I'll go pick up the other performers. You guys rest here. When Oleana took the controller and looked at it, Sei Ito said again. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of the four's eyes. He moved toward the hotel where Kuraki Mai and the others were staying. Naturally, Sei Ito first looked for his woman, Kuraki Mai. After finding Kuraki Mai, he looked for Okamura Hatsuen, Maeda Atsuko, Itano Tomomi, and Yui Nigaki. However, when they left, Kashiwagi Yuki and Nagaso Masami also joined the team. However, they still didn't come as performers, but as spectators and artiste friends. In this regard, Sei Ito naturally didn't object. He used instant transmission and disappeared from the hotel with everyone rushing back to the venue. When they arrived at the venue, Nagaso Masami, who experienced instant transmission for the first time, was still screaming with excitement and fear. On the other hand, although Kuraki Mai and the others were a little dizzy and nauseous because of the instant transmission, they didn't scream like Nagaso Masami. They were very quiet. What was that just now? Instant transmission? Then Nagaso Masami, who had calmed down a little, quickly ran to Sei Ito, stretched out her arms, grabbed Sei Ito's arm, and asked excitedly. Chapter 1067. You do know quite a lot. High-quality update, Ito-sei replied with a smile. I've also seen Dragon Ball. Nagaso Masami raised her head proudly. Sei Ito couldn't help but chuckle. Then, he took out 5 disguise bracelets and slowly walked to Kuraki Mai, Okamura Hatsuen, Maeda Atsuko, Itano Tomomi, and Yui Nigaki, and handed the bracelets to each of them. What is this? Maeda Atsuko asked curiously. Using nanotechnology to create a disguise bracelet. It's a prop for you to change your clothes during the concert. Sei Ito explained, then chuckled. Of course, after the event, these bracelets will become your personal belongings in the form of the concert fee. Disguise bracelet? Maeda Atsuko and Itano Tomomi, as well as Okamura Hatsuen and Yui Nigaki, looked at each other with a puzzled expression. They really didn't understand how this small bracelet could complete the disguise mission. Naturally, Nagaso Masami, Itano Tomomi, and Kashiwagi Yuki, who stood beside Sei Ito, also looked curiously at the bracelets in the other people's hands, guessing its function. Lingua, come here and demonstrate for everyone. Sei Ito smiled and called out to Lingua Shimabura. Okay. Lingua Shimabura, who had completely recovered, agreed. Come, let me introduce her to everyone. This is the host of this concert, Lingua Shimabura. Ito-sei pointed at Lingua Shimabura, who walked to his side and introduced her to the others with a smile. Hello, everyone. I'm Lingua Shimabura. Please take care of me. Lingua Shimabura bowed politely. Hello. Although they didn't know who Lingua Shimabura was, since she was able to get together with Sei Ito, she wasn't a simple person. Okamura Hatsuen and the others also bowed one after another. The way to use the disguise bracelet is very simple. You just have to wear it on your hand bowl. After meeting everyone for the first time, Ping Lingua raised her left arm and showed the fashionable wristband on her wrist to everyone as she spoke. Kuraki Mai and the others followed suit and put on the bracelets. Do you see the little dot here? Press it down. After everyone was done, Mira Lingua pointed at a small dot the size of a soybean at the joint of the bracelet. It looked like a part of the bracelet, and she pressed it down. In an instant, a 3-dimensional screen made of laser light appeared in front of all the women wearing the cross-dressing bracelet, including Lingua Shimoda. There were about 100 sets. Various types of clothing, including underwear, were presented neatly in front of the women in a line. Wu Zi was rotating. Everyone, look at the top right corner of each piece of clothing. Shopping Linghua said again. Following Ping Linghua's reminder, everyone noticed the numbers on the upper right corner of the clothing image. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 101. Remember the corresponding numbers of the clothing, then think of the numbers in your heart. Just like this. Seeing that everyone understood, Ping Linghua continued. After she finished speaking, countless tiny mosaics appeared on Shimira Linghua's body and wrapped her up. Then, the tiny mosaics disappeared and a new set of clothing appeared on Shimira Linghua's body. In order to show more straightforwardly, Shimira Linghua changed her clothing 4 to 5 times. Only then did she stop. Seeing this, Naga Salmasami's face showed an envious expression. She glanced at Sei Ito from time to time, looking like she wanted to, but was embarrassed. On the other hand, Kuraki Mai, Okamura Hatsuin, Maeda Atsuko, Itano Tomomi, and Shigaki Yui were pleasantly surprised. They kept rubbing the cross-dressing bracelets on their wrists. Of course, if it's too troublesome to record the numbers, you can press the icon on the right side of the screen to bring up the settings page. Then, you can categorize and record the clothing according to your preferences. Ping Linghua smiled when she saw the expressions on everyone's faces. Also, if you're not satisfied with the style of the clothing, you can open the Data Update module to scan the latest clothing style from the outside and store in the bracelet to update the clothing data. Wow! Doesn't that mean that as long as we scan the data of the clothing we like, we don't even need to buy it, and we can have the new clothing we like? Nagasawa Masami asked in amazement. Yes. Sei Ito nodded and smiled. The girls who got Sei Ito's confirmation immediately showed a pleasantly surprised expression. Nagasawa Masami, who didn't get the bracelet, looked even more envious. Sei Ito acted as if he didn't see it. He didn't say anything and didn't respond. Let's put the bracelet aside for now. You'll have plenty of time to experience its magic later. Now, let me introduce you to the others. At this time, Sei Ito clapped his hands to attract the attention of everyone who was setting the clothing according to their habits. This is Oriana, the person in charge of the security for this concert. After everyone's gaze fell on him, Sei Ito pointed at Oriana, who was wearing revealing clothing, and introduced her. Hello. Hearing that it was the person in charge of the security, the girls didn't dare to delay and quickly greeted him. This is Kinuhata Sayai, the other person in charge of the security for this concert. Sei Ito pointed at Kinuhata Sayai and said, Looking at Kinuhata Sayai's expression, the girls were stunned. What's with that look of suspicion? Kinuhata Sayai said unhappily. Don't be fooled by her appearance. She's very strong and can definitely protect you. Sei Ito said confidently. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Kuraki Mai and the others put away their suspicions and greeted Kinuhata Sayai. This is Asola, a member of the clergy. She's in charge of calming down the crowd during your break. She's also your performer. Sei Ito pointed at Asola, who was wearing a black nun's robe with only her face and hands exposed. Everyone saluted Asola, and Asola hurriedly returned the salute. I need to go back and arrange the defense, so I won't stay here any longer. After introducing the two sides, Sei Ito said. Then he turned to Shimira Linghua and Oriana and said, Linghua, remember to remind them of the conditions to use the bracelet. Oriana, their safety is in your hands. Understood. Shimira Linghua nodded. Don't worry, just leave everything to me. Oriana replied with a charming smile. Sei Ito smiled and nodded to everyone. Then he used instant transmission to leave the stage and return to the shrine. Everyone was preparing for the battle in the room to wait for the arrival of the monster. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. Just as Sei Ito expected, Ultimo's defense line couldn't hold on for more than 12 hours. It was quickly breached by the monster, and the retreating soldiers arrived at Akiryu City. From the satellite images sent back by the Black Sphere Transit System, Ito Sei, who discovered the arrival of the monsters, immediately ordered a counterattack. At the same time, he left the shrine again and appeared in Akikaruno City. He pressed his hand on the ground and activated alchemy. One step in advance, the entrances and exits leading to the direction of Oldamo City, Hidetachi, Tachikawa City, and another city were sealed in advance, leaving only the gate in the direction of Tokyo open. Fortunately, there were only a few vehicles entering and exiting these places, so the gate was easily sealed and cut off from the outside world. It didn't cause any trouble. During this process, the monster that was chasing the retreating soldiers finally entered Akiryu City's defensive perimeter. The moment the monsters entered the defensive perimeter, hundreds of emerald green disintegration beams shot out of the alloy walls of Akikaruno City. They struck the ferocious monsters flying in the air or running on the ground, leaving charred wounds on their bodies and beating them up. Although there were a lot of light beams, they were actually only the firepower of 4 disintegration beam cannons. The reason why 4 cannons could produce such an effect was all thanks to the dozens of triangular crystals made of special materials placed at specific intervals and directions at the front of the cannons. The principle of these crystals was based on the crystal tangram that Mujino Shizuri carried with her. Taking this opportunity, the retreating soldiers who saw a chance of survival sped up again and rushed toward Akiryu City. But soon, they were stopped by the alloy wall in front of them. Damn it! One of the retreating soldiers cursed in a low voice. At the same time, he mustered the remaining energy in his body and blasted it at the alloy wall in front of him. In the next moment, the surface of the alloy wall flashed, and several flashing runes appeared in front of the resistance member's fist, blocking his attack. After that, the resistance member's fist was reflected back to his body, sending his body flying. Seeing this, the retreating soldiers standing outside the wall froze. After exchanging glances with each other, they turned around and left together, preparing to take another route around Akiryu City and continue retreating. They left, but the monster's target didn't change in the slightest. They continued to charge toward Akiryu City without stopping. A second later, hundreds of emerald green light beams blasted out from behind the wall and struck the monsters in the front row. One by one, they were shot down from the sky or directly killed, becoming meat paste under the feet of the monsters that were closing in from behind. Just like that, the monsters pushed against the wall of light formed by the densely packed disintegration rays and advanced toward the walls of Akitsuno City. However, when the monsters were halfway through, dozens of thick red beams of light shot out from the walls and bombarded the monsters in the front row, once again stopping the advance of the monsters. Chapter 1068. Ito didn't pay attention to the situation outside the wall for the time being. He also believed that the magic circle on the wall and the various weapons placed in Akikaruno City would be enough to resist the monster's attack for a while. Therefore, after sealing all the passages in and out of Akikaruno City except for the one leading to Tokyo, Ito immediately returned to the shrine. The battle will begin soon, so for your safety, change into these clothes. After returning to the room, Ito directly took out several sets of black clothes that were remade with nanotechnology and threw them in front of everyone. Seeing the black clothes, Karen, Valletta, and Yi didn't say anything. They directly reached out and picked up the clothes, got up, and walked into the inner room. After seeing Karen and the other two who didn't know what the night was, Mayo and Yomi also reached out and took the black clothes, got up, and walked into the inner room. What is this? Kanzaki Kaori took the black clothes in front of her eyes and asked with a frown. Special combat protective clothes. It can protect you in dangerous situations and give you enough time to wait for my rescue, Ito explained. This clothes looks weird. It doesn't meet my aesthetic standards, King. Erica, who also took the black clothes in front of her, couldn't help but sigh. You can rest assured about this. All the black clothes are installed with a disguise system. It can directly change the black clothes into the style you're used to according to the thoughts in your mind. It will definitely not affect your style. Ito explained with a chuckle. In that case, there won't be a problem. Erica smiled, then picked up the black clothes, stood up, and walked into the inner room. After Erica, Liliana also picked up the black clothes and walked into the inner room. Go change. Seito looked at the hesitant Kanzaki Kaori and said softly, Okay. After hesitating for a moment, Kanzaki Kaori finally picked up the black clothes, turned around, and walked into the inner room. After arranging the others, Ito turned to Suzu Ito and said, Sister, open all the guardian barriers. Okay, Suzu Ito nodded and agreed. She then got up and went to the secret room, preparing to activate all the protective barriers. 10 minutes later, whether it was Suzu Ito who went to the secret room to activate the Mountain Guardian Barrier, or Mayo, Yi, Karen, Valletta, Yomi, Erica, Liliana, and Kenzakakori who had changed into black clothes, they all returned to the living room. Apart from Karen and Valletta, who were still in their original black clothes, the others had changed into the style they were used to. Clearly, this was the result of their communication. Very good. Now, I will add the last layer of insurance for you. Looking at the people in front of him, Ito first nodded with satisfaction, then reached out his arm to grab Yi who was standing beside him and pulled him into his arms. After that, without waiting for the others to respond, he lowered his head and kissed Yi's lips. He activated the youth authority to refine the energy in his body into a new kind of energy and passed it into Yi's body through his mouth. Yi, who originally thought that Seito was just messing around, felt the pain in his body and couldn't help but let out a low groan. How shameless! Kanzaki Kaori, who was the only one who didn't have any intimate relationship with Seito, looked at the two hugging and kissing each other. She turned her head to the side with a blushing face and whispered in a low voice, The king really doesn't know how to pay attention. Liliana, whose face was also a little red, frowned and whispered in a low voice. She looked like a loyal knight who was worried about the king's integrity. From the king's words, we won't be able to escape later. Erica showed a noble smile on her face and said. At the same time, although they had an intimate relationship, Erica, who didn't touch Ito, couldn't help but become slightly nervous. Although Karen didn't say anything, seeing the two kissing each other, she secretly curled her lips and turned her head to the side. Jinshan Yomi showed an interested look on her face and turned her head to observe the expressions of the others. Valletta's face didn't show any expression and was silent. Maya's eyes moved slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Suzu Ito shook her head with a funny face and didn't say anything. About 2 minutes later, Ito and Yi completed the bestowment ceremony. Then, Ito, who put Yi aside to let him rest, grabbed Maya and didn't give her a chance to shyly resist. He forcefully pulled her into his arms and lowered his head to kiss her. It wasn't until she felt the pain and the power that came with the pain that Maya understood that Ito wasn't using this opportunity to satisfy his own desires. She became cooperative. Then it was Jinshan Yomi, Karen, Valletta, Liliana, who was very shy but obeyed Ito's order in the name of loyalty as a knight, Erica, who looked indifferent on the surface but was actually very nervous and somewhat expectant, and finally, it was Kanzaki Kaori's turn. I'm warning you, if you dare to touch me, I will definitely kill you. Kanzaki Kaori's face was flushed red, and she looked a little flustered as she said loudly, That's fine. After all, you have divine power in your body that doesn't lose to mine. Ito saw this and shrugged indifferently. Seeing that Ito agreed to not do anything to her so easily, Kanzaki Kaori secretly sighed in relief. But at the same time, an indescribable feeling of loss emerged from the bottom of her heart. Fortunately, Kanzaki Kaori's face was strong, so she didn't show it on her face. She just slightly turned her head to the side. But at this time, Ito took advantage of Kanzaki Kaori's opening and pulled her into his arms. While she was panicking because of this sudden attack, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. He stuck out his tongue to entangle with Kanzaki Kaori's, and at the same time channeled the refined energy in his body through his mouth and poured it into Kanzaki Kaori's body. Ugh, Kanzaki Kaori, who wanted to resist, immediately let out a low groan from the pain caused by the power and dispersed the thought of resistance. But in the next moment, an unexpected situation happened to Kanzaki Kaori. As if stimulated by Sei Ito's energy, the divine power in Kanzaki Kaori's body suddenly went berserk and forced her into sage mode. The sudden burst of powerful momentum immediately pushed Sei Ito away from her, and the surrounding people who were unprepared staggered and involuntarily stepped back. At this time, Divine Blaze Fireweave's body exuded a soft white light as she floated in the air. Her hair fluttered upwards in a way that defied gravity. She raised her head and let out a loud shout. A white light instantly burst out from her body, piercing through the roof and flying out of the house, entering a stalemate with the mountain guarding formation that had just been activated. Feeling the inexplicable power from Kanzaki Kaori, Sei Ito solemnly waved his hand and sent Suzu Ito, Maya, Yi, Karen, Valletta, Jinshan Yomi, Erika, and Liliana out of the house with instant transmission. Then, he unfolded his domain and wrapped it around Kanzaki Kaori, while using the domain's power to suppress the powerful divine power that erupted from Kanzaki Kaori's body that Sei Ito could feel. He once again forced himself in front of Kanzaki Kaori. He stretched out his arms and tightly hugged Kanzaki Kaori's body, then opened his mouth and kissed Kanzaki Kaori's lips with a pained expression. He then used his youth's authority to connect with the power he had injected into Kanzaki Kaori's body, resisting the power in Kanzaki Kaori's body, and started devouring it in reverse. Kanzaki Kaori, concentrate! At the same time, Sei Ito used his spiritual sensing ability to connect with Kanzaki Kaori's mind and directly said in her mind. Kanzaki Kaori nodded with difficulty and began to concentrate on controlling the powerful power that suddenly erupted from her body. But with Kanzaki Kaori's control, the power that was like a runaway wild horse paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sei Ito immediately poured more power refined from his youth's authority into Kanzaki Kaori's body, suppressing and restraining that power, and started to resist it. At the same time, he summoned the Sword of Celestial Clouds and chanted the spirit language to activate the devouring attribute of Celestial Clouds to devour Kanzaki Kaori's exposed power. In this way, under Kanzaki Kaori's intentional control, Sei Ito's strange power refined from his youth's authority and Celestial Clouds' devouring power. They were in a stalemate with Kanzaki Kaori's strange power. But in the end, the power inside Kanzaki Kaori's body was like a rootless duckweed. Under the combined attack of these three powers, she quickly lost her previous advantage and gradually became weaker, gradually heading towards the path of complete defeat. But at this time, Kanzaki Kaori's body was already in tatters under the explosion of that power. Her life force was very weak. "I will save you, absolutely." Sei Ito, who discovered Kanzaki Kaori's situation, directly said in her mind with his spiritual sensing ability. "For now, temporarily release the suppression of that power and use the power I gave you." Sei Ito said again. Kanzaki Kaori nodded slightly and used her mind to activate the power that Sei Ito poured into her body. In an instant, the refined power fiercely burst out, turning into life force that flowed throughout Kanzaki Kaori's body, nourishing her already tattered body. At the same time, it also fought with the power inside Kanzaki Kaori's body on a microscopic level. Sei Ito's power not only needed to heal and protect Kanzaki Kaori's body, but it also needed to fight against that power on both a macroscopic and microscopic level. But as the saying goes, that power is like a rootless duckweed with an end, especially when the power of youth's authority gradually cut off the source of that power from the microscopic level. So after more than 20 minutes, that power was finally completely absorbed by Celestial Clouds, allowing Kanzaki Kaori to recover. RS Chapter 1069. P.S. Thanks to Bookworm Wu Wei, Operation 112, and Instant Potato for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX, Mad Wolf Howl, and Nickfinny for their tips. Although I've temporarily suppressed your body's condition, that power is still a hidden danger. So I'll send you back for fundamental treatment later. Seito finally stopped kissing Kanzaki Kaori and said softly, "No need." Kanzaki Kaori, who didn't immediately collapse under the power of the youth authority, pushed Seito away with a flushed face and turned her head to the side. "You have to listen to me on this matter. No matter what, I'll completely cut off that power's influence on you," Seito said with a frown. "You?" Kanzaki Kaori angrily glared at Seito, not knowing what to say. Kanzaki Kaori knew that Seito was doing this for her own good, but she still hadn't recovered from the shame and anger of being kissed by Seito. She didn't want to listen to Seito's orders so easily, so she instinctively resisted. "Right now, your condition is just an illusion under the blessing of the power I gave you. Your body isn't completely fine, so you don't have to participate in this battle. I'll send you back first to completely heal your body." Ito-sei took a step forward and stood in front of Kanzaki Kaori. When Kanzaki Kaori instinctively took a step back, he said. Kanzaki Kaori turned her head and ignored Seito. Seeing this, Seito didn't say anything. He directly sent Kanzaki Kaori back to Japan in the Rubik's Cube world and handed her over to Yuri Banria to take care of. As for the special energy in her body, Seito directly handed it over to the Rubik's Cube to use the world's direct force to cleanse some of the characteristics of the energy in Kanzaki Kaori's body, turning it into the purest form of energy and allowing Kanzaki Kaori to continue using the power of the saint when needed. What's the situation outside? After dealing with the soul-rending Kaori issue, Seito retracted his domain, turned around, and walked out of the room. He looked at Suzu Ito, Mayo, Yi, Karen, Valletta, Yomi, Erika, and Liliana. The monsters have broken through the barrier zone and reached the defensive wall. They are attacking the defensive wall now, Valletta replied firmly. In this kind of war situation, Erika and Liliana's experience was slightly insufficient, and they had no experience in contact with Baki Lulu and Zhou Xianlin. Huang Quan was not interested in remonstrating Mountain. Although Karen could also clearly express the current situation, she preferred to charge into battle rather than report, so she did not respond. In the end, she could only talk about Valletta. Have you used the paralysis bomb, hallucination bomb, and estrus bomb? Seito nodded and asked again. Paralysis bomb. It was developed by the Earth Extreme, which Lucretia Sola. She developed a magic bomb based on the paralysis potion. Its effect was as the name suggested. It would cause the target to enter a state of paralysis. Hallucination bomb. It was also developed by Lucretia Sola, but in addition to the witch potion from the Godslayer world, she also added some magic knowledge from the main world. It was a product of the combination of the two elements. Its effect was to create illusions to confuse the enemy. Estrus bomb. A product developed by the main laboratory and the biology laboratory. It was developed based on a byproduct of a certain charm potion. It was developed specifically to target the genes of monsters. Its effect was to quickly enter the estrus period and enter a frenzied state. The combined effect of the hallucination bomb had an exaggerated effect. It has been used. However, the effect of the paralysis bomb was not obvious, and the effect of the hallucination potion was not accurate because the monsters were too chaotic. However, the estrus potion had a miraculous effect. Currently, a large number of monsters have stopped attacking the defensive wall because of the estrus potion. Instead, they are attacking other monsters nearby, Valletta replied. Lina and Natale thought that this was a rare opportunity, so they used strong incendiary bomb, strong corrosive bomb, and antimatter bomb to attack the monsters, Valletta added. How was the effect? Seito asked curiously. Not bad, Valletta replied. By the way, what about the stage? Seito seemed to have thought of something and asked again. It has started. It is being broadcasted to all of Japan through the transit network, Valletta replied again. How about this? I will send all of you into Akazurno City. Each of you will share the defense of an area. If the monsters break through the barrier and enter the city, I will leave all the monsters to you. Seito nodded and looked at Junyi, Yi, Karen, Valletta, Erica, Liliana, and Yomi. Just leave it to us, my king, Erica said confidently with a reserved smile on her face. We will not disappoint you, my king, Liliana replied with a serious expression. Although Mayo, Yi, Karen, Valletta, and Jinshan Yomi didn't say anything, they all nodded with serious expressions and agreed. Seeing this, Ito-sei was no longer pretentious. He stepped in front of Shinya and the others, and while setting up the Flying Thunder God positioning runes on them, he said, If you encounter any danger, remember to call me in your mind. After that, he activated his hyperspace sensing ability and locked on 7 different areas in Akazurano City. Then, he used teleportation to teleport Jinyi, Yi, Karen, Valletta, Erica, Liliana, and Yomi to the 7 different areas of Akazurano City. When he sent Karen and Valletta, Ito also sent their Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style and Guinevere over. At this time, only Ito and his elder sister Suzu Ito were left in the shrine. Ito turned around and looked at Suzu Ito with a hesitant expression. What's wrong? Suzu Ito asked with concern. No, nothing, sister. You be careful. Ito hesitated for 2 to 3 seconds. Then, he put away the hesitant expression on his face and shook his head. I will. Suzu Ito replied with a gentle smile. Ito nodded slightly at Suzu Ito. He used teleportation and disappeared from Suzu Ito's sight. Then, he moved toward the defensive wall in the direction of Aldomo City. Idiot! Suzu Ito looked at the place where Ito disappeared. She shook her head and smiled softly. Then, she turned around and went into the room with a big hole in the ceiling. She changed into the black combat suit Ito gave her and changed it into the witch costume. Then, she returned to the shrine in the front yard and sat down in the main hall to guard the shrine. On the other side, Ito's figure appeared at the top of the wall. He looked coldly at the monsters that were constantly roaring under the bombardment of various high-tech weapons. He didn't say anything. Then, with a soft pop sound, another Ito walked out of the sudden explosion of white smoke. The original Ito nodded to the new shadow clone Ito. Then, he used teleportation and disappeared. The shadow clone Ito didn't say anything. He directly raised his hands and made several hand seals in front of him. Mo-Katan, 1,000 hands technique. The next moment, one of them was more than 150 meters tall. Behind her, a huge statue of Guanyin with countless arms appeared in the midst of the monsters. She stood in front of Ito like a mountain wall in front of Akazurano City. At this time, Ito changed his hand seal. He used a derivative of the 1,000 hands technique, Mo-Kutan, Buddha transformation. With the completion of the hand seal, the arms on the back of the 1,000 hands Guanyin seemed to come alive. They extended from the back of the huge statue of Guanyin and bombarded the monsters on the ground like rain. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a series of explosive roars sounded. Under the bombardment of the 1,000 hands Guanyin's arms, even the monsters with thick skin and flesh couldn't withstand it. Under the rain-like attacks, they exploded into piles of meat paste and were pressed into the cracked surface of the ground. They were submerged in a huge amount of dust. After completing the attack, Ito didn't stop. He continued to stimulate the huge energy in his body that was deliberately divided to control the huge wooden statue of Guanyin to use Buddha transformation to attack the surrounding monsters. The monsters were beaten into meat paste one by one. At the same time, Ito's original body appeared in the sky using teleportation. Immediately afterward, he unfolded his domain and summoned 900-meter-long dragons completely composed of leaf fire around him to attack the flying monsters in the sky. Leaf fire was a flame that specialized in suppressing monsters. In addition, the leaf fire dragons themselves were supported by the domain. Therefore, the flying monsters that were touched by the leaf fire dragons immediately burned fiercely like gasoline. They let out strange and unpleasant screams and fell to the ground. But often before they fell to the ground, they were burned into charred corpses by the flames and died on the way. In this situation, Seito's body was quickly cleared of a huge empty area of about 100 meters. But at this time, Seito's behavior changed again. While still controlling the 9 leaf fire dragons to maintain the stability of the empty area, he used his mind to take out a huge stone ball with a diameter of more than 70 meters from the Rubik's Cube world and held it above his head with psychokinesis. Then, Seito used his mind to inscribe a spell pattern needed for the flying thunder god on the surface of the huge stone ball and threw it to the ground. The huge stone ball was like a meteor as it was thrown with psychokinesis. It quickly slid across the distance between heaven and earth and smashed over 100 cannon fodder monsters into meat patties before heavily smashing into the ground. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, a tremor comparable to a magnitude 7 earthquake rapidly spread out from the earth ball. A large number of thick cracks appeared on the surface of the ground around the ball of earth. It was worth mentioning that the shock waves that rushed towards Akavino City were absorbed and transferred away the instant they came into contact with the defensive barrier erected outside the city. They didn't cause any damage to the city at all. After throwing the stone ball, Seito used his mind to summon the 9 leaf fire dragons to his side. They coiled around each other to form a thick pillar of fire dragons and brought Seito in a straight line in another direction. Only after flying for about a kilometer did he stop and release the restraints on the leaf fire dragons, allowing them to continue attacking the surrounding birds. In less than 10 minutes, a new empty area appeared around Seito. Then, Seito took out another huge stone ball with a diameter of more than 70 meters from the Rubik's Cube world and raised it into the air. He inscribed the flying thunder god spell pattern on it and threw it to the ground. Boom! A huge explosion reverberated through the sky once more. Seito didn't look at the result. He once again summoned the 9 leaf fire dragons to form a huge pillar of fire dragons and slightly turned to quickly move in another direction. Boom! The third one, boom! The fourth one, just as Seito was about to throw the fifth one. A fishy wind suddenly rushed towards Seito's body and collided with the leaf fire dragon he had hurriedly called back. Whoosh! The leaf fire dragon that had always been successful in every endeavor instantly exploded into countless sparks under the impact of the fishy wind. The sparks splashed onto the surrounding monsters and left burn marks on their bodies. At this time, the fishy wind that collided with the leaf fire dragon finally revealed its true appearance. It was a monster with a snake body with a wingspan of more than 100 meters. Its head was very small, roughly the size of a soccer ball. It was bald and hairless, but its mouth was sharp and slender. Just by looking at it, it was more than 10 meters long. There were small sawtooth-like protrusions on both sides of its mouth. Its tail was slender and long, looking like the tail of a mouse. Ga! The monster let out a strange cry, flapped its wings, and once again turned into a fishy wind and rushed towards Ito-sei. When Ito saw this, he used his teleportation ability to quickly compress the space in front of him, forming an invisible barrier in front of him. Bang! The next moment, there was a muffled sound. The monster that was rushing towards him immediately bent its body and flew back a distance. Then, Seito waved his arm, and the divine sword Celestial Clouds instantly appeared in his hand. The part above the hilt disappeared into the air and reappeared below the monster's head, cutting horizontally. Celestial Clouds was indeed a demigod weapon. Its sharpness was ridiculous. It did not take much effort for a long and narrow wound to appear below the monster's neck. A large amount of stinky blood spurted out and splashed onto the ground. In just a few seconds, the long and narrow wound quickly stopped bleeding and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the monster roared again and opened its slender beak. A pitch-black beam of light flashed through the beak and shot out of its strange eyes like an illusion towards Ito's body. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.